Hello everybody, welcome you to the day 2 of the 14th edition of the Bengal Chamber's annual Environment and Energy Conclave. So this session, it is the Green Planet, a very interesting session, and the speakers here are children from class 1, 4 and 7. So we are very excited to have this session, to present this session, and looking forward towards our speakers, the children, to talk about their thoughts on the green planet. And this session would be moderated by Mr. Arun Kumar Mukherjee, Mentor of Energy and Environment Committee of the Bengal Chamber. I would request Mr. Mukherjee to please take forward the proceedings.
Thank you, Angana. Good afternoon and welcome you to this very special session on Green Planet of the 14th edition of Bengal Chamber's annual signature program, Environment and Energy Conclave 2021. On this forum, the Chamber has a tradition of engaging with the children and youths who are the torch bearer of the future. Earlier, the children were invited to participate in a seat and draw competition on Environment Day, and the winners were felicitated at this forum. Last year, responding to the new normal, we had Youth Forum Green from the countries Bangladesh, Indonesia, Nepal, USA, India, where they were invited to share their perception on sustainability. This year, the Chamber has partnered with Versum and incubate at WEBEL BCCI Tech Incubation Center to present you Green Planet today. The Chamber with Versum has curated a creative platform for the students in which they have shared their creative expressions on their perspective and vision for the Green Planet. The jury members from the Bengal Chambers have evaluated the creative videos of the students and have announced 3 winners of Green Planet Championship who are invited to make presentation in today's forum, following which they have interactive session with the esteemed jury members, Dr. Anjan Chakraborty, Member, Energy and Environment Committee, and he is the Director of All Web Consultancy Limited. Mr. Sanjeev Ranjan, Member, Energy and Environment Committee, and he is Deputy General Manager, Commercial Energy Efficiency Services Limited. Mr. Ashok Goswami, Member, Energy and Environment Committee, and Group Head, New Initiative, India Power Corporation Limited. Dr. Sudipto De, Member, Energy and Environment Committee, and Professor, Department of Mechanical Engineering, Jadavpur University. I would like to specifically offer thanks to all of you for taking the pain of conducting this evaluation for our young generation. With this, may I now invite Mr. Aditya Maheshwari, Incubate, WEBEL BCCI Tech Incubation Center, and co-founder and CEO, Versum Schools Private Limited, to make a special presentation on this platform. Mr. Aditya Maheshwari.
Thank you, Arun sir. Thank you for having me here. I'll just share my screen and then we'll start off. Hello everyone. So I'm Aditya Maheshwari. I'm a young father who has set out on a journey to make learning awesome. I did my graduation in economics from Presidency College with an MBA from FMS, University of Delhi. After completing my CFA, I joined Hindustan Levers, and in my last role, I was buying tea for them. And this is my picture a few days back of my son Virat. The inspiration and the source of motivation I would say, which motivated me to start this EdTech venture. Our work has earned us a lot of recognition across different platforms from different bodies of the government, from Niti Aayog, principal scientific advisors to the Government of India, Department of Telecommunication, to name a few. We also got covered on media, and I was lucky to be awarded by the then Chief Minister and Lok Sabha Speaker, Mr. Devendra Fadnavis, and Ms. Sumitra Mahajan, who was the speaker at that point of time. We are today loved and trusted by more than 1,000 schools across the country. Now, coming to 21st century skills. We all hear that 21st century skills come with its own set of challenges and opportunities. What do we mean by these opportunities? Opportunities where we see first generation people, Elon Musk, Minati, Virat Kohli. Now, these people didn't have very rich parents, they didn't have a very high pedigree, but just by being very good in their area of expertise, their skill set, they were able to do wonders. So what I'm trying to say is that 21st century, with its huge focus on social media, focus on technology, has opened the gateways to anyone and everyone from any walk of life across the globe to seize the moment and rise up. So at our platform, WOWME, we are trying to facilitate that. At the same time, there are a lot of challenges which students ought to know and be prepared for. And how do we be prepared to make the most of these opportunities? So there was a study by Tony Wagner of Harvard University. He pointed out there are different life skills which a student ought to develop. Skills like critical thinking and problem solving, being able to work in teams, showing entrepreneurship, being able to communicate your ideas, being able to analyze data, information, being curious and agile. During Corona, we suddenly saw that people were out of jobs. They had to reskill themselves, upskill themselves. We had teachers across the country who were suddenly getting used to technology. So people who had the ability, who had the life skill, who demonstrated this agility and adaptability, they were able to make the most of the situation and grow. So while this 21st century gives us opportunities to grow, at the same time, it also asks us to be ready. And that is where these life skills, which Tony Wagner has said, are very, very important. We developed a platform where we help students develop these life skills in the form of competitions, workshops, and projects. So any student across the country can come onto this platform and develop these life skills and be future ready. Now, how do we do this? So before I get to that, I'll just talk about the name WOWME. You must be wondering, what does this word WOWME stand for? So WOWME stands for I will continuously strive to become very awesome. That's a mantra. We want every student to strive to become very awesome continuously. So WOW stands for very awesome, ME stands for me, and the three arrows represent continuous growth. So the platform works very simply. We tie up with different esteemed universities, corporates, chambers like Bengal Chamber of Commerce, and we hold multiple competitions under their banner. Students across the country, they participate, they apply their skills, and they win prizes in return. So now coming to Green Planet Championship, this was conceptualized by the chamber and we were very happy to be part of it. So what happened? The theme was Green Planet. This was the broad theme, a problem solution, a problem statement, which was extended to students of different age groups. And they were encouraged to come up with different solutions. What do you think about it? What do you understand by a green planet? And what are your views about it? How do you want to go about it? So a problem statement with a possible solution. And then they were asked to submit video recordings of their work. So while someone made a presentation, someone made pictures, everyone then were expected to present. So this helped develop their problem solving skills, critical thinking skills, as well as communication skills. So every participant across the country who participated in this competition of BCCI were able to develop these life skills, right? How, when a problem is thrown at them, how they think about different possible solutions and also presenting it. So these were the different parameters also which we wanted to develop through this. We're very happy to share that we have three winners. Mr. Yuvraj Kamlesh Khimlani, all the way from Gujarat, Cygnus World School. He's in class 1, and you'll be very happy when you see the amazing work that he has produced. You'll feel very proud. Next, Miss Mannat Pankul Arneja from class 4, DLF Public School, Ghaziabad. Again, a dynamite of a work, and we'll be very happy to show it to you soon. And Miss Gargi Bora, she's from Sri Satya Sai Vidya Vihar, Golaghat, Assam, class 7. So you would notice different people across the country participated in this competition. Their schools had their own internal evaluation rounds, and then it happened. So we're very happy to have the three of them with us, and now handing it over to our Anjana ma'am to take it forward.
Thank you, Aditya. It was pleasure, hearing about the, conceptualizing about the program, sharing our background of our work. And now we will have the presentations of the three winners, that is Yuvraj, Mannat and Gargi. So may we have Yuvraj on the screen and his presentation to be played.
Hello, I am Simba the lion. I live in jungle. My friend monkey likes to jump on trees. Elephant likes swimming. We all are sad. You are destroying my houses, forests, cutting trees. So rude of you. Is there no one to help me and my friends? Hello all, I am Yuvraj Kimlani. My school's name is Cygnus World School. I study in class 1B. This is really a serious problem. Wildlife is decreasing day by day. Forests are destroyed. Trees are cutting down, even sea animals are dying. Do you know the reason? Because of us, we the human beings, we cut trees, we throw plastic bags in sea, we go on building new houses. Oof, and the list goes on. How bad we are. I don't want to be bad. I promise to help Ryan and his other friends. Let me ask you one question. How you like your child? Smiling face, playing, enjoyed, and or wearing masks and taking medicine. We are your future, the future of the world. We need fresh oxygen to breathe, but there were no trees. How is it possible. So I take a pledge to grow more trees. So my earth is green and green. Trees are our friend. So no cut trees. Not to destroy forests, save wildlife, say no to plastic, follow 3R, recycle, reduce, reuse. Let's build a greener future for your and our sake. A better country, a better world we can create. We are a children of Singers World School. Thank you.
Thank you, Yuvraj. It was very thoughtful, and we really appreciate the efforts you have put in to create this presentation, this video. And I'm sure, many of your friends, children like you, will be able to connect with this. So we have Mannat, please, on the screen. Thank you, Mannat. So now we have Gargi, please.
Ma'am, my video is not played.
Actually, Angana, Mannat's video has not been played.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Good morning to one and all. Myself, Manatha Ninja. May I have your attention, please? Today I would like to share with you my wish to become a plant. My aim in life is to inspire people and add beauty to their life by being receptive to nature and others, and also want to become an example of faithfulness and truthfulness. I love plants, and there are reasons why I want to be a plant. Plants are more courageous than almost all human beings. Plants grow, but they do not leave their owners when in need like human beings. People love and nurture plants to help our Mother Earth from global warming, as plants take out carbon dioxide from atmosphere, which help reduce greenhouse gases. Plants not only give us oxygen to survive, but also food, clothing, shelter, herbs, vegetables, fruits, flowers, seeds, grains, roots, etc. Unlike other gift items, plants can be used for gifting. It influences mood of the people, and its green foliage makes life happier and healthier. It is a sign of respect and a meaningful way to convey emotion. It is also a beautiful decor item like a lucky bamboo. Plants help us in almost all fields. We can de-stress ourselves by meditating near plants and enhance our vision by walking on green grass. Indoor plants also removes negativity like snake plant. Plants make soil fertile by absorbing water, so are attached to roots. They are our green friend. As a friend, we can talk to plants and share our true feelings with them. They adapt themselves to an environment which teaches us to adjust ourselves in a particular place in times of difficulty and stick to our roots. It's better to love plants than heartless humans, because they never hurt us. They always make us happy with their bloom. Plants give life to lifeless humans, but humans take life of lifesaver plants. Treat love like plants. You cannot rush its growth. By becoming a plant, I want to preach patience and care both. Thank you, and have a thoughtful week ahead.
It was really thoughtful. May we now have Gargi, please?
my name is Gargiriksita Bora and I read in 7th grade. Today I'm going to be narrating a beautiful story about how we can recycle our environment. So let's get started. There was a girl named Angela in a small city. She loves going to school with her friends every day. One day, as she was walking to her school, she saw that some of the trees near her neighborhood are cut down. She asked the people why did they cut the trees, and they replied, "We are making a new building over here." Angela was pretty sad since there are only a few trees near her house now. After she went home, she asked her mother, "Mom, why are we destroying our environment after even knowing it is not good?" Her mother replied, "Dear, we modify the natural resources for our needs, which might even cause damage to our environment." Angela questioned her mother again. "Oh, but there must be some way to reduce its effects too, right, Mom?" Her mother said, "Yes, dear. If we follow the recycling rules properly, our environment won't be damaged too much." Angela decided to ask her friends and teachers about how we can recycle our environment. She told her friends about what had happened. They all started discussing, but the bells started ringing and they had to go back to their seats. As Angela was taking out her books, her friend said, "Hey Angela, I have an idea. Since we need to cut a lot of trees to make books, how about we reduce the amount of book we buy?" Angela replied, "Yes, that's a good idea, but how will we study then?" Her friend said, "We can reuse our older siblings and friends' old books." Angela became more motivated after that. She also asked her teacher for some tips. Her teacher told her not to use too many plastic bags and to throw them in a recycling bin after using them too. After her school ended, she rushed to her house and looked for her old stuff, including clothes. She put them in a box and told her mother to donate them to an orphanage so that the children don't have to buy them again. The children were very happy and thanked her. Then, as she was returning to her house, she saw a girl throwing her dress on the streets. She approached her and said, "We shouldn't throw the garbage like this. We should throw them in a recycling bin," and started helping the girl put the garbage in its right place. The people around her started clapping one by one. They were After a few days, the people of the neighborhood started taking care of the environment. No one throws garbage carelessly, no one cuts trees, and almost everyone stopped using plastic bags. The village is now filled with green and healthy plants. The moral of the story is that we should never do things which might harm our environment, and just like we keep our homes and rooms clean, we should keep our environment clean too.
Thank you, Gargi. It is one of the lovely storytellings and narrations I have ever come across. So with this, I would request Mr. Arun Kumar Mukherjee to please take over.
Yeah, thank you, Angana. May I now request our jury members to start the interactive session, and let us decide. We start one by one. Anjan, could you hear me? Dr. Anjan Chakraborty?
Yes.
Yeah. Would you like to start the interaction with Aditya?
Aditya, can you hear me?
Can we see Aditya on the screen?
So the interaction with me or one of the students, sir?
Oh, sorry, Jubraj.
Jubraj.
Sorry,
Right.
sorry, Jubraj.
Good afternoon, Juvraj.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Okay, good afternoon. Here
Good
you are. Okay, you are reading in class 1.
1.
Very good. You love the color green?
Yes.
Why is, environment, when we link it to be a good environment, why do we say green? Do you know? Do you have any idea about that?
If you're not getting, ask sir. Sir,
What is Green Planet?
Green Planet, you know planet, no?
Yes.
Green Planet, tell me what are Green Planet?
Planet की नाम बोलो.
Our planet name is
Earth.
Okay. How did you do your project? How did you make your project? Did you take the help of your parents?
We should grow more trees.
Okay. And how did you make this your project? Who gave you this idea?
My mom.
Your mom gave this idea. Very good. And you made a very, very, very good project. We all liked it. And how was why did you introduce the tiger? Came out first.
Lion.
Oh, that was a lion. Okay. What did the lion tell you about?
We should not kill animals. We should not destroy forests.
Very good. Okay. Any other wants to ask him any questions, please?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Mr. Goswami, would you like to ask any question?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, you are in Gujarat. Which part of Gujarat you are there?
Vadodara.
Vadodara. Okay, very good. And Vadodara, there is trees are there or only buildings are there?
Trees are there.
Trees are there. In your house, you have plantations also?
Yes.
Do you do anything, watering or anything you do, or only mom does it?
I have been.
You are also doing it. Very good. And keep doing that. Keep nourishing the plants, because as you said very rightly, that we have to save our trees and keep the planet green actually. Okay, so that everywhere we will look only green and green. Thank you.
Banyan trees are only. Banyan trees over net tree.
national tree.
National tree.
Very good. Mr. Sanjeev Ranjan, would you like to ask any question?
Right, sir. Nothing much, sir. First of all, congratulations, Yuvraj. Your presentation was really good. I have just one question, Yuvraj. By the way, our esteemed panelists, they have already asked. Which plant did you plant at the end of the video? Which tree did you plant? I saw you planting one tree out there. And I hope you are watering that on a daily basis.
Jamun tree.
Arey wow. I love jamuns. Great, great. So I keep watering, and once that fruit will come, please invite me to Baroda and I'll have that. Okay. All the best.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Sudipta? Sudipta, are you there?
Yeah. I'm just unmuted. Yeah.
Yeah.
Juvraj, can you hear me? You unmute yourself, Juvraj. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Sir.
So, are you going to school for last 1 year, or you are staying at home?
I stay at home.
Stay at home. But before that, you went to school, no?
Yes.
Do you have any playground in your school?
Yes.
What do you like, playing or studying, or mixing both together?
Playing.
Playing. Good. Very good.
Right.
Thanks.
I love cricket.
Oh, great.
Great.
Very, very good. Thank you.
When I grow up, I become cricketer.
Great. We wish
who is-
that you would be. Yeah.
I have cricket kit also.
Okay. Okay. We can share when we meet together. Oh, sure. We can play together. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Yuvraj.
Sir,
God bless you. God bless you. And
thank you.
start playing cricket. Let us hope for some good time ahead when you will be able to go to the school. And you have shown us lion. Have you been any time to a zoo? Have you gone to any zoo? Have you seen any other animal?
Yes. Yes.
Which other animal you have seen?
Elephant, crocodile,
Okay.
donkey.
Good. Good. Very good. Very good. Thank you, Juraj. God bless you. Thank you.
सयाजी का दुनिया वडोदरा में.
Huh?
हम लोग आ जाएंगे बड़ोदरा में तुम्हारा साथ खेलने के लिए.
ठीक है.
ठीक है. Thank you. Can you go to Mannat now?
Good afternoon,
Hi,
everyone.
Good afternoon, Mannat. How are you?
I'm fine, sir. How are you?
Fine. Thank you. You have observed how we are talking to each other.
Yes,
So now, now Anjan uncle will talk to you.
Hello,
Anjan?
Manna. Yes. Hello, Manna.
Hello, sir.
Which class are you in?
I'm in class 4th.
Okay. What do you know? What is green planet? Can you tell me?
Planet Earth is also known as green planet. It's our responsibility. It looks like blue and green from the space
Okay.
because of trees and plants on
Very
Earth.
good. And
And green color signifies peace, hope, and harmony. And even it's in our national flag.
oh, fantastic, fantastic. I mean, you know so much. I didn't know all this. I mean, I'm learning from you. Great. Very good, very good. And how did you have this idea of your project? Who gave you this idea?
I had this idea because there is a lot of pollution. So I had idea from that.
And what do you want to say in that your project?
That plants are better than humans because we men are following our own nest.
Oh, I see. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Great, great to interact with you. So much I learned. I didn't know that green signifies such a thing. You have really said to me. Great. Yes, please. Tell me.
Yeah.
Tell me. And? Mannat?
Sir, I was saying thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you too. Thank you too. Yes.
Should we go to Mr. Goswami?
Yeah, I will. Mannat, congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
And your project was very good by saying that trees are better than the human being. I really like the idea, but you stay in a place, Ghaziabad, where only industries and buildings are there.
Yes.
What do you find the trees actually?
Actually, in front of my society, there are trees and even Hindan Air Force Station. So, in front of my home, but I like to see the trees there.
Very good.
And because when we see trees and green grass and all, our eyesight become good.
That's right. And also, Indian Air Force has got a lot of greeneries. Is it? I was also in Air Force, and I have visited Indian also. So what you said is right. From the top, if you see, you will find a lot of greeneries inside the Air Force. Am I right?
Yes, I can see the landing. Actually, I live on 7th floor from my balcony.
Okay.
And my aim in life is to become a fighter pilot at Air Force.
Okay, very good, very good. I like to see you as a fighter pilot. I wish you all the success and all the best. Let us wish that one day you fly one of the fighter jets of Indian Air Force. I will be very happy, though I may not be there, but wherever I am, I will bless you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sanjeev Ranjan?
Yes, sir. So first of all, congratulations, Mannat. I really definitely admire the concept, the presentation which you carried out. It was really mind-blowing, excellent, and congratulations to you on winning this this event on your group. Just one question: from where did you get? Thank you so much. And it was very crisp and brief video. Still, you totally was vocal what you want to present, that plants are better than human beings. So from where did you get the idea? Any motivation? Can you tell something more on that front?
My mother helped me to get this idea, and I actually the plants in my house and near my society and the ground downstairs, they helped me to get this idea for this video and for this project.
Great, I really appreciate and really like the idea, and I heard you want to become a fighter pilot. So wish you all the best for your future. I am sure you'll definitely able to do that. Thank you so much, Mannat.
And I always remember father of our nation, Mahatma Gandhiji's what he said,
right.
Be the change we want to see in the world.
Definitely, and you want to showcase that change, and we really love that concept. Very good.
And I'm a part of SDG of our team in our school.
Great.
Okay, great. So thank you. Keep it up.
Thank you, sir.
Sudipto?
So Mannat, it was excellent you are interacting with us. So apart from studies, I am sure that you like studies, you like playing. Apart from that, what are your favorite things you want to do?
My hobbies are reading books, singing and dancing. I love to do gardening, skating and swimming.
Absolutely good. So you enjoy many things, because in life we need to study and enjoy simultaneously so many things. No? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So now in the current days, actually it's a difficult time. So everybody is confined at home. So how do you are you doing something else what you couldn't do earlier, you are doing now?
Yes, sir. I go downstairs and then I cycle there. I do cycling and I love the greenery there.
Okay. So do you know that the plants are living or they are dead?
They are living things.
Okay. So how do you know the plants are living, and how do you feel that they are living?
They grow by making food for themselves, and that's the process photosynthesis.
Sure. You will enjoy the plants even more when you fly in sky, because you can see lots of green from top. all the best for your future ambition and for future wish. Thank you, Manat. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Manat, have you seen any birds in the trees?
Yes, in the trees near my society, I've seen birds sitting there and have a nest there.
Okay. Do you love the birds?
Yes, I love birds. I love parrots.
Okay. Very good. Which other animals you love?
I love butterfly. I love dogs, and I also love also love animals like cheetah. They're very fast in running. I like them a lot, and tigers and lions.
Have you seen them?
Yes, I have seen them. I had an international trip. There, I saw white tigers sitting on tree.
Okay.
Indonesia.
Oh, great.
Bali.
Very good. Very good.
Animals have no voice, but they love humanity.
Ah. Do you help your mom in getting the house clean, in picking up the waste?
Yes, I help her.
You help her. Great. Okay, Manat, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
And God bless you.
Thank you, sir.
Can we go to Gargi now?
Hello and good afternoon to one and all present here.
Good afternoon, Gargi. You have been listening to our chit chat with your younger friends. May I ask Anjan, would you like to start the interaction, please?
Yes, Gargi,
Yes, sir.
so you're staying where? In Guwahati?
No, I live in Golaghat.
Oh, you live in Kolaghat?
Yes.
Oh, I see. I see. Your father is working in Kolaghat.
No, Golaghat. He said
Golaghat.
Oh, Golaghat. Oh, I see. I thought Kolaghat. I'm sorry. Okay, Golaghat. Very good. And is it green all around in Golaghat? How is Golaghat?
In my area, there are many plains and many trees.
There are trees.
Yes.
And
hills.
Hills, okay. And there are birds chirping all around. Do you see?
Yes.
Okay. And
Yes, there are many birds here.
very good. How did you have your project was very good. How did you have this idea of your project?
I have been reading things related to pollution and cutting trees, etc. from a long time, and I decided to make something that helps reducing its effects. And I have seen many people don't use their old stuff and mostly throw them away without even thinking what we can do with them. And since we need a lot of resources to make the new ones, I thought it would be much better to recycle or donate them to the other people. And it would even help the poor who can't afford the essential stuff.
In your school, do you have a subject of this environment studies?
Yes.
You have environment studies as a subject in school? You study?
Yes.
Or you don't have?
Yes, we have one.
Okay. And what are the things that you like, this thing, Gargi? What are your hobbies? Okay, let's go there. What are your hobbies?
I like drawing and singing sometimes, and I also like animating.
Also like
Animating.
animating. Okay,
Yes.
very good. And Gargi, did you? I mean, how did you have this idea of your project? I mean, did anybody help you?
Yes, some of my family members helped me.
Okay. Family members helped you. Very good. Yes, thank you very much. It was a very nice and congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Gargi. Mr. Goswami?
Gargi, congratulations. And
Thank
he
you.
was staying in Golaghat. Is it close to Brahmaputra?
No, it is not really close to Brahmaputra here.
There is only hills are there around.
There are many fields actually.
Okay. And is it a plain area where you
Yes.
stay? It's
Yes.
plain
I
area.
live in a small village.
You have?
I live in a small village, and there are many plains and trees.
You have a lot of trees around here. In your school, you have any trees around? Any gardens?
Yes, there are many trees in my school also.
In the school also. Have you ever planted any tree yourself?
Yes, many times.
You have done it?
Yes.
What type of trees you have planted?
I have actually planted many mango trees.
Have you ever worked in a paddy field?
No, actually I didn't, but I like to see people work there or plant things.
You have seen people planting this paddies and all? You have seen?
Yes.
You have seen. Okay, good. Now, what is your future thinking? What you want to become? Like Mannat says that she wants to become the fighter pilot. What is your plan?
I want to be an astronaut.
You want to be astronaut? Oh God! Now Indian girls are all wants to be aviator. Very nice. I am really very happy that Indian girls wants to be aviator. One is a fighter pilot and the other one is astronauts. Very good. Congratulations. I mean, both of you. I wish this is what happens to all the Indian girls actually. They should become the aviator. And real fighters actually. It's not in the name of a fighter, but they should be fighter because girl power is the best power a country can have. And congratulations, Gargi.
Thank you,
Your
sir.
project was very good and very good thinking as well. Wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gargi. Mr. Sanjeev Ranjan?
Yeah. So Gargi, again, congratulations, Gargi. I really love the way you presented. It was very unidirectional, and the clarity of the thoughts on the recycling process you were able to display, and it was very good presentation. And congratulations to you for winning this. Most of the questions already got asked. I just have one question. By the way, we have a future astronauts and future fighter pilots with us. It's very proud that we are interacting with you children. So what is a hobby? What do you do when you get the time, apart from studies and apart from other works? So how do you like to spend the time, which your leisure time, which you get?
I like listening to music and I like drawing.
Okay.
Obviously,
And of course, animation, which you told. You like the animation, doing the animations.
I have a YouTube channel on it.
Oh, which one?
Its name is Orago Sutaraito,
Okay.
and I post some of my animations there.
Great. That's really superb.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, can I ask?
Yes, sir. Please.
Sorry, can I ask Gargi? Can you make a small performance of your animation?
Definitely, we would love to have that.
Can you please repeat the question?
Can you perform one animation that you have? You have a YouTube channel. Just can you give me give us a performance of that? A small performance, quick performance.
You mean
Whatever.
some of my animations?
Yes, yes, yes. One like that, very small.
Can you please wait? Let me take it out. Let me find it. This is one of my animations. Oh, sorry. Sorry for the ad. This is one of my animations.
Oh, good.
Great, great.
Great, congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Great, Gargi. We really like that one.
Thank you. I think Mannat wants to say something.
Yes, Balma.
Yes, I want to say something. My role model is Rani Lakshmi Bai Manikarnika.
Oh,
Very good. Very good.
Very good.
Very good to hear that, actually. Very good to hear.
And we both share the same birthday month and name alphabet.
Beg your pardon?
Yeah, Manikarna. Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Can you go back to Gargi? Sudipto?
Yeah. So, Gagi, are you a single child to your parent, or you have some brothers and sisters?
No, I'm actually a single child.
Okay. So why I'm asking this, because you are talking about the sharing of your toys and other things with others. So have you ever had that feeling in your life? How you can enjoy, it's a great enjoyment when you share something with somebody else.
Yes, I like to play with my cousins.
Oh, your cousins. They are also absolutely maybe equivalent to your brothers and sisters. Cousins are also, we grew up together. Now, as you are doing a lot of animations, we find that it's your passion. Huh? You enjoy doing these things. So can you tell us that why animation you feel is better than the feature films?
Can you please repeat it again?
I mean, animation is a better way of presenting something than the feature film sort of thing. Do you have any idea? Or the simple film?
I don't know what to say.
But I can just put it. Why do you enjoy animation? Animation has certain additional things that you enjoy. Why you enjoy animation? Any idea?
I like animations because I can make my own series, and it's just kind of fun making the animations.
So whatever you have given here is only one of the, I mean, whatever you have made it, so many, isn't it? We are very much proud of you because you enjoy it, and we have just seen one sample, and that's a great achievement. So all our best wishes for your future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Gargi. I just want to ask you that you are studying now in class 9. So during this journey, have you ever given anything to any poor children, your books or your clothes or anything?
Yes, I have donated my old books.
Okay.
I have given some of my old stuff to some children before.
Okay. And in your class, how many students are there?
There are almost 100.
Okay.
There are almost 100.
100. And in your school,
Yes.
do you have any function on the Environment Day or Earth Day like that?
Yes. Yes.
What?
We do have some of we plant trees on Environment Day on our school, but but because of the pandemic, we plant trees we plant trees in our house now.
Okay.
We used to celebrate Environment Day in our school before.
Okay. And during this rainy season, do you get a lot of rains in and around your village?
What did you say? Can you please repeat it?
Rains, water, rains.
Oh, rain.
Yeah.
Yes. It rains sometimes here.
Okay. But you don't have the problem of flood or any other issue like that?
I have never been in a disaster like that.
Okay. Great. And you have already shared. And so should I consider that animation is your hobby, or do you
Yes.
have any other hobby?
Animation and drawing are my only hobbies.
Okay. And these animations, what you prepare, you draw them and then one by one you attach it, or you pick it up from the YouTube?
I actually draw them.
You draw that. Okay.
Yes.
And what snapshot you have shown us, it is not talking about any story. Have you, through animation, have you shared any story? Have you prepared any
Yes.
story?
Yes. I have
You have
made
done
I have made a music video before.
Okay.
Yes.
Through animation.
Yes. I can show it
Great.
right now.
Okay. Why don't you show us?
Can you please wait? Let me find it.
Murunda,
Hmm.
after this, Mannat also wants to recite a poem on Mother Earth.
Great. Oh, sure.
I said,
Only thing I'm afraid, sir, we'll have to close the session by
Another 3 minutes.
yeah.
Yeah, I know.
I followed all the rules. I drew inside the lines. I never asked for anything that wasn't mine. I waited patiently for my time, but when it finally came, he called her name. And now I feel this overwhelming pain. I mean, it's in my veins. I mean, it's in my brain. The thoughts are running in a circle like a torn train. I'm kind of like a perfect picture of a broken feet. I know exactly what you're playing. I never thought of myself as capable.
Thank you, Gargi.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless you. We are very happy with your presentation, and we would like to congratulate you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let us go back to Manna.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Shall I
Manna.
start?
Yes.
Please.
धरती माँ की गोद में हम सबको समाना है, सृष्टि की खूबसूरती को हम सबको बचाना है। धरती माँ ने जन्म दिया इस सुंदर संसार को, इंसानों की गरज रोक ना सकी अपने अत्याचारों को। धरती अब थक चुकी है सहते सहते हमारे दुराचारों को। चुप्पी तोड़कर धरती बोली, क्यों नहीं संभालते अपने बुरे व्यवहारों को। जब तक मैं चुप थी गंदगी तुम फैलाते रहे, कभी पानी की कीमत ना समझी पेड़ों तक को काटते रहे। देख इंसान तेरी करनी का डर आज मौसम तक भुगत रहा है। इतना सूखा पड़ गया है कि पर्वत भी हिल रहा है। धरती से ही जीवन अपना सुन लो मनुष्य धरती की पुकार। अगर धरती का सब्र टूट गया नहीं बचेगा ये संसार। दतीची बस यही पुकार धन्यवाद.
Thank you.
Excellent, excellent.
Excellent, excellent.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
God bless you. So,
Yuvraj, we can just take 2 minutes. Do you want to say something? Do you want to share something?
मैं अपने बर्थडे पे पुअर चिल्ड्रंस को चॉकलेट और आइसक्रीम देता था.
Very good.
Very good.
So I would like to congratulate Yuvraj, Mannat and Gargi. Bravo, you were just brilliant. I mean, it was a very great experience for us. I'm sure with our jury members for having this interaction with you. And it was a pleasure working with you, Aditya. With this, we are closing this session. So you can see this session in our YouTube, Facebook, and LinkedIn. And so our next session for our audience, it would be at 3:15 p.m., of course, of a very different kind. UK session on COP26 and clean transition, sharing best practice and new opportunities. This is the way we are trying to approach the journey towards net to zero with different stakeholders, having different levels of discussions and conversations. Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
thank you. Thank you.
Bye all. Thank you.
Bye.
Possibilities. They're everywhere. From each each atom of every molecule. To thousands of kilometers deep within the earth. From the sparkling eyes of a young knowledge seeker to the silent confidence of a budding entrepreneur. Possibilities ignite the aspirations of a billion people. They hold the key to the future of India. Bringing them to life is what drives us as a company. We are constantly expanding and harnessing energy for diversified growth. From the largest network of natural gas pipelines in India, and also the first company to lay LPG pipelines in the country, with gas-based processing facilities for value-added products from natural gas. Spearheading new strategies in sourcing and LNG shipping. At GAIL, we are leading India's efforts to deliver clean energy to its people through new and innovative solutions. Overcoming difficult terrains and inclement weather to augment the nation's pipeline infrastructure. We are connecting clean energy sources to energy markets and enhancing lives everywhere. Thus adding momentum to India's growth story. Diversifying our global presence across varied geographical and price indexations. We are quietly striving for India's energy security. With absolute transparency, impeccable corporate practices, utmost integrity, and sustainability in all our operations, we are finding reliable, sustainable options that make a positive difference. The future holds many challenges. Challenges fraught with the possibilities of innovation and of growth. Above all, the possibility of a better life, energizing a billion dreams. We are committed to creating stories of progress, of enhancing India's quality of life. That's what inspires our every move. That's why we exist. GAIL, energizing possibilities.
India is a large country with an ever-growing economy and industries that are progressing every day to cater to 1.3 billion population. These industries form the backbone of the nation, making India one of the fastest growing economies in the world. In the power sector, India Power Corporation Limited has been doing just that, steadily and with determination, adding power to the lives of people for the last 100 years. The journey began in 1919 when the then largest coal producer in Asia, the Bengal Coal Company Limited, needed a solution to its massive power requirements. The Sherighat Power Supply Corporation Limited was set up in Asansol to meet their needs. It was awarded a distribution license in 1932 and it became DPSC Limited in 2003. In 2008, it developed a 2 megawatt solar power plant at Shibpur, a first of its kind grid-connected solar plant in Asia. On a roll now, in 2013, the name DPSC Limited changed to IPCL or India Power Corporation Limited. And that is how India and the world knows us today. In 2014, IPCL commenced power distribution in Gaya as a distribution franchisee and continued for 4 years with benchmarked performance in such a short period, achieving loss reduction trajectory supply reliability of over 95% and deployment of smart metering technology, being much ahead of others and having the highest performance in its kind of distribution model. Another ace that we have up our sleeves is the implementation of SCADA, a revolutionary mechanism. It is installed at the J.K. Nagar substation, which acts as the central conduit for real-time monitoring and control over quality output and consumer feedback using automated meter reading technology along with automated digitized payment options. J.K. Nagar also houses India Power's Area Load Dispatch Center, which is the nerve center for the operation, planning, monitoring and control of the power system, ensuring India Power to achieve maximum security and efficiency, providing uninterrupted power supply to its consumers. The distribution portfolio also saw an addition with India Power acquiring distribution license for the SEZ region of Tuticorin, spread across an area of approximately 2,518 acres. In 2019, India Power is completing its centenary year as a leading holistic integrated power utility in the country.
We are proud to be celebrating India Power's 100th year in 2019. We are a unique company with a rich legacy of a 100-year-old, century-old organization, as well as the dynamism of a very, very young and futuristic utility. We are one of the first distribution companies who have implemented 100% automated metering infrastructure and implement SCADA and other technologies, which is helping our customers consume electricity more efficiently and making our network more reliable.
India Power today is an integrated holistic power company with foothold in different segments. With regards to India Power's exceptional operational efficiency, a special mention is imperative for its operation in the Asansol and Raniganj area. Despite being in a competitive market, the power distribution scenario is different from the rest. It has the lowest T&D losses of about 3% only. Its supply reliability is rated at 99.99%. distinguished by its customer-centric programs and digitization.
I am very happy to satisfy with the services and all the service rendered by the corporation.
Quick response team, that is maintenance team during emergency, stormy weather, they are giving full support to us and we are happy with the IPCL authority.
The quality of power is very good. And the frequency is also very low, the power cut frequency, the fluctuations are not there.
जो भी स्टाफ है, सर्विस है, सबसे बेस्ट सर्विस है। प्रोडक्शन के लिए हमें लाइन की पावर की बहुत आवश्यकता होती है, जो कि आपके यहाँ बहुत अच्छी व्यवस्था है। कुछ प्रॉब्लम होने से विदिन एन आवर ये प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व की जाती है।
We are getting a very good service, very good support. I advise to all the industries or promoter or any other domestic use or commercial use, go for India Power.
A 100-year journey is no easy feat. So, if one were to ask, how did India Power do it? The answer will be simple: expertise and experience. We constantly upgrade our skills by adopting new technologies. Digitization is playing a major role in that direction, such as implementing smart grid technologies through USTDA grants, partnering with others for smarter metering technologies like advanced metering infrastructure systems, and setting up live smart meters, which have been lauded by India Smart Grid Forum. Now, 100 years on, India Power has had its fair share of awards and accolades across segments for best HR practices, digitization, CSR, and quality benchmarking, and the satisfaction of countless happy consumers who helped India Power not just shine in its endeavors, but helped set the legacy in stone. And the mission is to empower millions with the best at the least cost. Mission and vision. India Power is an organization of the people, for the people, and by the people. It strives towards empowering communities around us. The culture is defined by 3 Ds: discipline, dedication, devotion. And the vision is to be a leading and reliable end-to-end energy solutions provider to the country. The mission is to empower millions with the best at the least cost. India Power always strives to provide its employees with a sense of ownership and essential values. It prides itself over its strong and talented team spread across the country. It is target-oriented but not at any negative cost. Integrity, a sense of ownership, fair business structures, organizational pride, customer delight, and constant innovation is what drives India Power, empowering lives for the last 100 years. On to the next 100.
In the air, Srishan takes it! India win!
The word first is ingrained into our DNA. The first organized steel service center in India for industrial customers. The first steel service center capable of processing high tensile steel up to 1100 megapascal. Revolutionizing the industry through futuristic innovations. Equipped with cutting-edge technology to deliver innovative products and services to customers. In perfect harmony with Tata Steel that enables it to extend its reach, facilitate order customization, optimize lot sizes, and execute just-in-time deliveries. Partnering with blue-chip national and international brands through a nationwide footprint and a vibrant, motivated, and agile workforce. In tune with current market dynamics, yet future-ready. 100% subsidiary of Tata Steel, we are Tata Steel Downstream Products Limited.
Thank you, everybody. This is how some of our partnering corporates are making difference. So welcome all to this session on this day 2 of the 14th edition of the Bengal Chambers Environment and Energy Conclave. This session is being presented to you with British Deputy High Commission, Kolkata. It is UK session on COP26 and clean transition, sharing best practices and new opportunities. The session would be moderated by Mr. Gautam Ray, Chairperson of the Energy and Environment Committee of the Chamber, who's also the Vice President of the Chamber and Executive Director of CESC Limited. I would request Mr. Ray to please take forward the session. The welcome address would be delivered by Ms. Libby Green, but I would request Mr. Ray to please take forward the proceedings.
Good afternoon to all of you. In fact, we are in the second day of the 14th edition of Environment and Energy Conclave, which is a signature event of the Chamber, and we feel honored and privileged to have this session which has been basically designed and organized by the British High Commission, Deputy High Commission, Kolkata, and
we are also privileged to have UK government as the partner of this very, very prestigious and flagship event. Bengal Chamber, as all of you know, since beginning, I mean, for quite a long time, we have been engaged with the sustainability programs. Sustainability is a subject on which we have centered around various activities and tried to be associated with all the national and international events focusing on sustainability. COP26, yes, we have been associated with the preparatory activities also since long. And earlier also we have organized events. As you can say, there's our journey to COP26. We have organized various events, developed recommendations, suggestions, and which has been forwarded to the COP26 committee. Today we have the dignitaries with us, Mr. Libby Green, who is the COP26 diplomacy lead and head of climate and energy pillar, British High Commission, New Delhi, and UK's Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office. I would request Mr. Libby Green to initiate the session with his welcome address.
Many thanks. I'm not sure why my video isn't working, so apologies for that. But
Ms. Green, if it is all right, if we can see your video, if it is all right, if you can.
Yes, I'm just not sure how to switch it on, actually. It doesn't seem to be working.
Okay, never mind.
Okay, but you can hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
Absolutely clear.
Apologies for my video. Yes, well, let me thank you, start by thanking you, Mr. Gautam Ray, for your introduction, and extend my warm greetings to the distinguished panel members for this session and all the participants. It's really great to join you today for this session on COP26. More broadly, it's a pleasure to take part in the Bengal Chamber's 14th edition of the Environment and Energy Conclave. I took part last year also, actually, which was about my second week in India, so it holds special memories for me. So we've all been dealing with the global pandemic, while at the same time the dangers of global warming have continued to become even more evident. Many parts of India have experienced unprecedented heat waves, catastrophic cyclones, cloudbursts and flooding. World over, climate-induced disasters have indeed got worse. It was interesting to see the IPCC's report earlier this month, which gave a really clear signal on all of this. So according to the report, under the worst warming scenarios, Kolkata may experience a 4.5 degrees Celsius rise in annual mean temperatures between 2081 and 2100, compared to the pre-industrial period. Also, the report showed that Kolkata recorded the highest rise in surface air temperature within the studied cities and regions across the world between 1950 and 2018. So this is indeed alarming. As we continue to manage the impact of these disasters and of COVID, the priority is to invest in a greener, more resilient recovery and enhancing our ambition on climate action. Worldwide, there is a consensus the future has to be powered by renewables, and the future of transport has to be electric. These are the only viable and sustainable long-term growth sources that can power countries and meet the needs of the global community. So the UK will, of course, be hosting COP26 from the 1st to the 12th of November in Glasgow. It will be a moment where countries come together to reaffirm their commitment to the Paris Agreement, and in particular to ramp up global climate ambition, bringing the world back on track to limiting global temperature rise, ideally within 1.5 degrees centigrade. And there are 5 key themes that we'll be working on at COP26: clean energy, clean transport, adaptation and resilience, nature-based solutions, and green finance. I think we all understand that partnership on climate resilient and low carbon development will play a significant role in advancing the objectives of COP26. And this means that to accelerate our journey towards a greener and cleaner future, Exchange of ideas should happen between nations at all levels, between cities, businesses, think tanks, startups, researchers, investors, and financial organisations. With just 2 months to go to COP, I'm pleased that today we have come together to deliberate and exchange knowledge on two of the key themes of COP, clean transport and clean energy. The UK and India shares a fantastic partnership on both clean energy transition and clean transport, working closely with the Ministry of Power and the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, NITI Aayog, and broader stakeholders in government, civil society and business. It's great that many of them I know are involved in this conference. This includes a focus on supporting the development of renewable energy, particularly solar and offshore wind, and developing new models for city decarbonisation, improving energy efficiency, particularly in industry, and nudging the transition to electric mobility by strengthening state policies and developing awareness-raising tools. We'll be driving this forward with initiatives in new areas, including on battery development and green hydrogen. We will work closely with West Bengal on climate action and electric mobility. It is indeed great to see Kolkata being recognised internationally by both C40 and IEA for the exemplary work on electrification of the public transport system, particularly electric buses. We are glad that we could contribute to West Bengal's ambitious electric mobility policy announced recently, and we have now embarked on a knowledge exchange exercise between the UK and cities of West Bengal to help accelerate uptake of EVs. And to further strengthen our bond on clean transition, we have speakers joining us from the UK and India to exchange innovative ideas with you. My warm welcome and thanks to Coventry City Council, Energy Systems Catapult, EO Charging UK, the Climate Group, and World Business Council for Sustainable Development for joining us today to share their insights on transition policies, clean technologies, and collaborative approaches. I'm confident through today's interaction, more organisations from West Bengal and beyond will be encouraged to take climate action in the run-up to COP26. I wish you all a productive event and a great discussion. Many thanks.
Many thanks to Mrs. Green for your, very thought-provoking welcome address. And you have correctly said that all roads now leading to COP26, all roads and the journey on basically the clean energy and clean transport, that has to have a proper synthesis. And while rightly said that India as a country is facing a lot of major natural calamities in recent past, which is a matter of worry for all of us. And Kolkata as a city also had a past record of quite a rise in the temperature, as you have mentioned. But if you see recently that this is the city which has taken a lead in the e-mobility, which has taken a lead on how really the clean energy and the efficiency can take place. And Bengal Chamber is one of the, major platform for such a good initiative. So we all are waiting. We have to work on the renewable sector, solar, wind, as you have mentioned. And we all are eagerly waiting to see that what exactly happening on COP26 and where the convergence and collaboration will take place, not only within a country, within a city, the worldwide. So today's deliberation, we are also expecting many new ideas and recommendations to come. To start with, I would request Mrs. Samala Evans Gadgil to speak on innovative approach for transition to clean transport. Basically, she is a lead consultant, Coventry City Council, UK. So I would request Mrs. Samala Evans to speak.
So hello everyone. So I'm Shamla Evans Gadgil, Coventry City Council. I lead on electrification, specifically looking at rollout of support system for the uptake of electric vehicles. I have a presentation that I think I would like to share, and I hope I can work this screen. I'm hoping that everybody can see this.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay. Not sure what's happened. I think I'm going to have to leave it as without it being a slideshow. So if I can just go on to the next slide. So why electric city? So Coventry definitely is an electric city. It is a very much a transport-based city. A lot of motor manufacturing and supply chain that is present in Coventry. Very much a pivotal city in transport, if you like, and doing huge steps around electrification. So to do with why electrify Coventry? So we are looking at climate change strategy. Coventry is under a climate action plan, and we are looking at, this is going to boost jobs and growth in local economy. We are looking at zero carbon transport system by changing or transitioning to electric classified vehicles. So the innovation in Coventry is very light rail, electric buses, electric taxis, electric vans, electric private vehicles, actually looking at all types of mobility through electrification. And for that, you are definitely going to need a sort of charging infrastructure network. So what are those? Those are, so we are looking at plug-in charging, static charging, overhead pantograph charging, and we are also looking at dynamic charging of vehicles. So just a quick short background on where Coventry sits. So this is the map of Coventry in whole. And where you see the red lines, those are the hotspots for air quality that have been identified. And we see that typically it's the diesel vehicles which takes the highest proportion on both of these routes. Like you've got the route that is southwest, and you've got routes sort of north, south, east. This sort of pie chart shows, I'm sure you'll be able to see these slides later on and have a look at the percentages of different fuel types and different vehicle classification that contributes to the air pollution. So developing an EV culture, so how are we doing that? We have sort of submitted or secured funding from central government to roll out the electric vehicle charging infrastructure in Coventry. 25% of the funding is supported by private sector, along with the Transport Authority in West Midlands, and bus operators, and of course private sectors. So we're looking at the holistic approach of the electric vehicle charging infrastructure to the whole of the city, not just certain areas of the city. Access to the charge points for public sort of passenger service vehicles like buses or taxis, and of course promoting the increase of EV cars through workplace charging. So we've partnered with EO charging for that. We've got home charging and through on-street charging. And we have partnered with a few charge point operators to extend the charging network in Coventry. This is, of course, going to improve air quality, and the charging infrastructure is being future-proofed for emerging technologies. So looking at what the charging infrastructure strategy looks like, we are looking at short-term, medium-term, and long-term, so over the next 10 years. And these sort of small sections are showing what the medium, small, short, medium, and long-term strategy is looking to deliver. For example, within the mobility side of it, so e-bikes, e-scooter, car clubs is a short-term within the next 1 or 2 years. But then autonomous vehicles, we are looking at long term. This is with the private category. You then look at sort of public transport side of it, or transport being made available to public, would be the electric buses, electric taxis, very light rail, and electric bikes. And then again, looking at, from a hub perspective, renewable energy perspective, you would look, or we are looking at projects like Clean Hub, Green Innovation Park, having solar farms in Coventry, and then looking at sort of across the cross-sector industry like e-cargo bikes, e-vans, and again VLR. So in Coventry, this is roughly showing you a sort of a snapshot of the electric vehicle charge point network that is currently operational. So we now have about 485 chargers with a mix of slow, fast, and rapid. And this slide is sort of showing you the uptake or the usage of those charge points. So we have also seen some correlation between installation of public charge points and uptake in the EVs in Coventry. So we sort of started this journey in 2018 with only 6 rapid chargers, and there were about 357 electric vehicles registered. We now have 485 chargers in Coventry, and we have about just over 1,000 vehicles registered in Coventry. So you can see that having a charging infrastructure is giving confidence to sort of Coventry citizens. Of course, the cost is a barrier, and I suppose when you start getting sort of second-hand vehicles and third-hand vehicles in the market, it is likely to increase. This is sort of, we're looking at hubs. So we are partnering or finding partners in the private sector to, as it says, unleash the potential for ultra-fast charging hubs across Coventry. And these will facilitate sort of all different types of electric vehicles. We will be looking to sort of have multi-fuel hubs, including hydrogen and gas, and very much supporting the SMEs in Coventry and the supply chains, along with research facilities. So, you know, transport and energy now goes hand in hand. We do need to look and of course look at green energy and green vehicles. So one of the big project that Coventry is looking at delivering, it has a element of medium and long-term delivery plan, which is the Clean Hub. And this is definitely going to sort of support the decarbonizing of transport accolade, if you like. So you've got sort of energy generation, last mile delivery, you've got sort of urban airport, which is like a flying sort of a drone service, very light rail, park and ride, consolidation center, research units. Also have a facility where you will be able to maintain the electric vehicles and allow them to park and charge, hydrogen production, static charging. So it's sort of almost a flagship project, a blueprint, because I think we believe that a multi-fuel hub is required at strategic locations across Midlands. So very much working, and there is an impetus to have this project delivered. So we are definitely working on this project. Future works around EVs. We are looking at exploring car clubs and lift shares. So just providing electric buses or charge points is not enough. I think the main thing we need to look at is reduce trip mileage in a city. And if you want residents and people to give up their cars, you need to provide them with measures that allows them to confidently sort of give up the 2-3 vehicle ownership that tends to be the norm in the city. So we are also looking, or we have introduced a mobility credit scheme where you sort of hand in your diesel vehicle and you get cash in sort of credit format, where you use that credit on trains, buses, car clubs, bike hires. So any kind of mobility solution that is available, you are able to use those credits. We are also looking at planning and including car clubs within the planning for developments. And we are currently doing a feasibility study on dynamic wireless power transfer technology, a project called Dynacov, which we will be publishing the feasibility study report end of October. To date, it is looking very promising. I could talk about that forever. And so, of course, Coventry has facilities such as, the UK Battery Industrialization Centre, which is quite a fantastic facility. It's a research facility which welcomes manufacturers, entrepreneurs, educators, and of course this is complemented by the Gigafactory at the Coventry Airport, which planning applications have been made. So that is also quite an exciting projects that are going on in Coventry. Then we also have, Coventry is the first electric bus city. We are looking to convert 290 buses by 2025. We currently have 10 buses operational, electric buses. So that project commenced this year. We have the bus operators on board. It is being delivered by Transport for West Midlands, who is the transport authority for West Midlands. And we are looking to have 130 buses, the first phase, operational by middle of next year. Then we have also a project like I mentioned earlier on, Very Light Rail. It is a very much an innovative project. The vehicle is it's a zero emission vehicle. It is designed and built in UK. It's a very much a lightweight construction that allows the track form to be shallow and low cost, which is something, it's a self-propelled vehicle, battery powered, of course. And it's the Dynacov project, which is having coils embedded in the ground. If that project is successful, that is going to definitely enhance this project hugely. And within which the new charging technologies. So we are looking at how, or exploring how we integrate those. We also have, Coventry also has a COV test bed, which is the Connected Autonomous Vehicle Test Bed. This is with the support and funding from Innovate UK. I'm hoping you know Innovate UK. It's a government body, and we have partners, a lot of research and private partners that are involved in this project. And this project is typically looking at big data. It's looking at how you connect the inboard facility within the vehicle to all the assets that manage a highway or a road network, like road signals, traffic signals, and having roadside equipment such as CCTVs and vehicle management systems or VMS signs, having sensors in the road. So all those will be connected, and the data that is generated from them, how is that big data managed? So that is quite a big project that's been not operational, but is being facilitated over the last couple of years now. So all in all, there is a lot going on in Coventry, particularly from electrification perspective. So thank you very much. And I'm going to stop sharing. Happy to take any questions later on. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Samala Evans Catgill. You have started with, we have so far discussed about electrical vehicle, but this is a very good idea, electric city. That's, I mean, because unless we have a holistic approach, as you have rightly said, that having the building the charging infrastructure simultaneously and making all the vehicular movements starting from bike, car, vans, every possible way of mobility, if we can transform into the electric mobility, that's probably give a holistic approach which will help to migrate to a basically e-culture. That's extremely important. And rightly, you have planned for a clean hub, battery production, everything together. So great to learn about Coventry. This can be an example for all of us. I would like to request Mrs. Liano Baglietto Castellers and Mrs. Ira Gupta, Advisory Services Lead ARUP, on innovation and strategies for decarbonization of road transport. I have only small request to speak within a limited 10 minutes time frame so that we can conclude the session in time. So sorry for this message, but yes, please start.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gautam. Thank you very much. We also have some slides to share. So let's see if I can share my screen very quickly. Okay, and let's see if okay, yes, it seems to be working. Maybe go here. Very pleased to be invited to the Bengal Chamber Energy Conclave today. I'm Ira Gupta. I lead the advisory services for ARUP in India. I'm based here in Delhi, and with me is Liani, my colleague in London. So very quickly, some background about ARUP. If you don't know, ARUP is a multidisciplinary consulting firm. We were founded in 1946 by Sir Ove Arup in London, so we are quite an old firm. Now over 15,000 people, and as you see from the map, we have offices all over, and we're doing projects in over 140 countries, including many in India. So coming to India, we have been in India since 2008. We have got our headquarters in Mumbai and a presence in Delhi, Hyderabad, Bangalore, and Pune. We started our advisory division a few years ago. Our core area used to be engineering, and in advisory, we're focusing on green energy and green transport since the last few years. We work a lot with institutional investors in India. These could be existing firms who have a footprint in India, or new private equity firms or asset operators who are looking at investment grade projects in India. So we conduct due diligence exercises for them. We advise them on market entry, and sometimes when they have the asset, we tell them how to optimize their assets as well. Something new that we've been doing for the non-standard sectors, for example, airports and highways, is to help them with their decarbonization strategies. ARUP, just related to that, ARUP has been selected as the UN Sustainability Consultant for COP26. So we have a strong commitment not only to the UN SDGs, but we also bring that to other organizations who want advice on how to create their roadmaps for decarbonization. So without spending too much time on ARUP, I will request Liani to take over and showcase some of our projects. These are some of our live and completed projects across the globe with particular relevance to India, we feel, and that's why we're presenting them here. Thanks, Liani.
Yep, thank you.
My name is Leni Baglietto. I'm a transport planner at the London office of Arup, and I'm going to present a few of the case studies and projects that we have been working on. In the UK, we have been part of some major EV charging strategies. For example, we have been supporting Highways England with their EV charging points program support, and we were involved in this one from the very beginning, setting the key ambitions. We set from the very beginning that we thought that people would only feel comfortable traveling across the country if 90% of the strategic road network was to have a charging point every 20 miles. And we set some specific criteria for this. For example, that it should be able to provide 30 minutes, and that they should be accessible within 5 minutes of the strategic road network, and that this should be available 24/7. We thought that this criteria was important to give people the confidence to know that wherever they go in the country, they could still find a charging point. So we also did the modeling work. We developed a GIS model, and we looked at some gap identifications. We went into procurement, and we helped develop the procurement strategy and appointed the two suppliers for these EV chargers. These have now been implemented, and we are continuing doing some further modeling work, looking at how we can still improve this network. And we're not only looking at transport data here, but also at the energy capacity and socioeconomic data to see how the demand is distributed across the country and how to better provide to that. And we can say that we have not only successfully achieved 95% of the SRN to have a charging point every 20 miles, but we have achieved 97% of the network to be covered. On the next one, we have some bus strategies as well. We have been working in a number of cities, helping implement and do feasibility studies on electric buses. We have been working in Milton Keynes for a number of years. We have been working in York as well. The York case study is a bit interesting because in this city they have a bit of a constrained geography that is associated to their medieval core. And it was interesting to see how to do this analysis on which routes would be the most benefitable to convert to electric vehicles first. And for York, we have been able to successfully secure some funds from the Green Bus Fund to actually deliver these electric buses in the city. We are also looking a bit at hydrogen buses, but this is as the technology evolves, we're keeping a close eye on this and doing some feasibility studies of how this could be developed for different cities. But again, the technology is evolving as we speak, and we are trying to keep a close eye on this. Next one, please. Airports, we have been doing a lot of work with airports, specifically an interesting case is Heathrow. As Heathrow was looking to expand, we wanted to make sure that the increased number of trips could be made in the most sustainable ways. And not only trips for passengers, but also for staff, logistics trips, and all these associated trips to the expansion. We helped develop the surface access strategy and to implement Heathrow vehicle access charge and Heathrow ultra low emission zone. That were some policies specifically designed for the airport. When designing these policies, we assess the different impacts that they will have in terms of achieving this mode shift in air quality, in costs and revenue. We went and engaged with a number of stakeholders, including the airport itself and a number of regional authorities that were operating in the area. And this is not only with Heathrow, but we have also been working with a number of airports in also looking at different energy sources for their operations. This is still a bit confidential, so I'm not able to say a lot more on this, but we're also keeping a close eye on how these technologies are continuously evolving. Next one, please. And in terms of logistics, this is a bit of more of a more smaller scale, but still very important. We have been working in a number of master plans and key areas, ensuring that that our clients can secure efficient, safe, and clean logistics. An interesting case study is the one that we've been doing in Broadgate, which is located near Liverpool Street here in London, which is a financial corridor. We have been speaking with the different landowners in the area. I'm trying to look at strategies in which they can optimize their deliveries, in which, for example, if we have a number of office buildings, how can we ensure that if they are all being serviced for catering in the morning, like one same supplier, and that is made only once, and we can achieve economies of scale. And this not only saves costs in terms of financial costs, and also improves the area as we have less vehicles going through all the time. We have also been looking at waste consolidation, the promotion of, as I was saying, the preferred suppliers, looking at local suppliers as well, and other ways of getting the supplies into the area, using cargo bikes sometimes, retiming of delivery, so that, for example, if we have like waste collection, it is only done once and from one specific point at one time of the day. But again, this is something that we have been doing not only with Broadgate, but also in King's Cross and Stratford and in a number of other big developments. We also are recognized that deliveries is a key pressing point in our road networks and in our cities, and that deliveries are increasingly creating more and more traffic, especially with everything with the pandemic. So we have been partnered with London to test an electric vehicles trial for LG, and this is something that has been ongoing for a few years. But as patterns continue to evolve, we're still looking at this data. Yes, I think that will be it from the case studies. I don't know if...
Yes, I think happy to discuss more later, maybe if anyone has questions.
Yeah. Thank you, Ira and Leonie, for your presentation, which speaks for worldwide. There have been many successful case studies and also implementation stories, which gives us a lot of confidence. And you have also mentioned about the strategy, which is very important in this particular design. I would now request Mr. Andrew Stokes, Business Development Manager, Energy Systems, Caterpillars, UK. He will be covering on best practices on clean transport and clean energy technologies, because you all know that, yes, while strategy, design, implementation, all are important, but technology plays the most important role. So how really technology will enable us to find out the most optimized solution and which will be sustainable? We are all eager to listen to Andrew. Please.
Thank you very much, sir. It's a great pleasure to be here, everybody, to have the opportunity to talk to you today. I'm just going to share my screen, which hopefully you can all see. So yeah, I will briefly introduce the Energy Systems Catapult and then discuss a little bit about how we work with firms that have these innovative new technologies and how we help them to scale up. I'll give a few examples of that as well. So if I move on, first of all, to introduce the Energy Systems Catapult, we are a not-for-profit organisation in the UK. We were established by the UK's Innovation Agency, which is Innovate UK. But we are established by government, but we are there. After that, we are completely independent. We are independent. We work with the private sector, the public sector, and with academia. And really our mission is to support the transition to net zero, but also crucially to support these new innovative products and services that will get us to net zero and will enable the private sector to take advantage of some of the opportunities presented by those challenges. And we do we are a systems catapult because we try to think of things holistically and take into account all aspects of the energy system. And really, we work in on two different kind of main areas of activity. The first of these is projects to look at the future, where we need to get to, look at some of the barriers to innovation, some of the challenges and the difficult sectors, be they EVs, data, kind of decarbonising areas, these kind of things. And we get involved in a lot of those projects, including demonstrations. And then crucially, we also work with innovators directly. And that can take a number of forms. That can be them coming to us and us supporting their services, supporting them with our services. Or it could be we have an incubator accelerator program where several times a year we will find a particular challenge, such as digital energy systems or decarbonising buildings and estates, and we will ask for applications across the energy sector in the UK. We will evaluate the best applications, and we will provide support to those firms. So I work in the international department, and my role really is to try and do those two things I've just described on an international scale. So to come up with bilateral, multilateral research projects, but also to support these kind of links between innovators internationally, to get them to work together, share knowledge, best practice. And really our international work I like to summarize in this way. The first one is access. So we have a really good knowledge of the UK supply chain. We have a database with, well over 2,000 firms across different subsectors of energy. We can use that to analyze what's going on, see the latest technologies, match people to opportunities, match firms to solutions, and so on. Then we have a large insights team, and these people have a lot of experience of working with energy consumers, but also data scientists, so we can understand the opportunities presented by data and digitalization solutions. I've also flagged up here our living lab, because I think this is a key area of how we support the development of these technologies. Our living lab in the UK is 200 homes across the UK, normal lived-in homes, that we've got permission to monitor the energy use and also try new solutions. So this is a really good way for a firm with a new product or a new service to try something in a small number of homes in a real life setting, but on a relatively small, controlled, a cheaper scale, let's say. They can test the water, they can trial their solution in a small scale, but still in a real life setting. We also have teams who come up with different kind of policy recommendations and share best practice and things that not worked so well in the UK. And we can also do studies of the UK market and how things are developing. And finally, we have a large team that advises on strategy. How can you get to net zero? We can do that on a national level, state level, regional level, or right down to a firm. So having talked about us and a little bit about how we support firms, I did just want to flag up a couple of opportunities, a couple of examples and case studies of where we've done this, particularly with Indian partners. So the first one of these was our Innovating for Clean Air project in Bengaluru, where we worked with a number of different partners to support solutions in the air quality and the electric vehicle space. And essentially what we did was we worked with the Indian partners to understand what some of the main challenges are. And then we found startups and small, medium enterprises, innovators with interesting technologies in India and in the UK, and we put them together and we created pilot projects. So you could actually see the deployment of them in a real life context, see how they worked, measure the impacts, and expose them to a wider kind of citizens and raise citizen awareness as well. So the flagship of this program was our Clean Air Street, which we worked with the Directorate of Urban Land Transport in Bangalore. And in this week, we pedestrianised a street every weekend for a number of months. And we closed it to normal vehicle traffic, but we allowed e-mobility solutions. And we had a number of Indian firms deploy their solutions, some UK ones as well. They deployed their solutions on the street so people could test them, become familiar with them, but also we could get really useful feedback for the firms to say, you know, what people liked, what was less good about the experience, so they could learn, so they could plan and help to support their scale up. And we also did a number of different pilot projects under the scheme. For example, we worked with a company called City EV to deploy charge points across a number of locations. The firm Energio made use of they could make use of satellite technology and information about the electricity grid to produce some models to optimize the positioning of EV charge points. We installed a solar powered charge point on a campus of one of the universities, and we also created, with an Indian partner, an EV dashboard, which is a tool where people can EV users details of kind of their journey details, their battery details, this kind of thing is tracked online, and people can use this to see data on, you know, what the EV ecosystem is, where the charge points are, how much CO2 they're saving, this kind of thing as well. So that's in the transport space. In the clean energy space more generally, I also just briefly wanted to introduce this program, which was, we did a challenge call of the sort I described earlier. We identified 8 different firms with interesting cutting edge solutions in the clean energy space. We invited them, we prepared them for potentially collaboration in the Indian market by telling them about the market, preparing their products and services for it, and then matched them to Indian partners so they can come up with their own pilot projects or their own contracts or their MOUs or collaborative research partnerships. And this was also a really, really successful program that led to a number of different MOUs being signed. So those are a couple of examples of how we work with innovators directly, how we find the best of the UK, and we work with those innovators directly to match them to firms that they can work with, they can collaborate with, and how we can test what they've got in a real world setting and get the kind of impact, kind of feedback they need to explore how to scale up in the market. So that's all from me, hopefully short but sweet, and I'd be very happy to answer any questions later. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew. And you also mentioned about that various aspect of your activities. You mentioned about the Clean Street project, what you have taken up in Bangalore, in India. Also some of the other pilot projects, what you are continuing with. And you rightly mentioned about the 4 major components of access, insight, market, and strategy. Probably this together will bring in a total solution which we are speaking of. I would now request Mr. Joe Phelan, Director India, World Business Council, on he will speak on climate ambition of business. Joe, please.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Joe Phelan. I lead the work of the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. I'm based in Delhi, and we've had a presence in India for 8 years. We're headquartered in Switzerland. We are a membership organization. We work with 200 of the world's leading corporations from all sectors and all geographies, but they together are committed to creating a sustainable world where the most sustainable companies will be recognized and rewarded. I'm really pleased to be involved with the Bengal Chamber and also with the UK Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, though sad not to be in Kolkata today. I mentioned that we work with 200 leading companies. Some of them have got a major historical presence in Kolkata, such as the Tatas, the Birlas, Ambuja, and ITC. And as well as these and other Indian majors, there are also UK headquartered companies are very well represented in our membership. Companies like BP or BT, but also Arup. So it was good to see you on the call, as well as many more. We're a global organization, but we are active in India, and our main focuses with businesses in India are electric mobility, energy storage, nature, particularly around agriculture and nature-based solutions, and finally in ESG disclosure. So this is the focus of our work with companies in India, but crucially, we're supporting companies to engage with us globally and with the sustainability agenda globally. I've been asked to talk about business ambition, so I'm going to do that for a few minutes. I don't have slides. So I think, we're all well aware that ambition is a useful instrument, and it's been used very effectively recently by the international policy community, the international network of countries. The COP21 Paris Agreement, an incredibly ambitious statement with full alignment behind it, India central to that agreement, and the Sustainable Development Goals that the year before in 2015, also with India, really driving those targets being agreed upon globally. These are perhaps some of the most ambitious targets set by the global community, with very clear and measurable targets against them. And the result has been that of setting these ambitions has been, first, the result has been the direction of government resources towards these goals, but also the targets have shaped corporate strategies all around the world, and we're all responding as businesses to the Sustainable Development Agenda and the Paris Climate Agreement, and that in turn is unlocking private investment. So we can see how they're used by policymakers, and of course businesses, industry bodies such as the Bengal Chamber, industry chambers, sports teams. We all use ambition all the time to set targets, to raise our sights, and to lead. And so let me just speak a little bit about our approach at the World Business Council to business ambition. So for more than 25 years, we have been a platform for businesses to use to set out ambitions which have in common that being ambitions, they are ambitious, they're all collective, and crucially, they're all delivered. We talk about targets being achievable, realistic, and that's fine. But it is essential that ambitions are delivered on. And so these things, ambitions that are ambitious, collective, and delivered, really have been at the center of what we've been doing as an organization for 25 years. And let me say a little bit about each of these things. So, in terms of ambitious, our member companies want to lead. Having targets that are ambitious is essential for credibility. It's essential that they're rooted in the level of ambition that's dictated by science. Also, ambitious goals are a powerful, instrument to rally lots of businesses and action around. So by being ambitious, certainly matching the scale of action that science demands is also a very powerful tool for driving change, for building coalitions and driving change. The second thing I said is, for 25 years, we've been supporting our member companies in driving business ambitions that are collective. And so all of the work that we do is either sectoral or working with a whole value chain, or sometimes industry-wide, representing the whole of industry. And again, being ambitious is essential for credibility. Likewise, being collective is essential for credibility with stakeholders. If you run a business, the way that you get treated, the assumption is that you're after SOPs and favourable policies. When you go as a sector or a value chain or as industry as a whole, you're treated differently. That's why the Bengal Chamber exists, to represent your collective interests. Likewise, the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, we're the platform for those companies that want to engage with stakeholders on the sustainable business agenda globally. Having collective business ambition is also essential for getting targets achieved. our business action projects partner with the leading scientific, statutory, or professional bodies to help ensure that we're rooted in science. But also, when we come to delivery, that often requires working with the whole value chain or a sector working together so that there aren't any short-term financial disadvantages, or by pooling resources to achieve the kind of investments that are required. On this collective theme, it's also important, we found it very, very important that we take a supportive approach to policy engagement. So there is no doubt that all around the world, policy is crucial to enabling businesses to invest confidently in their energy transitions. And we've seen in every market great examples of that working, and areas where we're frustrated about the speed of change. Our approach is to show how businesses can, so rather than seeking to challenge policymakers wherever we're operating, we look to show how businesses can deliver on state, national, or international goals through collective action, and a collaborative, constructive approach with policymakers. So we work on business ambitions that are ambitious, that are collective, and lastly, and just as important, on business ambitions that are delivered, not just deliverable, but that they are delivered. Again, this is about credibility, and if we just take from the policy making realm, just two examples that we're all aware of. India's solar ambitions, a great example, not only of galvanizing the country behind what at the time seemed a very ambitious target, but also the power of seeing progress against that target, and the confidence that that gave to all, whether renewable energy developers, financiers, consumers of power. The confidence that progress and seeing that target be delivered gave to everyone was very powerful. And this year we've crossed the 100 gigawatt target. So that's one example. Compare that with a live ambitious target, which has not yet been delivered. In 2016, there was this commitment to deliver $100 billion of annual climate finance for the developing world by 2020. And the lack of progress on that is caused a lot of distrust and, caused blockages, and comes up in other areas where collaboration would come. So it's really important that, I'd use this as an example of ambitions that we're all aware of, that not only are they ambitious and collective, but they're delivered. And clearly, this again is about credibility. Let me give you one example of how this has been put into place. Many of the people on the call will know about the work that the World Business Council did with the Indian cement sector through the Cement Sustainability Initiative. So the Indian cement sector came together through the WBCSD in 2010 and set an ambition for the carbon emissions for the national cement sector by 2020 to be in line with a 2 degree, limiting global warming to 2 degrees, which at the time, since 2010 or 2013, the roadmap was produced. 2 degrees was the accepted target. The companies we work with then collaborated once they produced this ambitious roadmap with plans for how to get there. They worked together to test the real-world potential of technologies that were identified in the roadmap and do common, consistent engagement with the ministries and departments that they're governed by. And in 2018, we did a review with those companies based on data up to 2017. And what we found is that that the Indian cement sector as a whole achieved its 2020 emission reduction targets by 2017, 3 years early. And we also found that the 9 companies we worked with, who together represented 65% of national installed capacity, they accounted for more than 100% of the progress of the sector, i.e. the remaining 35% that weren't in our project had actually got slightly worse on their emission intensity and emission reductions. And those that had worked together more than made up for those losses and delivered on the national goals on their own. So it's just one example of how an ambitious collective goal that's then delivered on can have very powerful impacts. And the Indian cement sector is well recognized internationally for the progress it's made. We all know about that. Let me just say three more things about what's going on now in terms of business ambition. So first of all, we announced last year the most ambitious sustainability criteria of any business organization globally. So our members sign to these criteria. So to be a member of WBCSD, you need to, within 2 years of joining, make a net zero greenhouse gas emission target for 2050, supported with credible science-based roadmaps to 2030. All of our members are also making a zero land degradation commitment. They're all committed to upholding human rights and promoting diversity and inclusion. And they're all also committed to transparency in disclosure of environmental, social, and governance criteria. And this disclosure piece is very important in terms of enabling businesses to drive real change. And you know, what we're seeing, what we've learned over 25 years, and what we're seeing collectively with these criteria and also individually with our projects, is that business ambition allows, you know, when they're ambitious, when they're collective, when they're delivered, what we see is that they grow markets for products, they speed up adoption of new technologies, and they also allow businesses to make constructive asks of policymakers. So the first thing is we've set these new very ambitious criteria. The second thing is I just want to say a little bit about the kinds of ambitions that our members are taking to some of the key platforms that are coming up this year, the COP and also the G20. And then lastly, I'm going to say about an ambition statement that we are working on with the Indian electric vehicle value chain. So I'll just take a few more minutes. So we know this is a big year, and the UK is hosting this COP. And you know, India was really at the center of the COP in Paris in 2015. It's a different world. You know, COVID has made us look more internally, you know, than we did before. But nevertheless, it's a huge opportunity. With or without the $100 billion in finance, the shift to clean technologies is going to unlock trillions of dollars new investment. India is capitalizing on some of that, but you know, in this world, companies from every other territory are really working hard to seize all the opportunities that are there. And you know, it's a really big opportunity for India. So you know, we're working to support Indian companies to be at COP, and I just encourage all of you to be there and you know, be at the center of this. We have a business sign-on letter that is going to go to the G20, and there's about a week left if your business would like to sign it. And it's calling for harmonized policy approaches across territories, which makes climate action a lot easier, especially with distributed value chains. It calls for phasing out coal by 2030 for developed countries, by 2040 for emerging markets. It calls for delivering on the climate finance and for bringing transparency into financial disclosures, which can drive capital to more sustainable activities. We're also developing a WBCSD member manifesto, which we'll take to COP. We're still, you know, getting final sign-off from our members, but it will include this powering past coal piece. It will include low hydrogen and supportive policies for that. And it's going to include some specific asks for the financial markets. So our members, you know, recognize that investors are quite right to ask for better information on sustainability, performance and risks from business. But as business, also we have the right to ask how it's going to be used and to, you know, ensure that it is used to direct finance and also to explain and make consistent the rules so that, you know, no business is disadvantaged. So we're asking for disclosure of ESG risks and impacts, you know, mandatory and consistent, because there are, you know, they need to be standardized. We are asking for corporate governance to be revised so that the fiduciary duties of company directors and investors will include ESG risks and impacts, because as company directors, you know, Mark Carney's talked about there's the tragedy of the commons, there's this tragedy of the horizon, whereas company directors, we're always required to look in the short term, even if in the long term it's going to be bad for our business and bad for investors. And lastly, we're calling for changes in incentives, so shifting the burden of taxation from goods, employing people, to bads, damaging nature, putting greenhouse gas emissions into the environment, and to ensure a level playing field for that globally. Lastly, I just want to let you all know that we are working with India's electric vehicle value chain. We've been working with them for more than 3 years, including fleet managers and commercial and industrial customers. And really this platform is, the platform for the sector in India. Already they've electrified 100 million kilometers of mobility demand in a year. We're working together to produce an ambition statement for India for 2030 that goes beyond the stated non-binding goal of 30% to achieve 65% of new vehicle sales by 2030 and supporting that with regulations and finance. And it's ambitious. It's well beyond the existing non-binding goal of 30%, and it's actually pretty much aligned with the target that Rocky Mountain Institute suggested in 2018. It's collective. It's the result of 3 years of engagement and trust building and action, and we're still working on the final alignment. And we think it can be delivered. So we've got detailed pathways, factoring in adoption rates for all vehicle types, financing options. And this should be one piece of India delivering and achieving on its transport NDCs to scaling up massively the access to affordable, clean mobility for India's people. 3, helping to build on and accelerate India's transition so they can be a leader in the global electric vehicle market, both in terms of manufacture and job creation, and also in terms of adoption here in the country. We're still refining on it. If you would like to be involved in that, please get in touch. So I'm going to finish there and just say that Business Ambition has achieved much, and it's critical that as companies we work together and that we're always ambitious, operate with a collective approach, and that we then deliver on the ambitions that we make. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe, for your this strategic discussion on the collective business interest and the ambitious plan. We are running little short of time, so I am going straight to the next speaker, Mrs. Swati Madan, Project Officer, Energy Transition India, the Climate Group. She will speak on Race to Zero, Route Zero, EV100 campaign.
Thank you, Gautam. Is my screen visible and am I audible?
Yeah.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. It's a pleasure to be participating in this session. So I'm Swati Madan and I am with Climate Group. I drive corporate climate action campaigns at the organization. And this is nice segue from Joe's remarks. Since he talked about how ambition is an important lever, and ambition is what is at the heart of what Climate Group does. So I'll begin by introducing the organization, and then I'll talk about what we do, how we do the campaigns we run, and how these campaigns foster collaborative climate action through bold, ambitious public commitment. So we are an international non-profit, and we've got offices in Europe, North America, India, and China. And our mission is to drive climate action and drive it fast. And we work with 2 key stakeholders, businesses and governments, because these have the tools and influence to shape markets. And how we work is we bring together these stakeholders. We form networks of these stakeholders around bold climate commitments. We make sure that these networks deliver on their commitments and by holding them accountable. And then we also showcase what these networks are doing. And in doing so, we inspire more organizations to join the networks and undertake similarly ambitious climate action. With businesses, we actually run multiple campaigns, and these are 3 of our flagship campaigns, RE100, EP100, and EV100, and these bring together leading businesses that take bold 100% commitment around renewable energy, energy productivity, and electric vehicles, respectively. And for this presentation, I'll focus on EV100. EV100 is our global initiative which brings together companies that are committed to making electric transport the new normal by 2030. And companies do this by making a commitment to either electrify their fleets and or install charging infrastructure. And the scope of the commitment is 100% and across all geographies that companies have presences. And by doing this, by bringing together companies with that make these bold electric mobility commitments, we're actually increasing demand for electric vehicles. We are influencing policy, and we are driving mass rollout so that electric vehicles they become rapidly more affordable for everyone, and electric mobility becomes the new normal sooner than later. And globally, we've got more than 110 companies that have joined EV100, and cumulatively these companies they have committed to electric vehicles, more than 5 million electric vehicles by 2030 at the latest, and setting up some 6,700 plus charging stations. These are the logos of all the companies that have globally committed to the EV100 campaign. And this is the geographical spread of our members, the countries and regions where our members have presence in. And interestingly, India is one of the top markets for locations with charging commitments by companies, and also for locations with charging added during the last year. And this is from our latest EV100 annual report. These are the companies that have headquarters in India. So we've got 11 EV100 companies that are headquartered in India, and cumulatively these companies have committed to more than 200,000 electric vehicles by 2030. And we've got the likes of Zomato and Flipkart that have joined more recently than others. And apart from just bringing together companies that make these bold commitments, we also support companies with following through on their commitments and implementing roadmaps. So, and we do this by coming up with knowledge products. We do this, we're producing knowledge products which on sectors, we're producing knowledge products that are very company specific, and we're also coming up with demand aggregation frameworks, and we're also endeavoring to bust some very prevalent myths around electric mobility. So in addition to getting companies to commit and showcasing their bold leadership on electric mobility, we're also supporting companies with delivering on their commitments. Recently, the government of Maharashtra has partnered with EV100 to build a robust demand for EVs that can enable key linkages for the vibrant business community in Maharashtra and support the faster uptake of revised EV policy of Maharashtra. So the Maharashtra government is calling on businesses to align their sustainability endeavors with EV100, and in doing that, they'll be fast tracking the rollout of EV policy of Maharashtra. And the early mover companies will also get opportunities to shape the state policy on an ongoing basis. And taking a cue from this slide, I'd encourage the government of West Bengal to consider partnering with EV100 as well. So EV100, it focuses on ambition and commitment and action on the part of private companies, the private sector. And now we are also coming up with another platform, another commitment platform for public fleets. And this is the ZEV pledge for public fleets, which drives the shift to zero emission public fleets. And this is part of the Route Zero campaign, the Route Zero platform, which is to showcase bold action on zero emission vehicles ahead of COP26. And this is in support of UK COP26 presidency and in line with UN Race to Zero breakthroughs. And so Why take this pledge now? Because it's an opportunity to encourage, support, and profile public sector organizations that are also taking action to send a strong demand signal to investors, automakers, as well as inspiring others to do more. And this pledge is in the lead up to COP26. This platform has been launched in the lead up to COP26, which would be a brilliant opportunity to demonstrate public sector commitment to transport decarbonization. So what exactly is ZEV Pledge? The ZEV Pledge for public fleets asks the signatories to pledge to convert their entire owned or leased fleets where feasible to zero emission vehicles. This could be achieved as soon as possible, but we've got some target dates for some vehicle segments. For buses, the date is 2030, the year is 2030, for two and three wheelers by 2030, for light duty vehicles by 2035, and for medium and heavy duty vehicles by 2040. And additionally, signatories may also pledge to use public procurement to support conversion of fleets where they have some degree of control, even if they don't own or lease, for example, through requirements in service contracts. And what is this ZEV? What are the stakeholders who can join the ZEV or commit to the ZEV pledge? So these could be cities, states, regions, nations, government agencies, departments, and other public sector bodies. So by committing to ZEV pledge, or by taking the ZEV pledge, you would be leading by example, raising awareness of the benefits of zero emission vehicles for a set of stakeholders. And there'll be a variety of profiling opportunities through media engagements, events and social media to showcase participation. So, and also you'd be contributing to global momentum on climate action, especially in the lead up to COP26. So these are the pledge requirements. We ask signatories to commit to converting at least one of the vehicle categories, owned, leased, or vehicles you acquire through service contracts, or you have in your operations through service contracts. The signatories just need to fill out an online form, and then they're required to provide a indicative number of vehicles owned and leased that they're pledging to transition to zero emission vehicles. And signatories are requested to also provide information on current policies or any additional action that they are taking or intending to take to support accelerated ZEV adoption. And this is something that would be worth profiling as well. So what we're doing is, having just launched this platform, we're collecting pledges in the lead up to COP26, where we'll showcase most impactful pledges. And we're also planning a public media announcement around the 15th of September, which would be a preview to some of these pledges. That's it from me. I'll be happy to take questions if time permits later on.
Thank you. Thank you, Shati. You have not only mentioned about the program of EV100, I found it's a movement, it's a pledge, it's a sort of a campaign type of thing. And so these are also very much required simultaneously to all our endeavor what is taking place. Our today's session's last speaker, Mr. Hemang Shah, is the India lead of EO Charging UK, and he will speak on business model for charging infrastructure creation. So I would request Hemang to speak.
Yes, thank you. Gautam sir, it's a pleasure to be here, and all the speakers were so nice, so I got more enriched today. Thank you for having me here. First, we'll share the screen for a small video. Is it visible?
Yeah, yeah, it is visible.
So it's one of our important part that we are always connected. UK team has always helped us to grow, and UK connections have always helped India team in a great way. Charging infrastructure as a business model in India, what's coming and what's going to come is really going to be very big, and the infrastructure that is going to be set up needs lots and lots of research and development, which is already ready with our UK team. So we are just, trying to implement from UK in India. We're just copying it, and we're trying to have little bit changes. The changes that major rise in this business understanding, which I would like to share, is India is a very densely populated country. The cities are very densely populated, other than the rural parts. Yes, there is. So if you see the general communication happening or the transit happening in the mobility happening is only around on an average is 10 kilometers. Everything is nearby. So if you travel in a day around 50 kilometers, you will have an average stop of 4 to 5 stops or 6 stops, because everything is nearby and you want to stop there, you want to have time over there, get your work done, move ahead. So our requirements are different than other countries. Like if China is half populated than our country. So we need more of infrastructure which is variable, place to place. There's a different requirement. On our highways, we have a requirement for fast chargers. But now when we talk about fast chargers, our vehicles are not yet ready to take very fast charging. They are capable of medium charging, like 30 kilowatt or maybe 50 kilowatt. A few cars cannot do 30 kilowatt also. So we need to plan accordingly and what the future is coming. And that's what the business model talks about. So generally in our business model, we promote in a very simple form. We first promote them to have a charging station in place to start something. Once they start something, we also give them a software which is operating on the cloud form. So a lot of data comes in from the charging where we can analyze how the charging station is operated. So initial investment goes down because he starts from a slow and a small model. One AC fast charger, 22 kilowatt, 3-phase, which runs on 1-phase to 3-phase. So he can do from 1.5 kilowatt to 22 kilowatt, how the car is capable, and a DC model of 30 or maybe a 60 kilowatt model with a dual gun. That's the max that we advise them to start. If the location is good, which is reliable up to 50 to 70%, we do a survey for that. In this survey, we try to find out the location, the probabilities, how good the location is, what is nearby, is this a destination charging or it's just only highway charging, any other supportive area that can promote more better response for this business. So we dig into that. We try to find out the education level, the population, and the income source or the type of income that they have or the income value they have. If loans are there, if the loans are getting paid, the loans are getting paid, then probably there is a quite a possibility that they'll be free of money, they'll be having surplus income, so they can spend on electric vehicle buying. So there'll be a growth in 18 months or 3 years. So we have divided ourselves into 3 phases when we give a project to someone. That is 18 months, 36 months, that's 1.5 year, 3 years, and 5 years. So in last 2 years, we know it's going to be big growth. But the crucial part is the first 1.5 year and the second 1.5 year. So here everything depends, it's so interlinked. So we try to analyze that and we try to help them that you should do a charging station here or not and how you should do. So once we give them the software and they start their charging station, we have around 50 charging stations pan-India now. We have installed 50 stations at present and we are in process of other 25 in next 1.5 month. So the point is that software takes in data that how the cars are charging and what kind of cars are charging and how much time they are taking, how much they are ready to wait. So that helps us to understand that what would be a revenue generation if we increase it, or is it required to increase, then what kind of charges would be needed, AC or DC, what capacity, how many numbers. So this we predict and we give it to the charge point operator. He has a better idea and is ready with the investment to move ahead. So, it's so interlinked. People generally come in this business thinking that it's a new opportunity and this is the future market. But there are pros and cons where charging stations won't work. They will not move. They'll be closed down. They'll be shut down. These locations won't be operational. So we make sure that our customers, they don't fall into this parameter. And that's how our business model works initial level. So we have a survey. This is the first thing. We have analysis. We have a communication with the customer that what kind of it is going to be having and what kind of scope it can have in future. And once he's ready, we start with the work. We install the charging station. Once the installation of charging station is approximately 9.5 lakh rupees to start with an AC, DC and a computerized small hub built with that, with all the T3 chargers, with all the safety devices required and the best of installation that can happen according to the European standards. So once we move ahead with this, we make sure that we guide him that how to publicize his charges. So this is a very important factor. How to make it visible in front of public. So that is one we do. Second, what we do is we help him understand that what facilities he should have in his charging station, which will not only facilitate the customer, but also generate some revenue. So this is what we are working on. We have a separate team member just working on this one project. And this is what he develops, he guides, and that's what our team takes up in marketing and constantly helps our customer. So once he moves ahead, we do not buys a charger, we do not leave his hand. We are in hand with him. We have promised to be in hand at least with 3 years. Once 3 years are done, we'll make sure that we help him with the future plan. That is for solar. So if it's feasible, we'll go for solar. Many customers, they come and they want to do solar initially. We do not recommend that because a 30 kilowatt charger, which is 6.5 lakh rupee, would need a solar value of around 11 to 12 lakh rupee to operate it, and that too at a partial time. So and he needs a double quantity if he wants to run for full time. So this is not advisable. And so we advise our customers and we make sure that their investment are safe, business model is strong enough, and they make good money. On an average investment of 9 lakh rupees, he can earn around daily, initially in first phase, around 2,000 to 3,000 rupees per day. And in phase 2, around 4,500 rupees. In phase 3, around 6,000 to 7,000 rupees per day. So this is what our model is. I will not spend much time because we are already 18 minutes ahead. If any questions are there, please let me know. We'll answer them directly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Hemant.
Thank you,
You have brought really the practical aspect of what we have discussed so far.
Thank you, sir.
What exactly in the grassroots level, what granularity we should think of. And definitely I also appreciate because we found that some of the times it is a chicken and the egg issue.
True,
so
sir.
So we have to be compatible with the demand and on the supply. I would now request
So one second. The more customers, sorry, one point that I would reply you. The more customers that we have which are unsuccessful, that is detrimental for our sustainability of e-mobility. So we make sure this doesn't happen.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Now I request Mrs. Hoymonti Poddar, Senior Energy and Climate Change Advisor, COP26, Zero Emission Vehicles India Lead, UKFCFDO, British Deputy High Commission, Kolkata, and more importantly, Hoymonti, since long has been associated with the chamber, and is definitely a prime mover for us to be in the field of sustainability movement. So, Hoymonti, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roy. But before I conclude the session, may I request all the speakers to kindly switch on their cameras for a photo opportunity, please. Thank you, Joe. Thanks, Mr. Roy. Hemang, please. Swati, thanks. Okay, I can't see everybody on the screen, but hopefully you'll be able to be, there. Okay, fine, thanks. I would like to end by saying that, all transitions take time, and it's essential that the preparation and the journey starts right now. Be it on policy advancement, be it on technology partnerships, we are all in it together. We are confident that by working together, the UK and India can ensure that people reap the economic benefits and the health benefits of clean transition and inspire the world to enhance greater ambition on climate in the run-up to COP26. We have had a galaxy of speakers today, and many, many thanks to each one of you for taking time out of your busy schedule and joining us today to share your insights. Let me express our gratitude to the Bengal Chamber team to help set up this extremely useful dialogue. Our heartfelt thanks particularly to Mr. Dev Mukherjee, President of Bengal Chamber, Mr. Gautam Ray, Shubhadeep and Angona for the splendid event, which is the 14th edition of Bengal Chamber Energy Conclave, and for working with us on this, sharing these best practices and having this knowledge exchange with everyone. So our gratefulness to all the participants who have patiently been hearing us and have been, able to contribute to the discussions as well. If you have further questions or queries, please take, our contact details and the contact details of the speakers from the Bengal Chamber team or directly from me. So thank you very much for joining us today, and hope you have a wonderful evening. Thanks.
Thank you, Hoymonti. Thank you. And we are now closing this session. And I hope all of you have enjoyed. It's a short time. If we just, do not keep, the eyes on the time, it could have been 3 to 4 hours discussion. I appreciate this is, of course, a needed also. And we are committed to bring the recommendations to the correct forum. And with this, I would like to conclude today's session. Angona, you have anything to say?
No, thank you. Thank you, everyone. So we are concluding this session. The next session is very interesting, which will start at 5 p.m. IST, Building Climate Resilience for Vulnerable Landscapes. Do join us at 5 p.m. for this session. Thank you.
You are from our state, West Bengal only. You are based in Mohanpur, I believe. Huh? And I passed out from Vidhan Chandra Krishi Vishwavidyalaya, my bachelor course also.
Oh wow! Yeah, next door neighbors too.
Yeah.
So are we taking questions after 15 minutes presentation, right, Mr. Chakravarti?
Yeah, I think I will just take couple of minutes only to.
No. This is after each speaker.
I don't think there's time.
I think after 15 minutes we can have a one or two questions after the session, and then we can go for the next one. Dr. Shilanjan has joined. I have to say.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, Dr.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, hi, Shilanjan.
Hi, Raman.
Good evening, Dr. Shilanjan. How are you?
I'm fine now. Yeah, my laptop has crashed just a few minutes ago, so I am depending on this Android.
No problem. Your images are in my slides, so as soon as you say.
Yeah, if I need, I will ask you, please. Thank you, Sinu.
Yeah, fine. Yeah. Mr. Chakravarti, all the three speakers, one way or other, is related to IISc. So Veni is still in IISc and Robert was a graduate student.
Hello everybody, so welcome you to this session on building climate resilience for vulnerable landscapes. This is the day 2 of the 14th edition of the Bengal Chamber's annual Environment and Energy Conclave. We are very happy to have Mr. Jayanta Chakraborty, Chairperson of our Agriculture and Rural Development Committee of the Bengal Chamber and Senior General Manager of Indophil Industries Limited. I would request Mr. Chakraborty to please commence the session with his opening remarks and then take forward the proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you, Angana, for giving me the chance. Welcome all. I think the theme of this year's 14th edition of Annual Environment and Energy Conclave is Journey Towards Net Zero at the Threshold of COP26. The Annual Environment and Energy Conclave, an international forum for climate change mitigation and business response, is held every August and is the preferred forum for discussing environmental and climate challenges and mitigation actions. With the 14th edition, the Chamber endeavors to curate a movement for sustainability and journey towards net zero at the levels of policy, business, society, and individual. UK, USA, and Australia are the partners this year. The focus of the conclave this year is to create an international policy advocacy forum towards net zero by bringing in policymakers, thought leaders, captains of the industry, entrepreneurs and innovators, academicians, and torchbearers of civil society. The conclave would create a forum to brainstorm, showcase, engage in dialogues, and initiate collaborations. This session is on building climate resilience for vulnerable landscapes. I think we have selected 3 important vulnerable landscapes of India. One is Himalaya, second is Sundarban, and Western Ghats also. And we have eminent 3 speakers with us, along with the moderator, Mr. Dr. Palati Alesh Sinu. Just giving a small profile about Dr. Sinu. Dr. Sinu, an inspired faculty of Central Universities by the Rashtrapati Bhavan, New Delhi, is currently Assistant Professor of Geology at the Central University of Kerala in India. His research interests are broadly in plant-animal interaction, conservation biology, insect science, and environmental policy studies. He obtained his PhD from the University of Calicut, Kerala for his work on the effect of land use change on insect pests and insect natural enemies of rice paddy agro-ecosystem in the Western Ghats. Thereafter, he moved to, in between, he has worked in Tea Research Association, Jorhat also. He is also a postdoctoral fellow of the University of Arizona, USA. His lab involved in the research on plant-animal interactions, studies, insect biodiversity, and land use policy analysis in the Western Ghats and the Eastern Himalayas. He is an author of over 80 research papers of international repute and 3 books and chapters. Dr. Senu will be the moderator for today's session, which is the Building Climate Resilience for Vulnerable Landscapes. We are having wonderful 3 eminent personalities in this session, which I think Dr. Senu will introduce in due course of time. So I request Dr. Senu to take over from me for this program. Dr. Senu, please unmute yourself kindly.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Chakrabarti, for giving me a chance to organize this very important topic along with you for the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industries. I consider it as a privilege to organize this symposium for the Chamber associates as well as for the public. So as we all know, this is the year, again, the IPCC came up with a projection that no land is spared from the climate change. So I just want to share a few of my 3 of my slides actually, just to introduce this theme. Is it viewable?
Yes, it is. It is.
Yeah. So we, with this thought, we come up with a session on this climate resilience for vulnerable landscapes. But what is vulnerable landscape? We are covering in this symposium the 3 important landscapes, so that is Himalayas, Western Ghats, and the Sundarbans. But let me tell you, the climate change is spared and no lands are unvulnerable. That means all the landscapes around India is vulnerable. Even IPCC projects are so. I just want to tell me my personal experience with the state of Kerala, where I live in very much close to the city of Ernakulam, and you can see the aerial view of this city in 2018 flood. So it says that no land is spared from this climate wrath. We have all stakeholders participating into it, and also the reasons for it, and also have the are given or bestowed with the duty of managing our landscapes. So as Mr. Chakrabarti told, I was working in the tea industry. I find one of the impactful research, I'm so happy to tell that the Northeastern tea, unlike the South Indian tea, conserves a lot of biodiversity, including the vegetation cover, as you see in this picture. A hectare land of tea has more than 500 plants or trees, which is giving the good shade. But it also has a very much role in the conservation of the biodiversity, sequestration of carbon dioxide, etc. So this is again another important area, the urban landscapes, where you see the urban landscapes are flooded again by this ongoing climate change and incessant rainfall across. So with this introduction, I have 3 eminent speakers here. As we move on from the, it says that one of the impact of climate change, the species are migrating towards the north. But today we are migrating from the north to south, and we'll begin with the Himalayas. And Robert Chandran will be speaking about the how the Himalayan stretch, the tracts, are vulnerable from this climate change and related issues. So I just introduced Robert Chandran. He is a PhD holder and from Indian Institute of Science. and worked on the plant systems and prolifically. And later he had a couple of postdoctoral fellowships abroad in the United States and returned to Italy, where I met him and where we had collaborative works. And now he is an associate professor in the Indian Institute of Science, Education, Research in Kolkata. And he is actively involved in research and outreach and the capacity building of the people living in the Himalayan stretches. One of the grantees of National Mission Himalayan Studies and also the DBT's program. I guess he is the apt person to talk about how vulnerable the Himalayas is from the ongoing climate issues. With this brief introduction, I invite Robert to share his PPT and to talk more about. Later, I will introduce Dr. Silanjan and Dr. Reni as we move on further. Thank you. Over to you, Robert.
Okay. All right. So, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Sinu, for that kind introduction and for inviting me to speak here. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, Robert. Yeah.
Okay, great. So, yeah. So, as Sinu said, no land is spared, and certainly not the Himalayas. So, we have seen a lot, I think.
Robert, make it full screen, please.
Yeah,
make
yeah.
it full screen.
So as Sinu was saying, no land is spared by climate change, and he also mentioned the 6th assessment report that has just come out, which sort of reaffirms what we've been saying in the last couple of decades or so, that the human contribution to observed climatic changes is the predominant one. If the human contribution were not there, we would be somewhere there, but clearly we are quite away from it. And so we can keep arguing about exactly what is going to happen in the future. There are some good projections, and none of them are really good. So we have a lot to work in terms of trying to, stop this or mitigate the worst effects of climate change. And certainly, what we are seeing now has never been seen in the last 2,000 years or so. So there's a clear climatic signal that is caused by human activities. Now, just to summarize, that this climatic changes that we are talking about is not something that we have to fear in the future. It's already happening. And it's happened long enough for us to figure out and quantify some of the changes that have already been seen and attribute those changes to the different causes. And as far as human contribution is concerned, that's the primary concern here. And if you look at the global land surface, and lay these hexagons out to define different regions, and our region is South Asian region over here. And you see, if you look at extreme weather events, obviously mean values of temperature and rainfall and all that have been changing for sure. But what is also equally or more damaging is these extremes of heat and precipitation. And here are regions that have shown increases in observed hot extremes. These are observed data. These are not projections of what is going to happen. These are actually observed things. And these dots here indicate the level of confidence we have in attributing this to human contributions. And 3 is very high. So we are pretty certain that these extremes are caused by human activities. And so across the globe, all land surfaces pretty much have seen these hot extremes. Now looking at precipitation, again, we have a similar story, not so extreme like temperature, but yet we see increases in precipitation largely, but also decreases, probably no decreases anywhere, but there's also a lot of regions where we can't really attribute the change because of low confidence with the data, and as the data come in the future, we can say with more certainty about what's happening. And so again, you see here that the South Asian region is a region which is affected already by heavy precipitation events that we have in fact noticed in our own, as Sinu showed some slides about flooding and so on, which are a direct contribution of these heavy precipitation events. Now, the thing that concerns us is agricultural and ecological drought, extreme dry periods. And again, there are regions where there's a certain increase in agricultural and ecological drought attributable to human causes. In the South Asian region, we don't have enough data to suggest one way or the other and to say with confidence if it's human contribution. But again, I view these as knowledge gaps really, and not something that we should be complacent about. That things could be happening that we haven't seen yet, and it could come up in a strong way in the future. So these are observed changes, and it's happening all across the world. Now, of course, our concern here and my focus here is on the Himalayan region in India, and perhaps actually Himalayan region across the entire globe. So the focus on India being that the MOES came out with a report in 2021, a recent report, which basically says that average temperature over the entire Indian region has increased by about 0.7 degrees during this period. That may not seem a lot, but it's average temperature. So we'll have to, that's quite a lot when you consider average temperature. So there are other numbers here which I don't want to spell out because for lack of time, but it's not so good news because things have been changing and change is sometimes not always good. So particularly with respect to extreme events and the frequency of droughts, for example, all of these are changing in the wrong direction, which can cause problems for people and for ecosystems. Focusing on the Himalayas, and typically climate scientists define something called as the Hindu Kush Himalayan region, which is a very large region extending about 3,500 kilometers or so east-west, and then includes a lot of area in the Himalayas and the Tibetan Plateau. And so obviously this is an extremely diverse region, and it's hard to make generalizations that may hold across the entire region. But it is done because it's difficult to make very fine-scale predictions or fine-scale analysis either. Now, overall, there has been an increase in temperature, which is more than what has happened in the rest of the Indian subcontinent. Here, the average temperature change is about 1.3 degrees Celsius over the entire region. And of course, some regions experience more than others. There's also decline in snowfall, particularly in the winter months. And the warming has led to the retreat of glaciers for sure. Now, the western region and the eastern region are somewhat different because of the differences in latitude and all that. This is more tropical than this. And the western region receives more winter rainfall in the form of snow than the eastern regions, where the eastern regions receive mostly the summer monsoon rain. Over 80% of it is like that. So it's important. The distribution of rainfall is important because of the snow that falls in the winter over here is the snow that contributes to melt and discharge of rivers later on in the summer. So these patterns have also been changing. Now, a quick summary of the temperature anomalies over the Hindu Kush Himalayan region, or 5-year running averages. So you see that things start to change really in the mid-80s, right? So before that, there's been ups and downs, but in the mid-80s, there's a clear departure from the longer terms, variation that we see. So this is for the Himalayan region, the light colors and the brighter ones for the entire India. So you see the Himalayas are getting hit more than the rest of the subcontinent. And then as far as elevation is concerned too, the higher elevations are experiencing more warming compared to the lower elevations. So that's another factor that we need to sort of consider. So these are observed changes, patterns that we have seen up to say 2016, 2020. Now, what about projected changes? Now, this is complicated because it depends on the emission scenarios into the future. So it depends on the decisions that governments make now, which will determine, or people make now, which will determine the extent of emissions into the future. And so there are two particular scenarios which are plausible scenarios, representative concentration pathways, which are essentially the two pathways that are often analyzed is 4.5 and 8.5, which corresponds to 4.5 or 8.5 watts per meter square radiative forcing, the extent of radiative forcing for the atmosphere. Now, the news is that for the Hindu Kush Himalayan region, if you look at temperature within the 2040 to 2069, you're likely to see that the average temperatures breach the 2 degrees Celsius mark, and perhaps more into the future. But if you look at a more greater warming scenario of 8.5, you're going to see much more. Now, this is quite alarming if this truly happens, really. And with rainfall too, you're going to see 6 to 10% differences in increase in annual precipitation, or in the lower warming scenario, you would see about 3 to 7%. Now, I don't want to go on talk about the rest of India, but these are actually fairly robust numbers because the models that are used to predict now have gone through various stages of development. This is the 5th phase called CMIP5, and this can actually do very long-term simulations of the 20th century changes, and then also do projections into the 21st century and way beyond. So we have very good level of confidence in predicting these changes over regional areas of the globe. Now, why is the Hindu Kush Himalayan region really important, right? It's important for various reasons. One is, of course, there's a huge number of people live in the region, more than 1.3 billion or 4 billion people. But this is the driver of the strongest monsoon system in the world. Really, the Tibetan Plateau, along with this, the changes in this region have a very strong influence on the strength of the Asian monsoon. Now, it's also a source for 10 major river systems. I'll show you a map of these river systems. It's also the largest reservoir of ice outside the polar regions, and is often called as the third pole. It's part of biodiversity hotspots, and then there's also a lot of cultural and diversity in this region. Now, so this makes it really important because of the major river systems and all the influence it has on global scale phenomena. So, that's really an important thing. Now, as far as projected changes for this region are concerned, again, there's a quick summary that I wanted to give you before I move on to resilience issues. So, surface temperature across the Himalayan region will likely increase, as we see here, going from 1950 to 2100. Precipitation and snow cover, snowfall will also change, and snowfall largely due to winter snow might decrease. So these are changes that we have some fairly high degree of confidence in working with in the future, for the future. So as I said, in building climate resilience, the first step is to understand the threats that it poses to life and the economy. And climatic changes are already affecting multiple dimensions of life across the Himalayan environment. Human health and well-being are primary, of course, and that there are direct and indirect impacts on human health and well-being. There's also another important aspect is agricultural productivity and agricultural incomes and livelihoods. Then there's also forest-based livelihoods that people depend on in this region. Then water resources and water security. Then the problem of extreme catastrophic events, and we have seen that in the recent past, landslides and flash floods and so on. The outbreak of pests and diseases in agriculture and animal husbandry, which doesn't make huge news, but if you go work in the region, you'll see that this is a serious problem. And then, of course, agroforestry and horticulture and other systems that have been traditionally the mainstay for people before intensification of agriculture. And then there are, of course, energy-related matters. So you need to supply energy to people who live there. Now, all of these things will be affected by climatic changes, have already been affected. Now, if you want to build resilience across all of these, then you need to build resilience across all of these dimensions, right? And so what exactly do I mean by resilience, and how are we going to achieve that? So that's the key today. So we know that climate has been changing. We know that it's having impacts, and I've tried to quickly summarize that. Now, what can we do about it? How can we deal with it? How can we adapt to that? Now, Now, when people say climate resilience, they usually mean that it's the ability to anticipate changes. And that's what we do by all this analysis of data and global scale models, is to be able to anticipate changes at global scales as well as local scales. And of course, to prepare for those changes and to be able to respond to those changes as well, right? And then to pick up trends, that may be present in the long run, and disturbances that might arise due to changes in climate, right? So this is a basic thing that we need to do to build, climate resilience in societies. Now, improving climate resilience therefore involves assessing how all these changes will create new or alter current climatic risks, right? So things keep changing. It's a very dynamic thing. And so we need to keep reassessing the risks and the impacts that these changes will have. Now, anticipating changes, the first step, we have done reasonably well. At the global scale, we have analysis and predictions that I just showed a few of them. But we need to do better. We need to do better in order to be able to plan for changes or interventions at local scales or regional scales. And so the gaps in understanding, for example, for the Himalayan region would be that downscaling methodologies, when you downscale to individual river basins, to work on individual river basins, then there are limitations, right? You can say something about the entire region, but when you want to speak about specific regions, there are problems. Then the big issue of aerosols, black carbon, there's not enough data to be able to assess its impact on the Himalayan region. So these are some gaps that we need to fill in the future. But we have a reasonably well understanding of what to anticipate in the near and distant future, really. So what can we do? And coming from a background in plant and forest ecology, I have a bias towards the primary problem in the Himalayan region, and that is deforestation and degradation. Now, the Himalayan region, as this image might sort of tell you, I don't want to draw your attention to these points over here, but just the green background, which tells you the extent of forest cover. Now, overall, the forest cover, if you ignore all the cold desert areas where trees anyway cannot grow, the forest cover is quite extensive, more than 50%, sometimes 75%, and so on. Now, so that forest cover is really important because that constitutes the matrix in which all the other human activities are embedded, whether it's agriculture, agroforestry, or urban settlements and all of that. And then more than in rest of the subcontinent, this matrix is important for maintaining the integrity of these systems. So if you destroy that matrix through deforestation or degradation, we're going to seriously compromise the ability to carry out any other activities, whether it's agriculture or other forms of development. Now, the projections are that if trends continue, the Indian Himalaya could lose over half its forest cover within the next century. Right? That's a long time, but the trends are pretty clear that this cannot continue. This has to be addressed and taken care of. Now things get a little complicated. Now, here is a recent paper just published this year, which summarizes some of the changes in the Himalayas across many countries, of course. It's a meta-analysis which basically summarizes the transformations that have taken place from 1992 to about the current 2018 or so. And I draw your attention only to the Indian region. So we're looking at 218,000 square kilometers of land area with about 132,000 square kilometers or so of forest cover. The forest cover is pretty high, really, and it has not changed apparently much in terms of net change from 1992 to 2018. In fact, the net change of forest cover is positive, as we appear to have gained about 900 square kilometers or so of forest. So that's sounds like positive thing. Why are we so alarmed about deforestation? But the devil is really in the details, in the spatial variation. So this net change is actually a result of a fairly high dynamism in terms of forest loss and gain. So we have lost over the same period close to 4,600 square kilometers of forest, and we have gained a somewhat larger amount, 5,400 or so. Now, anybody who knows ecology would just get alarmed about these things. So we lose forest, we know what happens. But gains are not necessarily equivalent to the losses that adds up these numbers. And it's hard to recover the diversity and function of primary old growth forests that are lost. Usually have secondary formations with a few tree species that appear to be counted as forests, but they're not some equivalent to forests in terms of their diversity and ecological function. And that's rarely ever measured or tested. So this is not so good news, not so very bad either, but there is an opportunity here to do things differently. Now, what these numbers sort of hide is also some changes that keep happening really in terms of disturbance, in terms of transitions. So this is one of my own studies which have shown the increase in agriculture has been at the expense of primary forest. So these changes are happening, and one of the biggest threats quickly is large-scale development that is happening in the Himalayas. Like the Himalayas can take smaller scale changes, but large-scale interventions such as these is a big threat, I think. And what we have are like quite a lot of dams that are being planned in the Himalayas, close to 400 dams in the entire region. And so this could have a huge impact on all these river systems. So these major river systems, about 10 river systems in this region, which are all being subject to huge modifications of their hydrological regimes. So here's the numbers of dams, 292 for India as it stands, 100 or so in the Chinese region. And when you look at these numbers, you know that it's one-upmanship and not transboundary cooperation. This cannot be in the best interest of the region, because in fact, anybody and everybody who has written about it will say that no one can claim that we understand the impact of these dams on the Himalayan ecosystem. But it's happening because there's no transboundary cooperation in this particular regard. Now, looking at the Indian region itself, you see the number of dams that are being proposed all across this, and the red dots indicate sites where dams are being proposed in high biodiversity regions. Now, nobody knows, and no environmental impact assessment has been done to investigate exactly what the impacts of these dams would be. But there is a push towards projecting hydroelectric power, hydropower as a clean energy platform, which again is a questionable thing. I don't have time to cover that, but this is an important consideration. Now, just to summarize quickly, the changes that we've been seeing in the Himalayan region, in the forest matrix, which will have consequences for every other thing we do, is largely determined by the dynamics is dominated by the smallholder agriculture, which is widespread, small holdings of agriculture, extensive non-timber forest product extraction, widespread commercial and non-commercial timber extraction as well, and high rates of agricultural abandonment. Now, all of these problems, have implications for resilience, right? In terms of all of these will be affected by climate change too. So what is driving these dynamics? Of course, there's been population growth, but poor agricultural productivity, which I want to flag in particular, is extremely important as a driver. Then there's, of course, international support for developmental projects and so on. So the drivers, cut both ways. Some are positive and some are negative. Like there has been fairly successful community forest management programs that has probably led to the recovery of many areas that we see as regrowth of forest. But there's also other problems that we have sort of highlighted here. And of course, climate change is a looming large problem that's going to change forest dynamics as well. So it has a reciprocal impact. Now, what does deforestation and degradation do that affects resilience? One is it contributes further to climatic changes, right? So there's a feedback effect of that. It alters the hydrological cycle, water balance, and affects soils, which affect agriculture, which affect every other livelihood option that people have in the Himalayas. And then, of course, extreme events, and then ecological services that people depend on a lot over there, from provisioning services to pollination, pest control. Then, of course, loss of biodiversity and loss of the gene pool, which is hard to really quantify in monetary terms, but it links up nicely with ecological services as well. And then pests and invasions that alter the ecosystem. Now, all of these are exacerbated by climatic change, which itself drives disturbance, and it simplifies communities when communities get disaggregated, when species move, and then actually causing the extinction of local extinction of species. All of these will contribute these problems. Now, I stick to the forest component a little bit and say, what can we do to promote the resilience of the natural ecosystems of the region? Because if once those are resilient, it really helps with other ecosystems. One is to reduce the threats, of course, then avoid fragmentation and improve connectivity, because ecological processes are better maintained and if forests are not completely fragmented. And then in terms of planning and thinking and management, you need to look at a larger unit. We can't look at small units. We need to look at landscapes and regions and plan for the entire region in order to build resilience. And then we also need to maintain buffer zones for important areas. We need to soften the hard boundaries. We need a proper buffer zone between intensive human use and ecologically rich regions. And then we need to preserve ecosystem structure across gradients. The Himalayan region is full of gradients, environment like elevation, for example, or other climatic gradients. We need to preserve that structure. Otherwise, you're not going to have the full range of habitat types, and you will not be able to derive the full range of benefits. Protect old growth forest. We really need to do that because very little is remaining, and it's remaining only in some inaccessible sites. And protect ecologically important species. Maintain fire regimes and that are natural to the systems, particularly in the Western Himalaya, and then prevent outright conversion to plantations, really, because they cause problems, and I don't have time to go into that, but the better option is to do low intensity forestry and agroforestry. And then, of course, take up restoration of degraded sites. There's a lot we can gain from restoring sites that are already quite degraded, right? So these adaptations that are there to promote resiliency in these systems would directly impinge on our ability to decrease population pressure, to sustain an increase in agricultural productivity, strengthen institutions that protect forests and manage forests, and leverage other economic activities such as tourism and all of that, and then transitioning the fuel economy or energy. And by trying to establish other sources of fuel wood for people and so on. Now, briefly before I close, I just wanted to say something about agriculture, because this is a primary livelihood for people in that region. Now, I'll just take Arunachal as an example for the sake of brevity. You see, agriculture is the main livelihood in this region. It's a fairly large region with multiple agroclimatic zones, but 85% of the people depend on it, but it accounts for only 25% of the GDP. Now, agricultural incomes are low, and there are serious problems with regard to the difficulty with agroclimatic conditions, topography, soils, primitive methods, low investment in capabilities, and so on. And then, of course, climate change adds to that big problem. And look at the number of dams that are being proposed, as you'll see over here. These will alter things further in ways that we don't understand. So there are a bunch of ways in which you can actually improve, agricultural resilience. And clearly, the climate changes are going to impact agriculture in the northeast, in the Himalayan regions tremendously, because they are mostly rain-fed. And of course, irrigation potential will increase in the future because of all the dams. But this is going to happen.
Robert, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Time's almost up.
Okay, so I'll skip a couple of things, and I just wanted to highlight finally. So there is a lot we can actually do with respect to managing water in this region, because that's related to the dams that I was saying and energy that I was also mentioning about hydropower being projected as clean energy. But finally, I think what we really need to do is to think of resilience enhancing systems that are already known from the region, like agroforestry systems or multi-cropping systems that are really well known to people, rather than intensification of agricultural systems. So here is the last slide that I wanted to show with some interesting linkages. So what we want at the end are climate resilient communities. And you see the linkages with forests and agriculture, livestock, and all of these can contribute to a system of integrated land management with respect to both land resources and water resources. And unless we do that, we will never be able to build resilience in the way that we'll actually want to if you look at it individually by individual sectors. So I kind of stop there. I have to skip over some things, but that's all I have. And thank you for the opportunity and for listening.
Thank you, Robert. I'm so sorry for interrupting you.
No. I had a long response.
Yeah, I really wish if we had a half an hour, but unfortunately, there's another symposium waiting at 6:15, so we need to move over. I think we have 3 questions that came, but I think I'll reserve them for the end of the symposium. If we have time, we will discuss that. Thank you so much, Robert.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Right.
You can stop sharing. Yeah, you can stop sharing, so the second speaker can come up.
So how do I stop sharing?
Just go up, and you can see the
stop video.
Yeah.
Stop video, is it?
Yes.
Okay. So is it done?
No, it's still not done. Yeah, now it's gone. Yeah, thank you, Robert.
Thanks.
Now you can see your nice face. Okay, now we move on to the second vulnerable landscape, that is Sundarbans. As you all know, these landscapes are vulnerable, and it's very culturally important landscape for Bengalis and Bangladeshis and for the whole India as is concerned. And we have the speaker, Professor Silanjan Bhattacharya, and the Silanjan Bhattacharya, a professor at West Bengal State University, graduated from Indian Institute of Science long ago. He has about 35 years of experience as a researcher and teacher and professor, and he was a key member in Professor Gadgil's People Biodiversity Registry events, and he had done a couple of postdoctoral work after his graduation from IISc in Stanford University and French Institute. With this brief introduction, I'm so sorry, Silanjan, I could tell more, but unfortunately we don't have time. I hope you can stick to time.
No need. Thank you for giving me this opportunity and the kind introductions. From Robert's highest landmass on Earth will come down to the lowest areas where humans inhabit, Sundarbans. Sundarbans, Sinuk, if you don't mind, if you can say, let me express my apology that somehow my computer MacBook has betrayed just 1 hour ago before this event, and I couldn't show you the PPT. We are now becoming handicapped without PPT. Anyway, I have sent a few photographs to Sinu to help. Most of my talks will be without the aid of PowerPoint pictures. Just to tell you, I hope many of you know Sundarbans, at least where it is located.
Sinu, make it full screen, Sinu.
Yeah. Yeah. So, Sundarban, if you look at the global map in India, it's one small dot. It will appear on the tip of the Bay of Bengal. It's a funnel-shaped end of the funnel, and it covers at present both Bangladesh and adjacent West Bengal. It's lie at the sea surface of the Gangetic Brahmaputra Delta. Approximately 60% lie in Bangladesh. It's a more active deltaic land, and 40% in India, that is in West Bengal. It's actually, if you go through the literature, it's really significantly large and the largest single patch of mangroves on Earth, especially if you consider it as Australian mangroves. The next to it is Pitans in Mekong Delta, surviving most of the deltaic mangroves on Earth have been removed for agriculture and other human habitation. Luckily, it remained. That's because of the active deltaic activities of land formation by the greatest riverine system on earth, that is the Ganga and Brahmaputra system. Unfortunately, what the cover remained, say, some 200 years ago or even 150 years ago, only a part of it remained today. Most of the parts since 1875 onwards up to 1975, within 100 years, have been reclaimed for agriculture and agricultural settlements. The remaining part within West Bengal would be not more than 4,000 square kilometer area. And adjacent to it is a large reclaimed human habitat area. If you look at the picture, there is a red border on the north, which boundary area. This is the original Sundarban at the beginning of the previous century. And this is the intertidal land. That means every 6 hourly, the water, the brackish water or the salt water floods the landmass, and next 6 hours, the land gets exposed. So between two tides, the land exists. And this is the particular habitat for a group of plants who are uniquely adapted to live here. Not many species could do it in evolution. It's a result of what biologists call convergent evolution from different taxa, a few family members, not many family members from all family, in any family, invaded this land with unique adaptation to survive against the flush flood of tidal waters, against the salinity, against many other factors which are quite aggressively detrimental for other plant communities. And as the plant communities, that is mangroves, grow here, it creates a unique ecosystem which allow other biodiversity, which is unique to the region, to survive. So biodiversity-wise, it is one of the very important region on Earth. And if you look at the role of mangroves, why they are important, I will come to the global warming issue at the end. But before that, keeping aside the issues of global warming, sea rise, what are the roles mangroves played in our life, especially those who live in the deltaic lands? Apart from global importance of biodiversity this community has, physically, mangroves provides a wall to the people living inside, to the ecosystems living behind it, away from the sea. So it stands as a barrier between the sea and the inlands, highlands, and resist the atrocities caused by sea waves, cyclonic storms, and other saline bad effects towards the freshwater inland habitats. Not only that, it gives land to the inlands. Mangroves, for their survival, grow very dense by inserting their and spreading their root networks inside the mud of the intertidal zone so that they are not flushed out by the tidal forces. And this dense mass also resists the cyclonic storms and tame it before that reaches to the thing. But at the same time, this root network makes the tidal water flowing through it slower. As a result, the silt carrying, that towards the seamouth, the rivers in the estuary carries maximum amount of silt. And in an estimate, you can assume that this great river system, despite trapping silts by the mangroves, deposit nearly more than 1 billion ton of silts into the Bay of Bengal every year. So the amount of silts you can think. What mangroves that root system does, it slows down the water flow. As a result, silts store and deposit it at a faster rate on the land mass, which is below the water. As a result, lands come up very fast and mangroves speed up the land formation. And once it is above the tidal level, what is called supratidal zone, it becomes freshwater zone. And mangroves themselves cannot survive there. Mangroves walks towards the sea. This is a very common factor. Maybe Robert and Rennie or someone who is expert in ecology, mangroves, this is very common knowledge. But for general audience, let me repeat this. Along with that, mangrove provides nursery beds and breeding grounds, safe breeding ground for both seafaring freshwater species or migrating species from the sea. As a result, the aquatic biodiversity, aquatic productivity of natural resources like fishes and shellfishes are very high. And humans who are living behind the mangrove zone have been exploiting these resources from the time immemorial. As the mangroves are walking towards the sea and gifting the plants to be reclaimed by the normal agriculture, it is happening. This service is a very well integrated system with the deltaic agricultural ecosystem and the civilizations. And now at present context, mangroves has been recognized as another important biosystem. That is a part of a major part of the what is called blue carbon deposits. They are recognized as one of the best ecosystems to sequester the carbons from the environment and deposit in their organic mass, in their soils and above soil biomasses. So, including all these importance, mangroves are extremely important for the survival of the people who are locally living behind them. And in terms of carbon sequestering, it has and biodiversity, it has importance of global scale. And another important point, another interesting and important point for mangroves is its capacity to come back, that is resilience. I'll come to that. One of the most aggressively resilient plant communities, I think, as per my knowledge books. If you consider the vulnerability point, I will not detail, I will not go much, I will end up in a short thing and let the discussions go on. If you think of Sundarban's vulnerability to the global warming and sea level rises, assume that it is increasing by more than 1 centimeter per year as the NASA satellite data suggests, or whatever we think. Within 30, 40 years, we'll be flooded, those who are not only living within the intertidal zone of Sundarbans, but also adjacent above it. As an inhabitant of Calcutta, we have been warned that we may go underwater, the city may go underwater. Now, what might happen to Sundarbans? Let us see. What will happen to Sundarbans? Mangroves ecosystem, the natural mangrove system, which are now protected as natural national parks, sanctuaries, tiger reserves, other reserve forests, I don't think any problem this community will face. Because if you dig out the past history, you will see mangroves has always adapted to the sea change in the geological history. Either it crawled forward or it crawled backward. And give it a piece of intertidal land within, in terms of ecological scale, even within a splash, it will occupy it and flourish there. Even those who work in Sundarbans, they can show you the areas that within 1 or 2 years, how the mangroves have restored itself once an undisturbed patch is available. So, in terms of mangroves and mangrove inhabitants also, because where the mangroves will go, the mangrove inhabitants will go. So,
Professor,
hello?
can I interrupt? Professor Silanjan, you have another 4 minutes.
Okay, I will finish before that. Will go. The problem is with the people who are living this yellow zone, because they are living inside the originally intertidal land, and already protected by the earthen embankments, about 3,500 kilometers long in the sun. Embankments protect their land, make them artificially freshwater habitats so that they can cultivate, they can build their living areas. But if, as you can see, the vulnerability in different colors, yellow being the most, the dark brown, red zone, dark red zone being the most vulnerable, then to the pink zone and to the yellow zone. These areas are protected. They are surviving under the embankments. But once the sea level rises, it will go. It will be flooded. And these areas sustain 4.5 million people. You don't have area anywhere to replace them. You cannot remove them and rehabilitate them altogether. It is almost impractical. But theoretically speaking, if you can replace them and rehabilitate them somewhere and allow these embankments to be flooded, broken, and the lands flooded, within my estimation, within 20 years, 2 decades, the entire will be covered by mangroves, and it will be good for people living behind. That's not possible. That is a practical, sociological, socio-political problem, not ecological problem. And how do we sort that? Because the mangroves cover, if we keep, not only help us to fight against the cyclones, fight against the erosions, but it will provide us increased natural resource bases, and in today's terms, it will provide enormous employment in terms of ecotourism. There is only solution to all these problems: increase the mangrove areas. There are a lot of unplanted, exposed mud flats due to human disturbance, which can be brought under mangrove covers easily. Forest departments and other agencies are working to raise mangrove plantation there. I applaud their efforts, but at the same time, I want to suggest that the mangrove, not plantation as we know in recent years, the plantation cannot bring back the original community, and many a time it becomes failure. So at the same time, we have to sustain, just 1 minute. You have to sustain the regeneration, natural regeneration also. And once it is done, we have to develop the salt-resistant varieties which were previously available in the region, to bring them back and allow brackish water-based aquaculture and paddy cultivation altogether to those people. And this has to be explored. This might be the only solution, and increasing the mangroves. we can tackle the sea level rising problem due to global warming. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Silanchan, for talking almost what we need to know to conserve this mangrove forest and its vulnerability in the scenario of the climate change. Okay, thank you so much. And now we move on to the third landscape of what is impacted from the climate change is nothing but the one which we see in the southern India, that is Western Ghats. We got a very eminent speaker, Professor Rini Borges. She was involved in this recent Western Ghats ecological expert panel headed by Professor Madhav Gadgil. Rini Borges was the chairperson of Indian Institute of Sciences Center for Ecological Sciences, and she is the head of many chairing many governmental bodies related to the environment and science and technology activities. And she got her PhD from University of Florida and had more than 40 years of research experience in scientific ecological science. Short of time, Professor Rini, may I request you to stick to the time because we have to wind up by 6:50. Thank you. Over to you.
Yes, of course. Sinu, thank you for that very nice introduction. And I'll go quickly and finish in 10 minutes. Don't worry. So let me see if I can share my screen. Can you see this?
Yes. You just enlarge it, please. Full screen.
Right. Okay. So if you can see it, right?
Yes.
Okay. So as Robert has given us a wonderful introduction to all the issues and the rise in temperature and so on, and he has really set the stage, and then Silanchan took us into another very vulnerable landscape, which is so important for us to protect in terms of erosion and, protection from environmental calamities like cyclones, etc., which are very prominent in the Bay of Bengal. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the Western Ghats very briefly. And of course, you can see the Western Ghats in this beautiful image, which is a sort of a spine. It's like a vertebral column which runs down the west coast of our country. And we have, of course, the central Indian plateau, but we have all of the hills of the Western Ghats. India is a very hilly country, except for, the Gangetic plains that Robert was talking about, which all the rivers in India bring all the silt, which then ultimately gets deposited in the Bay of Bengal, which connects to what Silanchan was talking about. So if one looks at protected areas, for example, because, today in India, maybe some of the original forests, Robert talked about the old growth forests, may exist in some protected areas. And I just pulled this out from a recent NVIS publication, which tells us as of December 2020, just 5% of India's land area is actually under protection. So you can see all of these dots, and several of them are in the Western Ghats. But if you sum up all the area, it's really very minuscule. So we can't really expect that our protected areas are going to give us the kind of, resilience or protection for biodiversity that we really require in the country. So if we take, the Western Ghats itself, and there is one particular montane forest, grassland transition area, which is very, very special in the Western Ghats. And these are sort of marked by red in this slide, and you can see it goes from the Baba Budan Hills and then goes all the way down to KMTR Sanctuary. And some of it is in protected areas, but a lot of it, as I said, falls outside. Now, if the prediction is that with climate change, things are going to get warmer, so you might expect species, even plants and other organisms, to try and migrate up the mountain. But slowly, there will not be any, area for those species to sustain themselves. And of course, as very nicely termed, this is really likely to be an escalator to extinction. So if we look at this beautiful forest mosaic and grassland, which is very, very typical of the southern Western Ghats, it's really a remarkable landscape, which is very, very sensitive to disturbance. And as you can see, it holds some of the most unusual and unique species of plants and animals, many of which are also serviced by pollinator species that also deserve to be protected. Otherwise, this landscape in its entirety will not, remain for posterity. This, of course, is the Nilgiri Thar, which I will be talking about a little bit later. Oh, just in the next slide. So this is really very interesting because you can see that in India, we have two disjunct populations of plants and animals, which are very closely related to each other. You have the Himalayan Thar, which is distributed in this part of the country, and then in a very small pocket, you have the Nilgiri Thar, and the same kind of distribution is also shared by the rhododendrons. So people talk about the Nilgiris and the Himalayas being certain areas in the Himalayas being sort of refugia for these montane species. You will not find these species anywhere else. So already in the past, we've had these mountains becoming refugia, and now with climate change, we're going to perhaps have even greater stress because species are going to try and move upwards. And this is the prediction. So you can see that with global warming, you can get cascading effects. You have plants that are serviced by pollinators, and then you have other organisms that feed on these insects. And we really know very little about the thermal maxima that these cold-blooded organisms like bees, how they are able to sustain. And we have very, very little modeling and very little actual practical information. So the predictions are that there could be a cascade of extinctions which happen when any one of these network connections is broken. Similarly, as I've said, you have species moving up mountains. You have maybe one species moves up, but its partner doesn't move, and many species that are actually coexisting because of partnerships. If you have a mismatch in the partnership because of global warming, this can be a very bad thing to happen. So we, of course, know that we are in this very peculiar era called the Anthropocene, which is an era which is dominated by human effects. And as Robert mentioned, the human effects on climate change are enormous. And with a few of the species that people have looked at, you can see there is a dramatic decline. And these are actual declines that have been mentioned. And over the whole globe, there is a huge decline in the insect species that people have been able to record. So this is extremely worrying. And therefore, one wants to ask the question, how can we replace these gardeners of nature? Here you have, an extreme example in China, where a lot of the pollinators have vanished, and manual pollination of apple trees and peach trees is being undertaken. You can, of course, have plantations and restoration to try and get back to this original scenario, but that's very unlikely. So this is from managed tea gardens in the Western Ghats in the Anomalais. And here you can see tea gardens and just pockets of this original vegetation. Now, obviously, as Sinu said in his introduction, tea in South India, they remove all of the covering. Very, very few natural trees are left. And so you are left with these fragmented forests. As a matter of fact, if ever next time the Bengal Chamber of Commerce does have this again, I would advise you to call two of these wonderful people to talk about forest restoration, because this is really a flagship project where Divya Mudappa and Shankar Raman have actually attempted to restore these fragmented forest, abandoned tea plantations, and doing the work of what the native hornbills would actually do. So this is a really remarkable story. And so therefore, you know, these forest montane grassland areas, that's what you see maybe during the day. But if you look at what's happening in the night, this is another very important disruptive force. And this is artificial light at night, which is destroying the rhythms of life. And there are many studies now which are showing that even the so-called species that are living far away from these disruptive lights are unable to breed because of this. So this is an area where a great deal of intervention is possible. Sinu mentioned the extreme weather conditions and the floods in 2018 in Kerala and in Coorg. And this graphic actually describes this. These are the number of landslides, these peaks, the red peaks, and the Western Ghats experienced 6,970 landslides in a single month in August of 2018. So we had huge amounts of unprecedented rainfall, land erosion because of unchecked building activity, and consequently landslides. A NASA image of this same period shows you in August the situation compared to the regular normal situation many months prior to this flooding event. So this is really unprecedented, and this is what is going to happen in the Western Ghats if we are not careful. My last example is about, I know that we have had talks on sustainable energy, and these are a whole group of wind farms that have been set up on the plateau in Satara in Maharashtra. But although I'm, supportive of sustainable energy, the point I'd just like to make is that these are giant constructions and giant booms that have to be moved into pristine areas, sometimes on the top of mountains. Now, to carry these giant structures, temporary roads have to be made, which just compounds the soil erosion. And we know for sure that transport of these booms is a major cause of soil erosion. So I think the costs and benefits of these things have to be balanced if we are talking about a sustainable future. I just want to wind up by saying that it's very important to do cumulative impact assessments. I know with personal experience, having been on the Western Ghats environmental expert panel with Professor Madhav Gadgil, that a lot of companies set up and try to push forth their plans without and breaking up the windmills into smaller and smaller companies, although they are all one big conglomerate. And unfortunately, our environmental impact assessments do not do cumulative impact. So they don't take the entire impact of all these smaller windmill farms which have been proposed. And this is really something that we should go towards. So I'm going to end my last slide saying that ecological costs must be factored into the value of commodities that we source from the Western Ghats. I mean, wind energy is also a commodity. It's also something that the Western Ghats is providing. This is the only way that we will get sustainable commerce and sustainable ecosystems. Thank you very much. I'm done. So I will stop sharing.
Thank you so much, Professor Reni. Such a wonderful, well-tailored presentation. I think you have finished. You have good messages for the industry partners, because there is a cause, I think, why you included the slides, I think, particularly on the windmills and other industries which are popping up at the cost of the forest over there. We heard from the authority who walked along the length and the breadth of the different words, Professor Reni Borges. Thank you again, Reni, for pointing the case of Shankar Raman's initiative. I remember when I joined in 2006-07, they initiated the program, and I'm so happy to see that forestry came up well. Again, a good example the industry can take up, they're using their abandoned landscapes around, to protect a small green islands. So thank you so much. With this, I think I'm going to wrap it up. Robert, you have 3 questions and a couple more questions for Reni, but I think I'm not going to read it out now because we have only 1 minute for the next symposiums to start. I'm so sorry about that. My concluding remarks is that, it's so good that the industry has come up with such a good symposium. That's a very good gesture, because in the policy decisions of the industry, we can't avoid. It's a required parameter actually to take the decisions in Government of India. I think this small symposium, I hope might stimulate you to further partnership with the scientists and researchers, particularly ecologists and activists involved in the conservation of our world landscapes. Thank you so much for covering 3 walls of India, the Sundarbans, the Himalayas, and the Western Ghats. And I hope this will give you a lot of good messages. Thank you so much, all the speakers. Over to you, Jayanta, for wrapping up.
I think Dr. Senu is a wonderful experience to hear from the 3 experts from different geographies of India. It is a real learning for all of us actually. And the questions what we have received, we will mail it to you so that we can get it from the respective speakers, and we can post it to our website and to the concerned BBC. But it is a real learning, and sincere thanks to all of you for your excellent presentations. Though time is very short, but definitely we'll be looking forward to hear from you in upcoming seminars also. And thank you, Dr. Sinu, for your moderating the entire thing. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Namaste. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, everyone. So we will move on to the next session, that is moving towards cleaner fuels, and we'll focus on natural gas. Our viewers in our webcast, YouTube and LinkedIn, this session will be continuing. And for our viewers in Facebook, we'll just take a minute's time to go relive. So I'll give you a heads up when we go live in Facebook, and we would request the chairperson of the session to take forward the proceedings.
All good with you?
Yeah, everything is fine. Good evening.
Very good. How?
on natural gas, and the session would be chaired by Mr. Suresh P. Manglani, CEO of Adani Total Gas Limited. And we have with us Mr. Hiren Mehta, AVP and Head Marketing and Commercial, H Energy Group of Companies, and Mr. Shotabrata Boiragi, CEO of Bengal Gas Company Limited. With this, I would request the chairperson, Mr. Manglani, to please take forward the session.
Thank you, Anjana, and thank you, West Bengal Chamber of Commerce, for shortlisting my name to chair this session, and also giving this opportunity to Adani Total Gas to be on this platform. Good evening, all the participants, and thank you very much for attending this session. I'm sure with the experience and the good sharing of Hiren and Mr. Bairagi, we are going to be getting benefited with sort of new enrichment of a knowledge. I think this is the session will be for almost 60 minutes. I will start with the opening remarks, and thereafter I will start first presentation with Mr. Bairagi, and then I will move on to Mr. Hiren Mehta, and then we'll open it for 10 to 15 minutes last for the Q&A session, and then we conclude it. So the theme of the session, I would say it's just so apt in today's time. The moving towards cleaner fuel and focus on natural gas. This is what we are actually seeing all around us. You heard Honorable Prime Minister of India on the 15th August Independence Day speech. He has launched Green Hydrogen Mission. That is again a step towards cleaner fuel. We also heard him setting a 450 gigawatt target for renewable energy. That's also moving towards a cleaner climate change, of course, not a fuel, but this renewable will make the hydrogen, so this is also a fuel in that sense. We have seen around us in the world, so if I see around the world, in fact, we just concluded Olympics in Japan, but I see Olympics of carbon neutralization targets happening, by the countries and by the companies. One after another company is announcing the target of a net zero race. One after another countries announcing the target of one net zero targets for the 2050, some countries in 2060, some country 2040. So the all around world, I think we are seeing huge impetus on cleaner fuels, cleaner environment, and a significant improvement on the climate change. That's the whole thinking is going on. 10 to 12 years back, if we speak about climate change issue, or if we have any agenda on the board meeting on a climate change, people used to feel very boring about it. But today, if you don't see an agenda on a climate change in the board meetings, or an ESG program, environmental, social, and governance program, you feel something missing. That's the major transformation which has happened not only in India but also in the world. That everyone is talking about better environment, better climate change. I was seeing some numbers, and I was seeing how recently, if you see, South Korea has issued its program, very, very ambitious program on net zero by 2050. How the country has laid down the program, just see, they are making an ambitious target of a zero CO2 emission in entire South Korea. And they have gone to the extent of a closing complete 100% closure of coal, any project of a coal, and any project on even LNG. Because natural gas being fossil fuel, they are going 100% towards hydrogen, renewable energy, and EVs by 2050. So I think this is the kind of a targets which they are setting. Whether these are achievable or not achievable, that's another day we will discuss. But the sum and substance of whole submission is coming that there is a very, very intense discussions taking place. Every part of a country, every company, entire globe about better environment. And West Bengal Chamber of Commerce has done absolutely fantastic job by keeping this session on moving towards cleaner fuel or cleaner environment, I would say. There is a huge focus on a cleaner fuel. And if I take the subject of focusing on natural gas, let me appraise you all that till 2007, when PNGRB came into existence, we had 90 or 91 cities or towns where very slowly, incrementally, city gas distribution was happening. CNG was being set up. And then in 2018-19, we saw 9th and 10th round, wherein from 91, we went to 402 districts. Today in 402 districts, CGD program is being carried out. The rapid growth of the CNG stations, the way it is happening, prior to 2018-19, we used to see one station in a couple of days getting commission in country. Today, 3 to 4 stations are getting commission every day on CNG. That's the kind of a pace it has developed. And in the next 2 to 3 years, we will see 7 CNG stations getting set up or commissioned every day in India. That is the focus of a cleaner fuel which is happening, because the whole focus is coming right from top. Our Honorable Prime Minister, the MOPNG is working in a mission mode. The PNGRB is working not as a regulator but also as a facilitator. So whole ecosystem around us is such that everyone is happily embracing and looking and also feeling the whole change happening around us. Today, if you go from anywhere to anywhere in the country, you are not thinking much about the CNG availability or not availability, because CNG is available. Whether you travel from Mumbai to Delhi, you travel from Hyderabad to Delhi, you will find CNG across those corridors. So that is a kind of a focus which is now being given by the government on cleaner fuel. Today we have around 3.5 million vehicles being powered on the CNG. Even on the MSHSD, we are seeing government policy on now mandatory by 2025 is coming on 20% ethanol. That again is a focus towards renewable or a cleaner fuel. So sum and substance is coming. There is a huge focus which is being given by government on cleaner fuel. But the larger story which is coming in India is there is a integrated approach by the government on climate change, which is happening all around us. There is also a huge focus on hydrogen, which is being considered as a fuel of a future, where people are working out now because there is a huge focus on renewable. Renewable will help us to do electrolyzation, and that will bring out the belief is that even the hydrogen will become affordable in a decade or so from now. But till the common question which is being asked, that what kind of a fuels we will have in India. Our belief is that we will continue to have a mixed technology paradigm in the country. That means there will be vehicles running on MS and HSD, particularly MS. HSD is still getting phased out, but MS will continue to be there. We will have a huge impetus on CNG. CNG vehicles will continue to grow. We will also have an EV vehicle, which is again the cleaner fuel and much, much cleaner fuel. And then in the future, we will also see long-haul vehicles, which is trucks and buses running on LNG, the liquefied natural gas. That also we will be seeing in the future in India. China has 6 lakh trucks and buses with 50 mmCMD gas being used on a daily basis as an LNG for the transport vehicles. India is yet to see, but now we are seeing the government focus coming up 50 stations are getting set up on LNG in India. And we will certainly see this ecosystem development, which will also coexist, as I said, mixed technology paradigm, where MS, CNG, EV, LNG, and the next level would be the hydrogen, which will also be coming as a vehicular fuel, either on a fuel cell or on a direct hydrogen firing in vehicles. So there is an ecosystem which is getting developed. We are also seeing 11th round announcement is been done by the, I would say the number of GAs have been announced. So if we have today 402 districts where CGD is getting developed, 210 more districts now have been announced where formally PNGRB will announce the 11th round commencement. But in future we will have 610 or 612 districts where CGD program will be unveiled. With that, virtually the pan-India, we will have a CNG stations supplying cleaner fuel. We will have a PNG, which is going to be used in place of an LPG in all homes. So we definitely will see a better India. We will definitely breathe much better fresh air. We are also seeing, even the industry is moving now from a solid fuel to the cleaner fuel and the natural gas. And we are seeing in our geographical area, we are seeing in other geographical area where other CGD companies are working. There is one from industry side also initiative, and there is initiatives from community at large that everyone would like to embrace and adopt cleaner fuel, because now this resistance is coming on the pollutant fuels. In particularly, we are seeing even government is working on phasing out of the HSD in 122 cities, and government has already identified, and you will soon hear a program on phasing out of 102 HSD in 122 cities. With this, I will again come in between once Mr. Bairagi completes his presentation. I will invite Mr. S. Bairagi to commence his presentation. But before I hand over him the charge, let me introduce Mr. Bairagi. Mr. Bairagi is a mechanical engineer having BTech degree from IIT Kharagpur. He has acquired management and leadership knowledge through executive management program from IIM Kolkata, Lucknow, and ISB Hyderabad. He is an accomplished professional. He has got over 33 years of experience in oil and gas industry with GAIL in various functions. He is an accomplished professional. So I'm not reading his functions, but I think his current designation tells us that he is an all-rounder professional. He is the CEO of West Bengal Company Limited, Kolkata. He has served in various leadership positions in GAIL O&M and R&D, Central Integrity Management Group, Corporate O&M and General Marketing Office. He has also served in Corporate Office for sourcing and marketing of domestic natural gas, coordination and monitoring of GAIL subsidiary and joint ventures for implementation of CGD projects. Mr. Bairagi was director on the board of Indraprasth Gas Limited, New Delhi, and Bhagyanagar Gas Limited, Hyderabad. These are two very leading CGD companies. Over to you, Mr. Bairagi, to start your presentation. Thank you, everyone, once again.
Thank you, Mangalani sir. I would like to begin with a small presentation I have prepared. Let me check if I'm able to load it.
You're able to upload?
Yeah, just pardon me for just a moment. Just about there.
Mr. Bairagi, shall we share for you?
Yeah, I have opened the presentation and share screen. I'm having a little difficult. Okay. I got it. Share.
Yes. Now
Is it
I think
visible?
it's going to come now. Yes, it is there. Bairagi sahab, aap start kariye.
Yeah. So, good evening. On behalf of Bengal Gas Company Limited, I welcome all the delegates and participants to this session of moving towards cleaner fuel under this 14th Environmental and Energy Conclave being organized by Bengal, BCCI, Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industries. Let us begin the topic straight with some reality check. So the first sources of pollution in India we see mainly coming from the dust and constructions activities, then waste burning, transport sector, then diesel generator, various industries, and the domestic cooking. Now, out of this, nearly 40%, which are coming from transport, diesel generator industries, and the domestic sector, these are due to the burning of fossil fuel. And if we just look on the right side, the type of pollutants, that is carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide, or so-called SOx, NOx, and particulate matter, and some of these mercuries and volatile, which is not recorded here. These are the major pollutants which are of worry and concern to us today. And if we see the pollution being contributed by various types of, I have done the analysis between the comparison between three types of fossil fuel, that is coal, oil, and natural gas. We see that the natural gas is the cleanest among fossil fuels. Now, these sectors which are actually using this natural gas, or rather fossil fuels, are basically domestic sector, commercial sector, industrial sector, transport sector, and the power generation. If we look at the type of contribution which different types of pollution or the emission that is coming from these five sectors, which are being represented by this pie chart on the right, we see that the SOx, carbon monoxide, NOx, non-methane VOC, carbon dioxide, the major contributor to all these pollutions are this domestic sector, commercial sector, industrial sector, transport sector, and the power generation. Now, the first four sectors, that is domestic, commercial, industrial, and transport, they put together can be combined into CGD sector. Of course, the industries in the CGD sectors are small type of industries. The larger industries like the fertilizer and all, which are drawing more than 50,000 standard cubic meter of natural gas per day, they will be serviced by the main trunk line operator to be supplied by an entity. Having said so, if we just look at the energy mix globally and the intent scenario and focus on the natural gas, we see the natural gas in the primary energy basket globally is around 23% vis-a-vis. India, it is only 6.7% as on today. So our government has set a target of 15% of natural gas in the primary energy basket in India by 2030. Let me just make a comment here. Even though there are much cleaner fuels, Mr. Mangalani has mentioned during his opening speech, like hydrogen, EVs, that is electric energy. These are basically secondary sources of energy, which comes from the primary sources of energy. So unless those secondary sources of energy like hydrogen and electricity are being produced from the primary source of non-renewable clean energy like solar or wind, they may not actually contribute in a holistic manner in reducing the carbon footprint. In fact, they will actually increase it if they are being produced by the fossil fuel. For example, if we use the electric vehicle by using the electricity which is being produced by coal, then of course the total carbon emission is not going to reduce. Only this will get localized and more carbon emission will happen. So with that note, we are now focusing to move on to the natural gas increase in the energy basket of India, at least towards the global percentage. Various steps our chairman, Mr. Manglani, has already mentioned during his opening speech. Maybe few of them will be a repetition. So I would mention only three of them. One is the promoting of city gas distribution projects across India. To this direction, there has been a number of steps the government has taken, and for the promotion of the city gas distribution, like domestic gas allocation, which is much cheaper compared to the imported gas. Then this public utility status was granted by Ministry of Labour and Employment, so that it can be considered as an emergency service. DIPP notified amended rules in 2018 to ease out the process to set up CNG facilities at existing oil marketing companies' retail outlets. Earlier, the process used to be a long-run process. So just setting up one CNG station would take a lot of clearances and a lot of time to get various types of permissions and clearances. Now they have been simplified, and the process time has reduced a lot. Now today, India is not, all the zones or the areas of India are not covered with natural gas pipeline network. That is, the national gas grid is yet to be completed. So the government has permitted this gas swap for this domestic gas allocation. Ministry of Defense has also issued guidelines for use of PNG in its residential areas or unit lines. So these are the various steps the government as well as other departments, they have facilitated to promote the city gas distribution in India. Then there were various directives from the court as well as some state governments, and we have the Pollution Control Board also. They have issued the directives to switch from the pet coke and fuel oil, which are more polluting fuels, to natural gas. So the industries in and around Delhi and NCR, which were earlier using pet coke and fuel oil, they have now switched to natural gas. Similar directives are being issued to other metropolitans also. In Bengal also we have seen, and there is some time given within which the industries have to switch to natural gas. Then there had been various advisory from the Ministry of Urban Development issued, like provision of piped gas supply in all the smart cities, standardization of road restoration and permission charges, marking plots for CNG stations at the town planning stage itself, and then modification in the building regulations to incorporate PNG as utility at the design stage itself. So with this, we have seen a phenomenal growth in the CGD sector. And as we heard Mr. Manglani, till 2018, there were 92 GAs, and that was covering only 10% of the India's area and 18% of the population. and the activity of CGD projects were quite lukewarm. But after the 9th and 10th round of bidding, on the right side, we see the status as on March 21. Suddenly, the acceleration on the CGD activities, we are seeing that more than 53% of India's geographical area and 70% population have been covered. PNGRB has awarded to the CGD entities and authorized them to develop the CGD projects. As on date, we see that nearly 80 lakh DPNG connections, that is 8 million DPNG connections, and nearly 44,000 of commercial and industrial connections on natural gas. More than 3,000 CNG stations are available, and nearly 3.6 million CNG vehicles are running as on date. And by 2028, the target is 10,000 CNG stations, which will cater to nearly 2.4 crores of CNG vehicles running on that, and 4.5 crores of domestic piped connections to cater to the domestic need of piped natural gas. We are also part of this journey. We, as Bengal Gas Company Limited, have been promoted by GAIL India Limited, a Maharatna Central PSU, and Greater Calcutta Gas Supply Corporation, a Government of West Bengal enterprise, and we were incorporated in 2019, January. PNGRB has authorized BGCL in June 2019 for developing the CGD project in an area of 1,529 square kilometer, which has 1.64 crores of population as per census 2011. So that must have touched by now nearly 2 crores. This actually consists of Kolkata Municipal Corporation and part of the 5 adjoining districts. And we have a plan in next 5 years after the hookup with GAIL's main natural gas trunk pipeline to invest nearly 5,000 crores of infrastructure and have 14 lakhs of domestic PNG connections, 170 numbers of CNG stations, so that the people of Calcutta and surrounding districts are benefited with this cleaner fuel. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bell, for a fantastic presentation, which is a very lucidly covering the CGD snapshot, as well as focus on how the CNG vehicles is going to grow from 3.6 million to 24 million, and how CNG or CGD networks are going to be impacting on a cleaner fuel or a cleaner environment. Thank you very much. Before I hand over to Hiren, just wanted to touch base again for 2-3 more points. You know, the government of India, when they announced fuel retailing policy, there used to be originally a fuel retailing policy where you need to have 2,000 crore rupees investment to become an oil marketing company. And we are having only 5-6 companies, largely PSU, IOCL, HPCL, BPCL, and then Reliance Shell, and then SR, Nyara Energy. But government then went into a complete reforming of the fuel retailing policy. They brought out a new net worth based policy, 250 crore rupees net worth, and you can become an OMC. Only you need to make a commitment of 100 stations in a 7 years period. One very important feature which government brought was that every station, every retail outlet, which they call it in the fuel retailing terms, even existing fuel retailing station where we get a fuel, petrol or diesel, will have a cleaner fuel or a renewable fuel in addition to MS and HST. And they defined cleaner fuel as CNG, auto LPG, EV, LNG, and bio-CNG. So this itself gives us a comfort that how a policy is driving cleaner fuels in India, and we are seeing government continuously focused. One of the reason also is huge dependence on import of a MSHSD, and that's the reason under Atmanirbhar program, government would like to transform India on a cleaner fuel domestically produced largely. Another important development which is taking place around us is government focus on biofuels. And the biofuels under the bio policy of the country has been kept outside the CGD authorization. So it means anyone can manufacture the biofuels and can sell within our authorized geographical area. So government has also set a very ambitious targets of setting up 5,000 biofuels stations in the country. And almost 1,500 biofuel plants LOIs have been issued by IOCL, HPCL, BPCL and GAIL. So there is a program called Satat. Under Satat program, government also has made a very important policy decision where if anyone is setting up the biofuel or a biogas or bio-CNG project, two important things have been done. 100% of a bio-CNG or a biogas will be purchased by GAIL as a nodal agency. And the bio-CNG will be purchased at 46 rupees per kg, so that it remunerates the manufacturer or the producer of a biofuel. Again, a focus on the biofuels, the cleaner fuels. So I'm just trying to give you the context that how India is focusing on a biofuel along with a huge focus on renewable. I remember that in 2015, when our Prime Minister announced the target of 175 gigawatt of renewable energy, everybody was looking like a number non-achievable. But in this year, 21, we have now achieved 100 gigawatt of a renewable energy. Actually, that is currently we are taking the benefit of 100 gigawatt. The share of a coal is reducing in producing the power. As Mr. Bairagi was saying that if you run the EV, which has been actually, electricity has been generated on a thermal coal or a pollutant fuel, that doesn't serve the purpose. You will have a cleaner environment at one place, but a pollutant environment at other places. So the whole focus is coming, and now Government of India has set up the target of 450 gigawatt by 2030. And this will actually position India as a country which has to be reckoned on the renewable fuels or a cleaner fuel. This is another very important aspect. You all must be remembering, we saw many years back Supreme Court driving the usage of a CNG in Delhi, making it mandatory. And we are seeing how IGL has grown through that mandate, and then their own efforts they brought in to increase the share of a CNG in the vehicles in Delhi and the NCR. So I'm saying there is a continuous focus on a cleaner fuel. Is it a choice? It is not a choice. Actually, it is a compulsion for all of us, because the target for all of us is that we don't want to see the global warming of the stage of about 2 degrees Celsius vis-a-vis the pre-industrial era. Now, everyone is targeting. Our Prime Minister has committed that we will increase share of a natural gas, as Mr. Bairagi showed in his presentation, from 6.2% to 15% by 2030. It's a very tall target. Unless all of us, we collectively collaborate, including the community, that we will ask for a cleaner environment, this 15% will not happen. People will still use a solid fuel. People will still use the pollutant fuel in the vehicles. We all need to be, as a community, we may be running the companies, but we are also citizens. We need to ask for a cleaner environment, and that will push for cleaner fuels. I may also give you a bit of a perspective on what we are doing at Adani Total Gas. Adani Total Gas is a city gas distribution company. We have 71 districts out of a 402 districts as a mandate to develop the CGD networks in the country. So it's a very large chunk. I don't call it authorization, I'll call it a responsibility mandate. There is a responsibility upon us to pursue this program, vision of Honorable Prime Minister that he would like to see every home with the PNG, every nook and corner with the CNG, and we have taken that responsibility on our shoulder to drive the CGD program. And I'm very happy to inform you that this program is being carried out on a very fast-track basis. In 2021, when whole country was witnessing the COVID challenge, we still set up 102 CNG stations in a single year. Till March 20, Adani Total Gas had 115 stations. In the 15 years period, this company was incorporated in 2005. So in 15 years, 115 station. In a single year, 102 station. It became 217 station. And the numbers are increasing on a daily basis now. Why I am communicating to you this is that this is a focus not only for us, this is a focus for Mr. Bairagi, this is a focus for Hiren, and this is focus for another 40 companies who have received the authorization that we need to ensure that we discharge our responsibility in collaborating with the government to set up cleaner fuel stations on a fast-track basis. We have 500,000 consumers who are today using piped natural gas. We have 5,000 industrial and commercial consumers are using piped natural gas. We have ambition to grow our target to 5 million consumers. 2.5 million consumers in Adani Total Gas Limited and 2.5 million consumers in our JV company with IOCL, Indian Oil Adani Private Gas Limited, IOGPL. So huge target for us. As Mr. Bairagi said, the target is multiplying. 3.6 million vehicles going to 24 million, 7 times in 7 years. It's a huge target. And it is very critical for all of us to deliver this target. We are determined to push everything what we could do. We are currently, whatever we have committed on a steel pipeline, in fact, we are preponing our targets. We are accelerating our steel pipeline targets. Currently also we are targeting to achieve similar targets that we did last year on a CNG front. We are running a program called CFI, Carbon Footprint Incentive. So across the segment, we are giving a CFI to the consumers. That if a customer, industrial customers moves from a solid fuel to a cleaner fuel, ATGL through its sponsorship of its partners, Adani and Total Group, we would give a CFI to them. Price will be the same as we give, but for some time to achieve a better payback, ATGL is giving a CFI, Carbon Footprint Incentive. It's a very unique initiative we have taken. Similarly, commercial consumers, they are today using commercial cylinders. They will be significantly benefited in terms of a price which we are giving them to move towards a cleaner fuel. But still, in order to attract large number of customers to come towards a cleaner fuel, we are again giving for some period of a time, initial period of a time, a CFI. It is varying. Industrial will have different, maybe $0.75. This will be $1 per MMBTU. So we are giving a different carbon footprint incentive to make sure that every restaurant, every hotel, every crematorium, gurdwaras, temple, hospital, nursing homes, college canteens, everything should go for cleaner fuel. We have taken a mandate that even if it requires for us to give something from our own profitability, we will contribute to the nation building, which is the bigger mission of Adani Group. That we are We have committed ourselves for nation building. Our partner Total is again a very global energy major. They also have ambition of producing 100 gigawatt of renewable energy by 2030. And Adani Group has a target of by 2025 producing 25 gigawatt of a cleaner renewable energy. Already 4 gigawatt of energy is today being provided, renewable energy is being provided in the country. So there are contributions from both our Adani Group as a promoter, Total Energy as our promoter, and ATGL is doing its own bit. 11th round is coming round the corner to enhance the share of a natural gas in energy basket. We are confident that there will be a good participation from industry friends and more new investors will come in. The aim is that ultimately India should benefit. India should get a cleaner fuel. With that note, I would now invite Mr. Hiren Mehta to begin his presentation. But before I do so, let me give a very brief presentation about Hiren. Hiren, a good friend, is a chemical engineer and is a postgraduate in business administration from University of Pune. He has an experience of over 18 years in marketing, business development, strategic planning, and project management. At his heart, he is actually oil and gas professional. He is currently head for gas marketing with H Energy group of companies, and his profile involves market entry strategy and marketing of RLNG. Previously, Hiren was a head of a sales and business development for global markets at Ester Industries Limited, responsible for marketing of polyester films in national and international market. But what I know, Hiren is from Gujarat Gas. He earlier worked for nearly 9 years in various commercial profiles, including marketing, business development, and business planning with Gujarat Gas. And you know, Gujarat Gas today is selling more than 12 million cubic meter of a natural gas, a largest in terms of volume of CGD company. Is a fantastic contribution coming of the foundation which was laid by Hiren. Hiren, over to you to start your presentation. Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you for a kind word, sir. It has been always a privilege to be part of the session which is chaired by you. I would like to thank Bengal Chamber as well for giving me this opportunity. I would just share my presentation for a moment. I would also like to congratulate Bengal Chamber for choosing this topic for moving towards cleaner fuel in this conclave, which is apt on the today's day. Just give me a second by the time I share my presentation. Yeah, is this visible now?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So welcome you all on the behalf of H Energy in this presentation of moving towards cleaner fuel, focus on natural gas. So this is just a disclaimer that any information provided by me are just for a reference point, and people must look into check their own accuracies before using that information. Before I start my presentation, I would like to bring attention to this article which has been published in most national newspapers 2 weeks ago, where NASA has projected that several Indian coastal cities will be submerged by up to 2.7 feet by end of this century. That was definitely for many of people would be a very, very devastating news. What they have done is actually sea level change team of NASA has done certain projections based on the extensive data. And they show that because of the global warming and climate change, due to the melting of the ice sheets and glaciers, the level of the sea is going to increase by 2.7 feet. And the result of that, the cities of the India, which includes Mumbai and Chennai as well, and the many are port cities like Cochin, Mangalore, Kandla, would be submerged in the water for 2.7 feet. The intention of the NASA to make this information available to increase climate resilience of nations, because there will be a large coastal population, infrastructure and economics which will get impacted, as well as to provide information so that decision makers and government make necessary change in the public policy and economy to protect the communities from the potential devastating effect of the sea level change. So with this, I would like to say that how important it is, to this point in time to have everyone, including government, businesses, and civil society, to focus on this issue of the global warming, on the climate change. So going to my content, very briefly covered COP26, as this conclave has been threshold of COP26, what all oil majors are doing in the world, what natural gas is going to make a difference, and very quickly about H energy. So COP26, as all of us aware, is a climate change conference, which is going to be there, organized in the UK somewhere in first 2 weeks of November this year. It is most important gathering after the Paris Climate Change Conference in 2015, and widely considered to be a last opportunity to deliver commitments to keep global temperature rise within the 1.22 degrees centigrade. What is important is which are the goals. There are 4 very clear goals. One is to mitigate. It means secure global net zero by mid of the centuries and keep the temperature within the range of 1.5 to 2. And how could this can be achieved? As Mr. Manglani said, by phase out of coal. Some of the early speakers said decrease deforestation, speed up the switch to electric vehicles, and encourage renewables. It is also very important to have adaptation towards to protect communities. The change is going to happen because of the global warming and its effect. So it's about building defense and create resilience infrastructure. But these 2 goals can only be achieved if there is a finances. So it is very important that to mobilize finances. So it is imperative that developed countries must mobilize around 100 billion every year, and the financial institutes pumps trillions of money to public sector and finance sector to achieve these goals. The last but not least, most important thing which Mr. Manglani has talked much in detail, that it cannot be done by one country or one company. There has to be collaboration between the government, businesses, and civil societies to make this happen. So with this, moving forward, what all majors are doing in the world now, based on this mission of the COP26, that what kind of targets they have set for themselves for GHG emissions, greenhouse gases. Like ExxonMobil said that they would reduce by 13% by 2020 and 15% to 20% reduction by 2025. The GHG emissions. Shell has taken a target to become a net zero emission energy business by 2050. They have also set a target to have net zero in scope 1, scope 2 emission, as well as in scope 3 emissions. Scope 1 is emissions from own operations, scope 2 is emission from purchased energy for own operations, and scope 3 is the product which will be sold by the customers and the suppliers which will be providing them the energy should be also be net zero. Like Chevron also has put reduction in their oil and gas productions. They also set a target vis-a-vis 2016, how much greenhouse emission reduction they would be doing, including in the flaring of the methane. Moving next, like BP also has set a target to become a net zero in their all operations and oil and gas production by 2050, and 50% reduction in the carbon intensity in all the products which they sold by 2050 or sooner. Total also has set a tall target of being a net zero in 2050 in the both scope 1 and scope 2, and in Europe in scope 3 as well they become a net zero emission. ENI has stringent their target from 2015 to 2021, and similarly they also have set target to become a net zero GHG life cycle emissions by 2050. So now moving next to the natural gas, in my view, that natural gas is a key energy resource in mitigating climate change. We have seen, and Mr. Manglani said that, how there will be journey for energy journey from coal to the hydrogen. In this case, natural gas is going to play a very, very important part, because it's going to be a transition from fuel, it's going to be coexist. Mr. Bairagi has covered this part very well, that how natural gas is the lowest pollutant among the all fossil fuels, because it has the lowest CO2 and sulfur emissions. In our country, if you look at, coal has been widely used. Then after diesel, that's oil, and then the natural gas. What message I want to convey here is that natural gas is available in abundance. The reserves can last for 230 years, and it's a cleanest fuel. Other than that, there are many other advantages, like there's no spillage, no storage required, and it is, in fact, cheaper than many other fuel except coal. But we all probably have to pay a higher cost to save our environment, to replace coal with the natural gas wherever is possible. So, in our primary energy consumption, where are we compared to world? Currently, as Mr. Bairagi also covered in his presentation, that we use 7% natural gas versus 24% or 25% being used in the world, whereas our consumption of the coal is very high, which is around 55%, whereas world average is 27%. And we are the third largest energy consumer in the country, in the world. So it is very important that, we need to focus on moving to natural gas. Government also has a target to increase, share of market natural gas in our energy mix from 7% to 15%. And as Mr. Manglani said, that we have achieved more than 100 gigawatts in August 21 production of the renewable capacity, power production by the renewable capacity, which is one of the biggest achievement. So if you look at the below one chart, where natural gas are being used in all segment of industries as well as in vehicles. LNG bunkering and LNG as a fuel would be the new application where the LNG will be widely used. Coming back to how the demand supply of natural gas, currently our dependency on the import of natural gas is nearly 50%, and it is going to increase in the future. Our major demand growth sectors are CGD, fertilizers, and industry. As Mr. Manglani said, that in 9th and 10th round, almost 70% of the population has been covered by the CGD geographical areas, which cover around 50% of the India's total areas. Very critical point here is that government has been doing significant work, like increasing the pipeline length. Currently, we are having around 18,000 kilometers of pipeline, which will be double in 4 to 5 years. We are having around 6 LNG import stations, terminals, and which is going to be a double in next 4 to 5 years, and having around 40 MMTPA capacity, which will go up to 70 to 80 MMTPA in next 3 to 5 years. So these are the demand drivers of the natural gas. Very importantly, one of the factors, environmental concern, also drives the demand of the natural gas in our country. This part also been covered by Mr. Manglani recently, that LNG as a transport fuel is being widely utilized in the China, Europe, and US. And next, India is also focusing in similar way. Just to give a perspective, that currently our transport sector uses around 70% of diesel, out of that 30% being used by the long-haul vehicles. If they, and we add almost 2.5 lakhs of new vehicles every year. If they convert these vehicles into the LNG, demand would be around 5 to 6 MMTPA. LNG is also cheaper than diesel significantly, and as Mr. Manglani said, in the new fuel policy, government has one very important point, that other than the MS and HSD, these retail stations should also have one new generation alternative fuel, which can be CNG or LNG or biofuels. So government has also put the draft LNG policy under which they have set a target to set up 1,000 LNG retail stations with the around 10,000 crores of investment, and we convert 10% of long-haul vehicles on LNG. So as I said, this is going to be 30 to 40% cheaper than the diesels, and it can also run around 900 kilometers in one field compared to 400 to 500 kilometers in case of diesel. So this is one very important aspect, which is very, very important efforts has been put by the LNG suppliers in the world, is a carbon neutral LNG. What is carbon neutral LNG is LNG, during the LNG value chain, all the carbon emissions will be measured, certified and offset through purchase of the carbon credits, and which carbon credits will be utilized for the reforestation, afforestation and other renewable projects. We have seen that currently there will be 17 LNG cargoes have been traded. The first cargo was traded in 2019, where Tokyo Gas and This Energy has bought this cargo from Shell. Shell has taken the lead. Shell has also signed a term contract with PetroChina in last month to supply the carbon neutral LNG. He also received first cargo in 2019 from JERA. How it compares, this outlook of the carbon neutral LNG, like one cargo life cycle, it approximately emission of CO2 would be around 270,000, which required around 240,000 trees, which means that in 2019, 5,500 LNG cargoes were sold, that it required 1.5 billion trees, which is actually a very large number. So the point which I'm driving here, that it is very important that the LNG suppliers controls emission of the methane during the production of gas as well as liquefaction. And that's why probably all these LNG majors have set targets from themselves. Really quickly about H Energy. H Energy is setting up the LNG terminals in the east and west coast of the India. We have completed our first terminal in Maharashtra, in Ratnagiri. And we also have a plan to set up 2 more terminals in East Coast, one being in the West Bengal and one is in Andhra Pradesh, in Kakinada. So this is the first terminal which we have completed, which is having the nameplate capacity of 4 MMTPA. It is the first FSRU-based LNG terminal in the country. And it is also having a 60 kilometer long pipeline to connecting the terminal with the national gas grid. This is another terminal which I talked about, Kakinada, which will have an initial capacity of 3 MMTPA. And it will going to be play a hub and spoke model. It is going to supply LNG to our terminal at Kokrahati. So it will, and the Kokrahati terminal would also supply gas to Bangladesh. We also been authorized by PNGRB to lay a pipeline from Srirampur to Kanajetta, covering the West Bengal and up to the Bangladesh border. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Hiren, for putting good hard work in compiling a fantastic presentation covering international and a domestic scenario. I think definitely all the participants and delegates will find very useful information in your presentation, and you have covered all the details very well. So we can open for question and answer for next 10 minutes. If there are any questions, we will answer. Else we will conclude the session. If there are any questions, please let us know.
Sir, we haven't received any questions yet.
Okay. Do you want us to keep it open or you want us to conclude?
You can have discussions if you want, if you have any discussions with the speakers. I mean, in the meantime, we will check the questions.
Okay.
If it comes.
Okay. So, Bairagi, any thought in your mind, having seen a very good presentation from Hiren?
Yeah, that was really thought-provoking and covering various aspects of the gas value chain. So I think it was a really nice one covering this LNG aspect of it. I was just wondering, when are you going to start this LNG supply in West Bengal, particularly your Kokrahati project? Because we being one of the interested parties in Bengal, we right now are investing heavily into the project to develop the infrastructure in and around this Calcutta and surrounding districts. But in anticipation that we'll be having plenty of natural gas as a source. Of course, the GAIL pipeline has reached up to Durgapur, so another say 150 kilometers or so. Very hopeful. But in the meantime, if your LNG another source comes up, that will provide with a lot of supply abundance.
Yeah, sir. Actually, what we have experienced in our first terminal in Maharashtra, that which we have completed somewhere in 2018, but it took a really long time to complete our pipeline, just 60-kilometer pipeline to it's some irrigation pipeline which connects our terminal with the gas grid. So of course, there are the impact because of the ongoing pandemic as well. So what we are focusing this point in time in West Bengal also, we also have a pipeline for connecting our terminal passing through West Bengal. So we are actively pursuing to get the all the permissions, requisite permissions to lay this pipeline. And first, we are planning to start laying of this pipeline before we start building of the terminal, because terminal building. I mean, we've seen that in not only our case, but even in case of the Kochi, where the terminal comes up, but the pipeline becomes very crucial and takes time. So, and also this Kukrahari terminal also will have the fit from the Kakinada terminal, because as you are aware that we are developing this terminal in the Hooghly River where the draft is very low, so the full size of LNG cargo cannot come. So we need to put a small shuttle vessels LNG from Kakinada and to Benguetiya. So all in all, as we stand today, we see that should come by 2024.
Very good. Mangalani Sahab, I think we have a lot to learn from Adani Total Gas, the way you are leading the industry. Within a very short span of time, we are seeing as part of CGD activities never seen before. So thank you very much for your presence and your input that you have given. I think Angana Madam, you were here.
Yeah.
A few things.
There are two questions. One has probably been already covered. Nonetheless, I am kind of reading it out. What is the situation of LNG availability in West Bengal? Another question is, can the consumers in East get benefit of tariff same as West?
Malani Sahab, your speaker is off. Can you just
sorry. So I will request Hiren to take these questions. He comes from LNG industry. So Hiren, if
I think I have answered the first question, sir. The second question about the tariff. See, the PNGRB has already notified the unified tariff in November, 23rd November to be precise, 2020, and which will be implemented soon. So in this case, the tariff of natural gas supply from any part of the country would be much lesser to the West Bengal. GAIL has put enormous efforts to lay this pipeline from Jagdishpur to Haldia through Bokaro. So this pipeline would provide the natural gas in this area, and that too also has a very affordable tariff based on this unified tariff, which has already been notified.
So just before we can, and any question, Angana? Otherwise, I'll share one of the very important development before we.
No, sir. You may continue.
So just before concluding, let me all bring to your notice that yesterday, after taking over the charge of Petroleum Ministry, Mr. Hardeep Puri had a session with us. First session of his with the industry. So there were 30 CEOs chosen, and the CII also made some brief presentation. I also made our own observation on CGD, what we need help from government. But Honorable Minister made a very good remarks, and he said, now is the era of green energy and green fuels. And his task is very cut out, very clear. He is going to focus on achieving this ambition of Honorable Prime Minister on green energy. It means renewable energy and cleaner fuels. So I think we would see much, much more impetus coming from policy level. There will be a lot of work coming from this. The task will be completed by PNGRB as a facilitator, as a regulator. So we are going to see definitely a better future, a better environment. As I said during my discussion, it is not a choice now. Actually, it is a compulsion for all of us. We may think that this is a choice to us, but it is definitely a compulsion. Better we embrace, and sooner we embrace it is better. Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Bengal Chamber of Commerce, for giving me personally this opportunity to share this session with the two fantastic speakers. I thank Mr. Bairagi and Mr. Aryan Mehta for doing their hard work in compiling very good presentations and giving a good presentations to the participant. I hope your delegates would like it. If there are any questions, feel free to send it to us. We will respond to each of the questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sirs. Thank you, sirs. We are very...
For Anna, take over, I must say that in this 1 hour session, the way you have covered the natural gas industries, even the person who may not be aware would be now fully aware. So I think you have covered all aspects of the industries, starting from LNG to gas, why it is important. And as you rightly said, it's not a choice, it's a probably compulsion that we need to think for the cleaner fuels. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you, Angana.
Thank you. It was really a pleasure for us to include this, this session in this year's conclave, and we look forward to working more closely in this space. And from the chamber, we shall be in touch with the experts we have today. And with this, we will conclude this session with a video presentation from Gail.
From each atom of every molecule to thousands of kilometers deep within the earth, from the sparkling eyes of a young knowledge seeker to the silent confidence of a budding entrepreneur, possibilities ignite the aspirations of 1 billion people. They hold the key to the future of India. Bringing them to life is what drives us as a company. We are constantly expanding and harnessing energy for diversified growth. From the largest network of natural gas pipelines in India, and also the first company to lay LPG pipelines in the country, with gas-based processing facilities for value-added products from natural gas. Spearheading new strategies in sourcing and LNG shipping. At GAIL, we are leading India's efforts to deliver clean energy to its people through new and innovative solutions. Overcoming difficult terrains and inclement weather to augment the nation's pipeline infrastructure. We are connecting clean energy sources to energy markets and enhancing lives everywhere. Thus adding momentum to India's growth story. Diversifying our global presence across varied geographical and price indexations. We are quietly striving for India's energy security. With absolute transparency, impeccable corporate practices, utmost integrity, and sustainability in all our operations. We are finding reliable, sustainable options that make a positive difference. The future holds many challenges. Challenges fraught with the possibilities of innovation and of growth. Above all, the possibility of a better life, energizing a billion dreams. We are committed to creating stories of progress, of enhancing India's quality of life. That's what inspires our every move. That's why we exist. Here, energizing possibilities.
Thank you, everybody. So we will be moving on to the next session, transition to renewable energy. Our speakers have joined. So for the viewers in YouTube, LinkedIn, and the webcast, the session will continue. So, hello everybody, transition to renewable energy. The session would be chaired by Mr. Alok Mukherjee. Mr. Alok Mukherjee is a veteran in the industry and the past president of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. So we have with us Mr. Jason Miranda, Senior Manager, Power Engineers, nominated by US government, and Mr. Rahul Kale, founder and CEO of Sun Power Renewables, nominated by Australian government. So with this, I would request Mr. Alok Mukherjee to please take the session forward.
Thank you very much, Angana. Am I audible completely? Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Thank you. And welcome the speakers and the rest of the audience. Particular welcome to Jason Narendra and Rahul Kale. They have joined from other countries, so timing is not the same. So I hope it has not caused them many difficulties. So it looks like that we have, including me, we have 3 speakers in this session. Madam Saraswati is probably not joining. So we will get a little more time probably for question and answer and things like that. So without further ado, I'll just try to open the subject and then call upon one by one the speakers to talk about their subject and I'll talk about their biodata, all that at that time. One of the reporters, journalists with a very caustic tongue, has written that almost none of the world's largest polluters have enacted policies compatible with Paris Agreement. That is the last one. Paris COP in Paris. Paris Agreement's target of limiting global warming to within 2 degrees. But fortunately, despite the absence of adequate government and other support, renewable energy has grown at an astonishing pace in recent years thanks to its plummeting cost. India, for example, has more than double the stock of wind and solar power in the last 5 years, driven by sustainability concern and also the clean energy's potential for cost-effective meeting citizens' pressing development needs. However, the low prices of wind and solar projects include the structural costs renewable energy poses for grids when deployed at large scale. The intermittent, unpredictable nature of the electricity generated by such technologies, in contrast to the stable, on-demand flow of power from traditional fossil fuel, Well, everybody has its pluses and minuses, of course. As you know, everything in the world has pluses and minuses. That required fundamental change. We have to change, we have to transform, but it required fundamental change on how countries invest and operate in their grids. Because generation is only one thing. But what we have to do also, remember that we have to also put it to the grid. Large power stations cannot operate alone. That is not possible, so they have to be put onto the grid. So for India, one of the most important steps for coping with the variability of these new sources of energy like sun, wind, etc., biomass, is there has been a better coordination of the flow of power between the country's disparate state-run grids. So we are trying also to increase the volume of the energy traded between the states within the country, between the states, for the supply of renewable energy. In India, change is underway with very strong recent growths in the renewable energy. According to the CEA, Central Electricity Authority of India projections, wind and solar energy could contribute up to 31% of gross electricity generation by 2029-30, from 9.82% to 2018-19. From 9.2% to 31%, which is a big jump in what? So let's say about 3-4 years. That is the story of India for renewable energy. Just to give you some example, the publicly owned Solar Energy Corporation of India, SECI, has concluded a tender finalization of 1.2 gigawatt of renewable energy project with storage that could reliably meet power demand during morning and evening hours. Importantly, the projects will sell the power for a much lower price on average than that charged by the coal-fired power plant. Then after that, the same corporation, SECI, Solar Energy Corporation of India, has concluded another tender of 400 megawatt of round-the-clock renewable energy with proper storage, of course. These projects will sell on renewable energy with an annual capacity factor of 80% or above. So apart from augmenting the energy supply to distant places, renewable resources will help India in mitigating climate change. There is no doubt about that. India, in fact, could emerge as an innovation hub for a global green shift with supportive policy action. Another company in India, Reliance Industries, one of the largest company probably in the world also, has announced plans to invest $10 billion in the clean energy sector by 2030, and that will include setting up not only renewable energy power plant, but gigafactories to manufacture solar modules, battery storage, electrolyzer, fuel cells, etc. Several other Indian companies are accelerating plans for growth in that direction. Adani Green Energy recently announced the acquisition of one company, SB Energy, which has announced a target of 60 gigawatts wind and solar energy by 2032, and recently floated a global tender of 1 gigawatt hour of grid-scale battery storage. So energy subsidies have wide ramifications beyond government budgets, including for market, society, environment, and are linked to issues such as stranded assets, enhancing energy access, public health, and climate change. In India, we had about 75-80% at one time coal-fired boiler. So new coal-fired boiler was coming every year. Last year is the only year in the last, I don't know, maybe about 40-50 years that there is no coal-fired power station has been ordered. But there is a problem. There is a problem which is a financial problem. The coal-fired power stations creates a lot of NPA with the banks, non-performing asset, meaning that they have been planned with some plant load factor. But when the renewable energy has come already, and people will prefer to have the renewable energy rather than coal-fired power, then of course it is becoming difficult for them to pay back the lender. So that is creating some problem, but I'm sure it will be over very soon with government support and other support. So India is world's possibly the third largest consumer of electricity and third largest renewable energy producer, with, as of today, 38%. That is 136 gigawatt out of 373 gigawatt of total installed energy. And I'm talking about 2020 December. So after that, 6 months has passed, and we have added also in those 6 months. India has also set a target of aims to reduce emission intensity to gross domestic product ratio by about 35%. So this is the situation today in India. India has done quite well in biomass. The target was 2021 is about 10 gigawatt, which will be, I think, crossed by the time the year ended. Wind power is running a little short of a target, which was 60 gigawatt, because of certain challenges, sanction of grid, and then availability of land, and so on. And of course, solar is going on very well, and it's already producing 175 gigawatt by 2022, and it should be 450 gigawatt solar by 2030. So that's what the situation is. This is the large plant point, but also we have to look at the other thing, apart from large grid scale, we have targets of distributed renewable energy, like rooftops, like similar other for agriculture. And these plants will not be connected to the grid, but that will more or less be for local supply. This is also going on mostly according to the plan and target. So there are contradictions in between business as usual in India's power sector and its green energy aspirations, but it will become more obvious as we go on. And reforming now while there is still time, it's like a surgery. You know, a planned surgery always more welcome than emergency surgery. So while there is still time and flexibility to plan for high shares of renewable energy, rather than simply react to an imminent crisis of curtailment that would let India not just continue the meteoric growth of renewables in this country, but accelerate it also. So with that, I will stop here. Maybe we'll come back later on for some other points. And the next speaker in this session will be Mr. Jason Marinda. Jason Marinda, as you have been told, is the senior manager for the power engineers. And he has been in the grid division, and it brings the deep technical understanding of grid reliability and communication system. India in the last 3-4 years has just completed 2 very high power, ultra high voltage DC grids from center of India to northeast India to take in the small hydro plants, and another from South India to East India. So these are very big transmission lines. I think the capacity in both cases is about 6,000 megawatts, 6 gigawatt, and the distance is about 17 to 1800 kilometer, and it is plus minus 800 kV DC. So it will be, we would very keenly await talk of Mr. Jason Marinda. He has diverse background, including distribution planning studies and design and commissioning of substation SCADA system and distribution automation system that facilitates grid operational performance monitoring. Mr. Marinda's professional experience include both design and field installation monitoring assignments that allow him to discuss both the theory and reality of grid resilience. His work has also included equipment configuration and programming, system integration, commissioning, and startup. So Jason Marinda, please, the floor is all yours. Or rather, the screen is all yours. We have no floor.
Yeah, thank you. Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I do have some slides to share, so I'm going to share that here. And so you should be able to see that now.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay. Okay. So thanks for that introduction. That was very nice of you. Sometimes I hear introduction of myself and wonder how I've had time to do all that stuff. But and really appreciate the introduction on India and all the exciting things going on in renewables there. It's really an astonishing amount of renewables that is being connected to the grid there right now. It's exciting time to be in the industry. So like Alok said, I'm Jason Miranda. I work for Power Engineers. I'm a project manager focused on distributed generation and renewables here and how those interconnect to the grid. Power Engineers is a multi-service engineering and environmental firm.
Yes, sorry to interrupt you. I forgot to tell you, if we could finish within about 15 to 16 minutes, 17 minutes, that's okay.
Okay, yep, for sure. Look, thank you for the reminder. So, yeah, like I was saying, so Power Engineers we're based in the U.S., but we do work all over the world, including in places like India, where we've done a number of high voltage projects, and in other parts of Asia. A lot of transmission line design and that around there as well. But, you know, a lot of the work that I'm focused on and that we do as well and internationally is like feasibility and roadmap studies and saying, okay, if our goal is this and today we're here, how do we get from here to there? And so, you know, that's kind of some of the work that looking at here in this time in the industry is how do we, you know, we have all these goals for renewables, but, you know, right now we don't have that. And how do we integrate those into the grid and still provide safe, reliable, and affordable power to our customers? So, so that's what I'm going to talk a little bit about here. And my background is in the transmission and distribution world, but lately I've been doing a lot of focus on distributed generation as well, where it is a multidiscipline effort that we have here that is trying to figure out how to integrate smaller scale renewables as well. So in addition to the transmission level and high voltage level and the smaller sites as well. So the first thing we'll talk about is, you know, the grid is changing. You heard all the stats on the new renewables that are being added to the grid in India. Worldwide, in 2020, there was 260 gig of renewables added to the grid in 2020 estimated, which is a 50% increase over just the year before. So, and that was with the global slowdown and stuff because of the COVID pandemic. So that's a significant amount of energy. And so 260 gigawatts, sometimes it's hard to like think about how big of a number a gigawatt of energy is. And, you know, 260 gigawatts in 1 year requires every second installing 8 kilowatts of renewables. So that's about the size of a decent sized house. Is you can put about 8 kilowatts of renewables on the roof. So every second we have to do that to get to what we did last year, 260 gig worldwide. And then, you know, and so another thing, sometimes you hear like gigawatts, megawatts, and all that, and a little hard to fathom how big of a number that is. And just for a comparison, 1 million seconds, so a mega is about 11 and a half days. 1 billion, or a gig, of seconds is almost 32 years. So just the difference in seconds between a million and a billion is 11 and a half days to 32 years. It's quite a bit. And we did 260 gigawatts worldwide of renewables last year. So that's a crazy amount of new renewables onto the grid that we have to figure out how to do with that intermittency, and not steady state that we're used to having powering the grid. You know, another thing that's changing our grid right now is electrification, as we try and fight climate change on that part and electrifying and going from fossil fuel-based things like residential heating and industrial processes using fossil fuels to electrifying that to clean that up some. So that's another stress on our grid as a load. instead of the renewable source. So we have to figure that out. Like I mentioned, distributed generation is a huge push all over the place, and so now, we're used to having our grid of power being generated at one spot and then flowing out in one direction everywhere. And now we still have those big power plants, but now we have these small distributed generations as well that's pushing power the other way. So you have multi-directional power flow. So that's changing our grid as well. You have the standard drivers, the things that have been changing our grid ever since we created a grid, that is aging of the infrastructure, and then load growth in areas that aren't that haven't been developed yet or just are growing. Our grids here in the U.S., a lot of that was built in the mid 1900s, and so now it's 70 years old, a lot of this stuff, and so it's aging, and we have to figure out a way to replace that. So lots of other parts of the world are dealing with that same problem as well. And then another thing that I think is important to understand as well is our customers' expectations are changing. So the people that are populations are relying on power much more than they used to. Back 30, 40 years ago, when the lights went off and power was down for a little while, that wasn't as big of a deal to now, as we're so reliant on that power, and it's gone from being an inconvenience to be honestly a potential for a humanitarian crisis when power's out for an extended period of time in places. So if the grid is changing, we know all that, and we want to put renewables on all that. Is there a balance between adding renewables to the grid and still having a sustainable grid? Like I said, we can't have power outages because people are relying on that power. So we need a resilient grid, but we also need to have a sustainable grid. So what is resiliency? The easiest way to define that is just quote the dictionary, and the resiliency is the capacity to recover quickly from difficulties or toughness. So a resilient grid is a grid that can withstand something bad happening to it, like below zero temperatures in a traditionally warm climate, wildfires in dry climates, and different things like that that cause stress, unexpected stress to the grid, and for the grid to be able to recover from that as a resilient grid. But we also need a sustainable grid as well, right? And because we don't want to be destroying what we've been given, and we want to create something that can be used for many generations to come. So is there a conflict right now between resiliency and sustainability? Can we add all this renewable to the grid and still have a resilient grid? And I think there is a bit of a conflict today, and I think the number one problem that we have right now is a affordable solution for long-term storage. We talked about wind and solar and the batteries that we have right now, and that's great, but it's not always on, and the batteries are really only affordable and cost competitive for up to about a 4-hour period. If you get over 4 hours, it's no longer affordable, and it's difficult to put that in. So we need to figure out a way for long duration storage. And I'm not saying there's not options for long duration storage. There's plenty of options for that, and a lot of people are doing some really good research in that area. But today, I just don't think there's affordable options there. In the future, maybe other things like green hydrogen, a battery technology that isn't lithium ion. There's you have other forms of green storage, like I saw there's one recently about stacking blocks to use the potential energy of blocks being stacked to provide storage of energy there. So there's a lot of different options, a lot of things that I think are coming. So we need to make sure that we're figuring out a way to do that, to provide long-term storage to compensate for the grid when the renewables aren't available. And so if we're here and we have a grid, I think the stat that you just said Alok was previously there was 75 to 80% coal in India, and you want to get off of that, and we want to add more renewables. How do we get there from here? If we can't just, if we go right now and shut off all the coal plants in the world, then we're going to have a crisis. We're not going to be able to handle that. So what do we do? And I think, if we do turn off all the coal plants, I keep saying this, but the impact from a long-term outage is pretty significant. But I don't think that we have to say, okay, we just have to deal with that and we just keep going with non-sustainable power generation options. There are options that we can do now. And so what can we do in the first time? So renewables are a great solution, but the problem with renewables is that they're intermittent. So for temporary reductions in that power, we can definitely use lithium ion and lithium technologies to smooth out those shorter term intermittencies of that. We can use lithium ion batteries to replace peakers for short term situations right now. But if there's not affordable long term storage solutions now, we need to make sure that we're still investing money in research and development of that, and to get that to a point where that is affordable and there are multiple options out there. The options that we have today wouldn't be around as they are if research and development hadn't gone into that years and years ago. So we need to make sure that we're continuing to fund the R&D of that technology, and then pilot projects as well, not just the R&D, but putting them out like smaller scale stuff out on the grid and making sure and testing small sections of that to see how they work is something that we need to be doing. And so I do want to go back. One of the things, like little technical here, but why the big argument against renewables on the grid, one of the big ones, other than the intermittency, is that the grid needs inertia. So inertia to keep the grid moving or operating the way it is something that's needed, and something that coal-fired and other gas-powered plants have been providing for years. And it really provides frequency support to the grid. So in load changes, you don't get huge frequency fluctuations. But if you have a lot of power electronics on the grid, they're able to act fast and also compensate for that as well. So the more inverter-based and power electronics technology you have on the grid, the less inertia you actually need to keep the grid operating stably. So, and then there's other options for carbon-free inertia options like synchronous condensers and other things. So we can handle the inertia part of it. And then there's some other concepts about reactive power that these traditional plants have been providing, but the inverter base and all that and technology and our new renewables technology can provide that as well. So, and then the other thing on here that I want to stress is for grids that are already built out is the importance of the demand side of the equation. There's a saying that the greenest kilowatt is a kilowatt that you never use. So we can't forget on the demand side, programs like demand response and energy efficiencies to minimize the amount of power that is used, so that we're able to keep a sustainable grid going. And then another thing that I do want to mention here as well is the last thing on this topic that I want to mention is considering how, in times of stress, how do we shut down the grid? So, there's so much technology that we have nowadays with AMI, with smart metering, with our different SCADA or monitoring and control system. It's really sad to me that now when the grid is stressed, we still are shutting down portions of the grid by just opening high voltage transmission breakers and shutting off large sections of the grid without a more strategic way to shut that down. So that's another thing that we need to make sure that we're doing and to remove stress from the grid in times of trouble is being able to strategically shut down parts of the grid. So that's all I've got for my introduction. Just one, like I said, the key to me is we need a grid that is resilient and sustainable. We can get there from here, but we have to make sure that we're figuring out investing in things like long-term storage and making sure that that we're putting in renewables where they make sense. So,
thank you very much, Jason. That was a good lesson for us regarding grids. And by the way, I like very much your giving the examples between millions and billions, taking the seconds as a unit. That was very impressive and convincing too. Then you really understand what is the difference. Anyway, yes, as you said rightly, the goalposts are there, and sometimes the problem is the goalpost is also changing, so we have to change ourselves. Distributed generation has been a game changer completely. We have been used to power flowing in one direction, as he rightly said. Now it is all multi-direction, power coming in, power going out, and so on. So the state, in spite of that, the grid must be at a steady state. That's the main thing. And the resilience and stability, I would say resilience, stability, and sustainability. All three, to keep all three there in the grid is very important, but at the same time, it's a complex problem. It's not an easy problem. Affordability is another thing, and which we are very concerned about India. Fortunately, today the solar power is called, the costing of that is much lower than even the coal-fired power. So that was a big surprise for us. Even 2 to 3 years ago, we couldn't have imagined that. 3 years, 4 years ago, we couldn't have imagined that. It is true that the battery storage, the technology is coming up, but it has not come up to the extent that the other areas has developed. But I'm sure in a few years' time, we will see a complete change. For your information, Jason, that we have started storing energy power a long time back by using hydro pump storage system. And West Bengal is a state which started it in India. And now I believe about 62,000 megawatt has been is under construction or something, where at proper sites, because you need a high point reservoir and a reservoir on the ground level. It's being constructed for storage of power. But I am sure that the battery technology will come up very soon. And apart from that, yes, our short term, we have a definite short term and long term goal. In short term, within this decade, we cannot say no power from coal. That's not possible. That will affect our growth story of the economy, and that we cannot afford. So, but we must be ready. We must be ready as we go on, whether it takes 10 years for us, 9 years, 11, 12 years, whatever. We must be ready with our infrastructure of renewable energy so that we don't feel the absence, and make it sustainable and stable. That is the most important point. And of course, the grid disturbance, I might come back with a question to you later on that. Thank you very much, Jason. That was a good description of the grid problems and the grid possibilities with the renewable powers coming in. All right, our next speaker will be Rahul Kale. Rahul Kale is the founder and CEO of Sun Power Renewable. It's an Australian developer of renewable energy solutions specializing in energy storage products, which is of immense interest to the whole world today, not just India. So Rahul has been working on that, and he has been a thought leader, advocate for renewable energy. His understanding of the renewable energy sector within financial sphere is what led him to identify gaps in the solar industry. So he has worked in many projects across Asia and Europe, and under his stewardship, the company designed and created a state-of-the-art solar energy device for the last mile energy generation. Since then, his company has gone on to expand the range and venture deeper into the sector of the electric vehicle charging capabilities. Prior to Sun Power Renewable, his professional career began 2 decades ago as a banker in Asia Pacific, where he held leadership position in banks like Standard Chartered Bank in Singapore and GE Money in Australia. Rahul's exposure to multiple markets has equipped him with strong business acumen, ability to assess risk, and work at a strategic level. He possesses strong leadership ability, interpersonal skills, and multicultural awareness. He is a Monash University graduate alumni with a graduate diploma in banking and finance and master's degree in applied finance. Apart from that, he is interested in sports and is a fitness enthusiast, and there was a national level swimmer. Good, that I didn't know. I have requested Rahul particularly if he can just take up to time is about 15 minutes. So if you can take up 16, 17 minutes, something like that, take up the 2 aspects of renewable energy. One is the financing, which is a big issue in India also, and also project management. Renewable energy projects are somewhat different than many other projects. And what are the constraints and how we should proceed when handling a project of renewable energy. So Rahul, the screen is all yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mukherjee. Thanks, Jason, for a great note on the grid infrastructure as well. Just in addition to some of the few things in terms of introducing myself, we develop and manufacture portable lithium solar generators, which are an all-in-one device, including lithium-ion battery storage, which are really used for last-mile electricity connections. And they are the ideal replacement for diesel generators and home inverter UPSs for energy backup. Our whole ethos for the company is about energy independence, where we want to make sure that with all the shortcomings of the grid at the moment and all the infrastructure-related issues, particularly that we see in countries like India or other emerging markets, we want to promote energy independence to the consumer. And this really came about by in my previous life as an investment banker, and so we were developing a lot of large-scale utility-scale projects in Asia and Europe. And one of the main issues that really came about was, how do you kind of make solar energy or renewable energy accessible to the common man? How do you make sure that everyone can actually have access and start generating their own power? A lot of people that we used to install these plants, and we used to travel all over the world, and people used to ask us the same question that, look, I'm going to set up this massive 10, 100, 200 megawatt plant, but what does that mean to me? We've heard about, we've set up solar plants in India where we've got PPAs signed at 18 rupees a unit, which are now at about 2.5 rupees a unit. But for the average user in the country, their electricity bills are still going up. So there's that whole disparity, and people are very concerned about that their dependence on diesel generator or energy backup solutions is increasing, even though there's reports about solar price going down. So that whole thinking led us to kind of create and design this product. We've got a big R&D center in Australia where we are researching on new battery technologies, and we've come up with this new product and a whole range of products, from very small handheld units to larger units for commercial and industrial purposes as well. So I'm just going to share my screen, and we'll just go through a few topics today, mainly around some of the future trends in renewable energy, and I'll keep my focus a bit on financing and project management. Pretty much everyone in the world is expected to kind of there's a big commitment from
your
the renewable
screen
energies.
is still not
There's a
visible.
big
Mr. Kale, we are sharing the screen for you.
Yeah, please do. Yeah, now you can see it.
You're on mute.
Yeah. The most uttered sentence in the last 1.5 years. You are on the mute. Please unmute yourself.
It has been, hasn't it?
Please carry on.
Yeah. So there, I was saying that there's a big commitment from all governments and corporates alike across the world to move away from fossil fuel-based energy and start looking at reducing their emission, carbon emission. Yeah, a lot of the governments are behind on their commitments that they made at the Paris Climate Accord. And now they are looking to kind of roll that back and start recommitting to new emission reduction targets. ESG today, environment, social and governance criteria. Anyone you speak to today in the renewable energy world, or even just in the energy space, or even across every industry actually, ESG is probably the most kind of floated word you hear. Everyone's making new commitments to ESG. We've heard of different banks and corporates setting up new task forces for ESG. So everyone's kind of looking at that environment, social and governance criteria to really improve the way that they used to function and want to function in the future. Their commitments to preserving nature, their commitment to kind of not use fossil fuel, the commitment to the planet, that's all coming to the forefront. And moving away and transitioning to renewables is on the top of everyone's agenda at the moment. And that's really led to a lot of new financing options that are available as well for project developers. You know, renewable energy, when you think about it, just think about a solar power plant, right? It's got a 25-year-old cash flow, a stable, consistent cash flow, more often than not, which kind of, the plant load factor issue, as Mr. Mukherjee has mentioned with the coal plants. If you really model the solar plant, the solar generation well, you're able to get a nice little cash flow for 25 years, a consistent cash flow, which investors love, right? So everyone realizes the value that green financing or finance or putting money or investing into renewable assets can really generate those returns. And we're seeing a lot of money now being pumped into these projects. Banks have made commitments not to lend to coal power plants anymore. You have the likes of HSBC, Standard Chartered Bank, who've made commitments that they will no longer fund any coal-powered power stations. So already there's a huge shift in the mindset and a priority given towards green finance and financing renewable projects. You've got Singapore, which has now announced a green finance hub. They're coming up with green bonds and other sorts of financings for renewable energy projects. And if you look at the kind of distribution across the world, Asia still ranks as one of the highest in terms of capacity or potential to generate renewable energy. So a lot of the focus of the international banks and financing institutions is in Asia, particularly India, for these renewable projects. In the last year, especially since the pandemic, SPACs are really making a big name. SPACs are special purpose acquisition companies. These are being set up specifically for the renewable energy projects, where acquisition companies are being installed and they're going pre-IPO, they're collecting like a $200 million, $400 million corpus. And they are investing in different sorts of projects across the globe. So project developers are now looking at SPACs to really finance their projects, and that's been they've been fairly successful in doing that. In terms of project management, I think really the key is for renewable energy projects is that given that it's a 25-year kind of lifespan that we look at, We need to come up with different ways, and promoters need to look at different ways how to really maximize and improve their project management to execute on the projects. One of the biggest issues with projects in India, from our experience and from what we've heard from other people as well, that the key risk to financing for Indian projects is the execution risk, right? That for a greenfield project, how long would it take? Regulatory approvals, licenses, how long to commission? Is the modeling correct? Is the logistics correct? Can that be sustained over a 25-year lifespan? And for any international investor, I think that becomes key. So some of the new trends that are coming up are also going to help in better management of these projects and better financing rolling into the country. And one of the key areas where we see a lot of value that could be added because of technology for projects in India is energy storage. As we bring battery technology and battery capacities into the country, for last mile connectivity to bring it closer to home to a lot of people, as well as kind of coming up with the batteries for grid stability, to remove the intermittency issue that Jason mentioned earlier. A lot of the Indian projects now, if you look at the project requirements, about 5 to 7% of the energy requirement is still now mandatory based out of that you have to install those batteries, which is going to help. And I think that's going to keep increasing as we go forward. And that's going to help in improving the stability of the grid. But really that battery energy is going to help in creating energy independence in the country. We've talked about distributed power generation, and we really see that playing a major role going forward, where you don't need to have a 100 megawatt plant. You don't need to have a 500 megawatt plant. You can bring that and distribute that across different regions, bring it closer to the point of consumption, use battery technologies, and really drive energy independence at a community level, at a city level, or break it down rather than having such large utility scale projects and have the risks associated with those kind of projects. Microgrids obviously are playing a huge role. We've seen in places like Adelaide in Australia, where community battery banks, and we've installed ourselves a couple of community battery banks over there, where we set up a battery bank for a particular set of locality, and then we are using distributed power to improve the energy efficiency and independence for the community over there. We spoke about green hydrogen earlier, that as a technology, it's going to help in reducing the wastage or over-dependence on the grid. If there's excess solar being generated, for example, that can be stored. We can put electrolyzers, convert that into green hydrogen, and use that in refueling stations or fuel cell-based vehicles to power those cars. So, if you look at, as an example, Saudi Arabia is now setting up a new city called NEOM, N-E-O-M, which is a $5 billion city in Saudi Arabia, which is purely going to be powered by green hydrogen, in energy independent, just green hydrogen. So these kind of technologies they're getting more and more active to drive that energy independence point home, make it self-sustaining and sustainable. And ultimately, you have energy blockchain and Internet of Things, and this really actually helps in the project management as well. When you have the internet and all the different aspects of the solar plant connected online, you can monitor them remotely. You have much better control over maintenance of the equipment as well as the power generation capacities. You've got more control over what's going on. And ultimately, from a financing perspective, when you start reducing your operational cost, you're actually able to gain more value from your balance sheet. And that's what the investors want to say, that how effectively can you really manage those cash flows? And if you're able to secure those cash flows for your investors, then a lot of financing is going to come through to you. So financing along with project management and really improving and understanding those cash flows become very important in today's world. And I think as this renewable energy transition grows, People are getting a lot better at it. They're getting more versatile. They have a much deeper understanding of the project lifespan and life circles, power generation capacities, grid capacities, distributed power kind of demand requirements. And as more and more data comes through, the knowledge increases, and we'll see a much faster adoption of renewables in the near future. So that's my point, Mr. Mukherjee. Happy to take any points and questions. So your turn to be on mute now.
Sir, you're still on mute. I think it's all
okay.
right.
All right. Thank you very much. You started with the thing energy independence, which was the very pet idea of one of our former president of the whole country. I think only space scientists to become the president of the country, India. That he was insisting on energy independence. That is, India must be energy independent as soon as possible. And he took a full program. I know the president is supposed to be not a kind of a statutory post, not like prime minister. The country is run by the prime minister and his cabinet colleagues. But here he took the initiative to make a program for this. Accessibility of power is also, Rahul and both Jason has talked about this. Battery technology is one of the main things. I have heard people who are the head of distribution companies saying that what is the use of renewable energy if we don't have storage? Now, storage has advanced quite a lot in the last few years, but not probably to the extent that we thought it would. You have given very good examples also of the financial options which one can have. We are going through that stage right now, and we're trying to find out that what are the different kinds of multilateral agencies, angel fund, venture capital, whatever, wherever this is possible to do. And green energy, we have just taken a hydrogen mission. The Prime Minister has announced that, and we will go into this very soon. Okay, so you have more or less covered what you were supposed to cover, both financing options as well as the project management. And I must say that when I worked with a company called ABB, Asia Brown Boveri, you might have heard of, and there we used to say that it's an endangered species. The project managers are sort of endangered species. Very difficult to find a really good project manager. And now we need them more as more and more renewable energy projects are coming. We need them much more than before. Okay, both Jason and Rahul, thank you very much. You have clarified quite a lot. And I think there's a lot of take away from this. Now, who has the questions? Angana, you or Suchishmita?
Yes. Sorry, I was not being able to switch on my microphone. Yeah, we have two questions.
Okay.
One is general and one is pretty specific. One is what is the cost competitiveness of renewables? This is one. Another one is India in a strategically stronger position taking the lead in International Solar Alliance, and how? So if you could address this, I think I have received few more questions. I will check and revert.
Okay, all right. Firstly, I think I'll take this. Your first question was, the second question was the International Solar Alliance, and the first question was what? Cost of renewable energy, right?
Cost competitiveness of renewables.
I'll speak on that later, but I'll first ask Jason if you have any comments on this.
I do think that renewables are cost competitive, especially solar, and then solar combined with storage is definitely cost competitive with other forms of generation. In the U.S. here, there was recently an RFP went out and the RFP was said, hey, we need this much generation. We don't care what type it is. Come back and tell us the technology you want to use. And by far the solar and solar plus storage was the cheapest options that were available.
Right. Okay. Rahul, any comments?
Yeah, I kind of see this in two parts, right? I think in terms of if you look at like a country like India, where you have your power discoms and state governments who are buying the power.
Yep.
Typically, earlier they were buying renewable energy, solar power at 18 rupees a unit. That's now gone down to 2.5 rupees a unit. Whereas they're buying coal power at 2.5 to 3 rupees a unit. So from a competitiveness perspective, I think it's on par. There's grid parity. So there's a lot of impetus for these discoms to now buy renewable energy and supply that to the consumer. But from a consumer's perspective, I think they're still reliant on the grid. And when the grid fails, they're still looking to buy diesel generators or home UPS inverters for their power kind of backup requirements. And now with solars and storage kind of being so competitive, you're looking at about a payback of about 9 months compared to a diesel generator for an asset that can be used for over 10 years. So suddenly, from a consumer perspective as well, that's become very competitive, and that's going to help in the faster adoption of solar as we go on.
Right. Thank you very much, both of you. I would just add to this. I think it was not maybe a month or 1.5 months ago, I read in the paper one of the large tenders in India has been settled. The cost was 2.28 or something, rupees 2.28 per unit, which is about half of coal-fired power. Yesterday, I don't know whether you heard Dr. Ajay Mathur, who is the Director General of International Solar Alliance, ISA. He said that tenders have been received now with 1.38 or 1.48, I forget the exact figure, but 1 point something. I mean, from where to where we have come? From 18, 19 rupees to 1 point, let's say 1.7 or 1.8. So cost effectiveness of solar energy plus storage is definitely going to beat even solar coal-fired power's cost. And as far as the second question is concerned, you must have heard, if you were here, you have heard Dr. Ajay Mathur, who is the Director General of that. He said that it is just a start. Already 90 countries are members of the International Solar Alliance. And their priority is to take solar power, make as much solar power as possible in the tropical countries. And they will start with Africa. Then they will start with the Latin America and several other regions, so to speak. So this is something where India is placed quite strategically, because this was formed after a joint cooperation between the Prime Minister of France and Prime Minister of India together. And within weeks or months, I think membership has gone from 3 or 4 to 90 about, and it's coming. It's still counting every day. Somebody wants to be a member, and the resultant effect will be in Africa, and India will have a very central role to play, not just because an Indian is the Director General, not because of that, but not only because of that, because that certainly is a point that Dr. Ajay Mathur is one of the person in the whole world probably who's suitable for this post. But India as a country can play a dominant part, and really it has to play a dominant part in development of solar energy, particularly in countries where there are possibilities, but it has not been done because of several obstacles. Maybe. All right, any other questions? Angana? Angana, any other question?
Sorry, this question is from Dr. Shudipto De, another speaker and committee member of the chamber. He's also here. I'm reading out his question. His question is, the intermittency and the uncertainty of solar power with weather without any large-scale storage, will that be a serious threat for large-scale solar power?
Any comment, Rahul?
Yes, I would think so. Till the technology improves or till you kind of bring in something like green hydrogen to store that power, that is one of the bigger issues, and that does have an impact, because it's not easy to predict the grid and what goes into the grid. Today, there's a lot of wastage where renewables kind of can't really flow into the grid the way it's expected to flow. Neither can the grid really balance its demand and supply because of the intermittency issue. So I would think that becomes a bigger issue, but that's also an opportunity for battery manufacturers to come and improve and come up with better technology, come up with a faster adoption of batteries. It has to start somewhere for it to improve, and I think it's already started, but there's room to go. But it is one of the bigger challenges.
Thank you. Jason, any comment?
Yeah, 100% agree. And I think the key to this is, one thing is you don't even have to wait for weather, right? Every day for 12 hours, you have no sun. So you have to figure out what to do in that. And so just relying on one technology, whether that's solar, wind, I don't care what it is, we can't do that. It has to be a mix of generation sources.
Right. Sudipto, I think your question has been answered, but I would like to think, as I have said very often, that one thing, if we are lagging, is the sufficient advance in storage technology, storage of electricity. So, but things are changing. I have mentioned in my opening address, you must have heard that the publicly owned Solar Energy Corporation of India has concluded a tender of 1 gigawatt of renewable energy with storage. What kind of storage, lithium-ion battery or whatever, is not very clear yet. We will get the details soon. But the whole idea is that with the storage, they could reliably meet power demand during morning and evening hours. That means a lot of storage of power. It's a 1.2 gigawatt plant. On the same corporation has ordered another tender, another job, 400 megawatts, and they call it round-the-clock renewable energy. That also must be with storage. Now, the storage is not, well, technologically, we all think it seems that it is not where it should be. So we have to wait for it to be somewhere, but I am quite optimistic about it. I think that possibly in the next 3 to 5 years, we will see some kind of revolution in energy storage. And I think what has been ordered by these companies, we don't have the details, but there are new people, there are people coming up with new ideas, not just the old lithium-ion battery, but something else. They're changing not only the material, but also other operation parameters for the storage. So you are quite right in what you said, as both our speakers said, but I think that's for now only. We are trying to overcome with the existing technology, whatever we have for storage, but I think good things are yet to come, and it will come. Yes,
Thank you.
Any other question?
Yeah, we are just on time, but however, there is a question which is not directly related to, it's not solely on renewable, but I think, sir, you may address it. Like, how can developing economies improve SDG?
Well, yes, you are right that this is not a question for this seminar, but most certainly, the whole point is that there are two aspects of this. One is business as usual, or not business as usual if you want to follow the SDGs. Now, the SDGs, with 17 or 19 of them together, we didn't take much notice of that initial, but today in India, everybody is doing that. I strongly feel, and many others feel like me, that SDGs are not just can be taken as SDG, they must be integrated with your operation. Whether it's governance, whether it's something else, renewable energy, whether it's energy disruption, whether it is something else, it doesn't matter, environment, pollution, whatever it is. The whole point is that it is just like quality. When quality in movement started in India, 60s, 70s, we thought we have made a quality department and put 10 inspectors, the job is done. Then we found out that quality must be integrated. The production must not go on without quality, and the production manager is responsible for quality, not the quality manager. Exactly similar way, SDGs have to be integrated with our operation. All that we have done so far, we are going to do. But I think gradually India will do very well in SDGs. Gradually, it has all just started. But I'm sure that we will see more of it in future.
Thank you, sir. So we are closing the session here, if that is all right with you.
Yeah, fine. I just would like to add one word, that renewable energy is no longer a niche fuel. We cannot call it a niche fuel any longer. Just as climate change is not academic today. Those days are gone. It's very real, on the ground, and we have to tackle and handle it. There was an Italian writer called Lampedusa. Many of you might have heard about him. He has said that if you want the things to stay as they are, sitting in an air-conditioned room, doing this Zoom platform, if you want things to stay as they are, things must change. And that starts with all of us. We have to change ourselves to adapt to the new circumstances. Smart grid technologies will allow for the integration of renewable energy into the grids. And things are happening with about 2,000 kilometer long lines in India itself. And there are many other countries who are doing this. So I'm sure that if renewable energy has come to stay and more improve itself. There are challenges, but we have to tackle the challenges as we go on. Thank you very much. I must thank the speakers for their excellent deliberation, plus the time they kept wonderfully to the time, and all the audience who was there. I'm sure there is a lot of takeaway for them from this session. Once again, thanks a lot to all of you and the Secretariat for helping us.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sirs. So we are closing this session on the transition to renewable energy, and which brings us to the concluding session of this year's Environment and Energy Conclave. After 10 minutes at 8:45 IST, we'll be having dynamics of carbon credit market and green funding. The speakers, we have Mr. Anirban Ghosh, Chief Sustainability Officer of Mahindra Group, and Ms. Sara Dobi, Manager, Resilience Programs, Climate Resilience Consulting. So you are requested to stay tuned for YouTube and LinkedIn and our webcast audience. The session would be continued, and for Facebook, we are closing the session here, and just before at 8:45 IST, we will get relive again. Thank you.
They're everywhere. From each atom of every molecule to thousands of kilometers deep within the earth. From the sparkling eyes of a young knowledge seeker to the silent confidence of a budding entrepreneur. Possibilities ignite the aspirations of 1 billion people. They hold the key to the future of India. Bringing them to life is what drives us as a company. We are constantly expanding and harnessing energy for diversified growth. From the largest network of natural gas pipelines in India and also the first company to lay LPG pipelines in the country, with gas-based processing facilities for value-added products from natural gas. Spearheading new strategies in sourcing and LNG shipping. At GAIL, we are leading India's efforts to deliver clean energy to its people through new and innovative solutions. Overcoming difficult terrains and inclement weather to augment the nation's pipeline infrastructure. We are connecting clean energy sources to energy markets and enhancing lives everywhere. Thus adding momentum to India's growth story. Diversifying our global presence across varied geographical and price indexations. We are quietly striving for India's energy security. With absolute transparency, impeccable corporate practices, utmost integrity, and sustainability in all our operations, we are finding reliable, sustainable options that make a positive difference. The future holds many challenges. Challenges fraught with the possibilities of innovation and of growth. Above all, the possibility of a better life, energizing a billion dreams. We are committed to creating stories of progress, of enhancing India's quality of life. That's what inspires our every move. That's why we exist. GAIL, energizing possibilities.
The word first is ingrained into our DNA. The first organized steel service center in India for industrial customers. The first steel service center capable of processing high tensile steel up to 1100 megapascal. Revolutionizing the industry through futuristic innovations. Equipped with cutting-edge technology to deliver innovative products and services to customers. In perfect harmony with Tata Steel that enables it to extend its reach, facilitate order customization, optimize lot sizes, and execute just-in-time deliveries. Partnering with blue-chip national and international brands through a nationwide footprint and a vibrant, motivated, and agile workforce. in tune with current market dynamics, yet future ready. 100% subsidiary of Tata Steel, we are Tata Steel Downstream Products Limited.
India is a large country with an ever-growing economy and industries that are progressing every day to cater to 1.3 billion population. These industries form the backbone of the nation, making India one of the fastest growing economies in the world. In the power sector, India Power Corporation Limited has been doing just that, steadily and with determination, adding power to the lives of people for the last 100 years. The journey began in 1919 when the then largest coal producer in Asia, the Bengal Coal Company Limited, needed a solution to its massive power requirements. The Sherigar Power Supply Corporation Limited was set up in Asansol to meet their needs. It was awarded a distribution license in 1932 and it became DPSC Limited in 2003. In 2008, it developed a 2 megawatt solar power plant at Shibpur, a first of its kind grid-connected solar plant in Asia. On a roll now, in 2013, the name DPSC Limited changed to IPCL or India Power Corporation Limited. And that is how India and the world knows us today. In 2014, IPCL commenced power distribution in Gaya as a distribution franchisee and continued for 4 years with benchmarked performance in such a short period, achieving loss reduction trajectory supply reliability of over 95% and deployment of smart metering technology, being much ahead of others and having the highest performance in its kind of distribution model. Another ace that we have up our sleeves is the implementation of SCADA, a revolutionary mechanism. It is installed at the J.K. Nagar substation, which acts as the central conduit for real-time monitoring and control over quality output and consumer feedback using automated meter reading technology along with automated digitized payment options. J.K. Nagar also houses India Power's Area Load Dispatch Center, which is the nerve center for the operation, planning, monitoring and control of the power system, ensuring India Power to achieve maximum security and efficiency, providing uninterrupted power supply to its consumers. The distribution portfolio also saw an addition with India Power acquiring distribution license for the SEZ region of Tuticorin, spread across an area of approximately 2,518 acres. In 2019, India Power is completing its centenary year as a leading holistic integrated power utility in the country.
We are proud to be celebrating India Power's 100th year in 2019. We are a unique company with a rich legacy of a 100-year-old, century-old organization, as well as the dynamism of a very, very young and futuristic utility. We are one of the first distribution companies who have implemented 100% automated metering infrastructure and implement SCADA and other technologies, which is helping our customers consume electricity more efficiently and making our network more reliable.
India Power today is an integrated holistic power company with foothold in different segments. With regards to India Power's exceptional operational efficiency, a special mention is imperative for its operation in the Asansol and Raniganj area. Despite being in a competitive market, the power distribution scenario is different from the rest. It has the lowest T&D losses of about 3% only. Its supply reliability is rated at 99.99%. distinguished by its customer-centric programs and digitization.
I am very happy to satisfy with the services and all the service rendered by the corporation.
Quick response team, that is maintenance team during emergency, stormy weather, they are giving full support to us and we are happy with the IPCL authority.
The quality of power is very good.
and the frequency is also very low, the power cut frequency, the fluctuations are not there.
जो भी स्टाफ है, सर्विस है, सबसे बेस्ट सर्विस है। प्रोडक्शन के लिए हमें लाइन की पावर की बहुत आवश्यकता होती है, जो कि आपके यहाँ बहुत अच्छी व्यवस्था है। कुछ प्रॉब्लम होने से विद इन आवर ये प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व की जाती है।
We are getting a very good service, very good support. I advise to all the industries or promoter or any other domestic use or commercial use, go for India Power.
A 100-year journey is no easy feat. So,
thank you. So we have with us Mr. Anirban Ghosh, Chief Sustainability Officer, Mahindra Group, and Ms. Sara Dobi, Manager, Resilience Programs, Climate Resilience Consulting. So I would request Ms. Dobi to please address us first. She will be speaking on green bonds, carbon market, insurance date for nature swaps.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to go first. Let me share my screen. Okay, can everyone see my screen okay?
Yes.
Yes, it's clear.
Okay. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for having me today. I'm honored that you reached out to us to give a talk on climate finance and focusing on carbon dynamic or the carbon market dynamics and so on. So I'm going to focus today on growing India's finance and funding for climate change, looking at barriers and opportunities. So first off, I like to just kind of clarify climate change mitigation versus resilience whenever I give a talk. I know most of the folks here are probably focused on mitigation, but at CRC, we focus a lot on resilience. And so whenever we talk about financing climate mitigation, we also like to talk about financing resilience. So as most of you already know, actions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions generally fall into the category of climate change mitigation. So this might be renewable energy, sustainable transportation, and so on. Whereas climate adaptation or resilience refers to actions that build capacity to respond to, cope with, adapt to, and transform from climate change. So this might be flood-proofing buildings or putting up structures to help block sea level rise or restoring nature to try to help buffer against nearshore flooding and so on. And so since we recognize now that climate change is inevitable, no matter what, we're going to experience some degree of warming and some degree of increases in disasters, we generally like to focus on kind of that synergy between mitigation and resilience. And so with that being said, I'm now going to go into some of the information we have around the state of climate finance and barriers for India for growing their climate finance. And then after that, I'll go into some opportunities based on our work in the US and that we think also holds great promise for India. So currently, internationally, global finance flows have grown from around 342 billion USD to around 546 billion USD over the course of 2013 to 2018. So we're seeing a very significant growth in the level of investment in both mitigation and resilience, although the financing for climate mitigation is significantly higher. And for the climate resilience finance needs, there's around a $3 trillion gap that's needed by 2050 across the world. And there's been a lot of research that suggests that there's significant economic benefits when you also invest in resilience. So around $1.8 trillion in investments in resilience would yield $7.1 trillion in avoided costs and in benefits as well. So for an investment in resilience and adaptation, we're also going to see a lot of benefits for the economy and for communities' well-being. And before the COVID crisis, global investment reached $30 billion annually in climate resilience. So it's definitely growing, but there's still a significant gap. And it's estimated that the private sector could be critical for closing this gap. And in India, there's been some more momentum in recent years around climate finance, but there's still a large gap and a need to scale up the level of finance and funding in India. So studies have estimated that India will need $2.5 trillion or $170 billion per year for climate action between 2015 and 2030. But green finance flows are only around 1/10 of this. They've been around $17 billion per year in 2017 and $21 billion in 2018. And so this is definitely a very significant amount of money. And as a whole, the country has done a good job at really mobilizing investments, but there's still a long way to go. And to reach the Sustainable Development Goals, there's also a need to invest a similar level of funding. Of course, that overlaps a lot with the climate action funding. So the World Bank estimates that unchecked climate change could affect the lives of over half of the country's population. So investing in resilience in addition to mitigation is very important. 3/4 of India's 700 or more districts are going to be affected by these events. And a report by McKinsey & Company estimates that 2.5 to 4.5% of India's annual GDP could be at risk from climate change. And so really finding these opportunities to invest in mitigation and resilience is very important for protecting India's economic stability and well-being. And overall, India's climate finance flows so far have focused heavily on mitigation. I don't know if you can see, but there's just like these very little slivers right here that actually fall into the adaptation realm. And most of the climate funds so far have come from the UNFCCC finance mechanisms, bilateral sources, and multilateral banks. So generally, when we talk about closing the climate finance gap for both mitigation and resilience, there's been a growing focus on the role of the private sector and seeking out partnerships between the public sector, the governments, the state, local, federal governments, and the private sector. So India actually has a very successful history of public-private partnerships to date, and they've been able to leverage a lot of these funds for financing infrastructure. And so there's probably some momentum that could be built off here for financing climate action, especially for resilience. And there's a lot of benefits when seeking out these partnerships. So they allow for the exchange of knowledge, capacity building, and sharing risk. And mitigation projects are often tied to revenue streams. So making the case to bring the private sector in to invest is usually pretty straightforward. It's clear that there is benefits in terms of cost savings, but when we think about resilience, they may require additional incentives to attract investment. And so those will be some of the pieces that we focus on today, are some of those mechanisms that might be able to incentivize investment in resilience, but also in mitigation for the private sector, as well as opportunities where you might be able to see collaboration between the public and private sectors for finance. And currently, there are several barriers to investment in India, especially when we think about resilient infrastructure. So there's a lack of regulatory frameworks to support some of these initiatives. There isn't necessarily always a clear cut benefit or a case that's been made for investing in resilience. And so there needs to be, like I mentioned, some kind of incentives and maybe changes to regulatory policies to support some of these approaches. But a lot of studies and reports by institutions have suggested that a lot of the mechanisms that we've seen success with in the US would also work well in India. So now jumping into some of these opportunities for growing money for climate finance in the public and private sectors. First off are green bonds. So for those of you who are not familiar, green bonds are a type of fixed income instrument or a bond used for climate related and environmental projects. They often require third-party verification by the Climate Bonds Initiative. So they have a scheme where people can basically assess their bonds, like the structure and design of them, against certain criteria. in order to verify that they will have the intended benefits. So considering things like doing no harm to communities and avoiding maladaptation, so increasing the vulnerability of populations to climate change through investments would be considered maladaptive. And so really it's intended to make sure that you're accomplishing the environmental outcomes that you're seeking to accomplish through your investment without causing any harm, like I mentioned. And the Climate Bonds Initiative has started to require investments to demonstrate resilience, even when they're mitigation investments. So again, looking for those synergistic opportunities to invest in mitigation and resilience are in most people's best interest. And as of 2021, India has the second largest emerging green bond market after China. And so this is a type of finance and funding mechanism that we expect to really be taking off in the coming years. And they have been issued by all sorts of different parties. So there are sovereign governments at the federal level. There's also local governments who have worked with banks to issue bonds, as well as the non-financial sector, private sector that have issued bonds, as well as the finance sector. So there's a lot of different entities that have started to implement these bonds globally. And again, in India, there's been a lot of momentum around green bonds. So it's likely that this will become a more common way for both the private and the public sector to finance climate mitigation as well as resilience. Next are environmental impact bonds. They're a type of debt vehicle that are linked to bond performance. And so impact bonds have been used in India for social impact projects and development impact projects a lot to date. Less so for the environmental impact, but the bonds are emerging as a good way to foster relationships with the public and private sectors. They're encouraging more socially responsible investments, and they're driving progress in attaining the sustainable development goals. And so once again, like the green bonds, environmental impact bonds are seeking to achieve certain environmental outcomes. However, they have to actually set performance objectives that if they meet, they get better returns on their investment. So the performance of the project actually determines the interest rate. So it can affect the profitability of the bond. And this is growing in popularity, especially we've seen in the US with financing climate mitigation as well as resilience, because there's incentive to do better, because the better that your project performs, the better that you get the payouts from the bond. And so it's seen as a really strong instrument for motivating the private sector to participate. And then debt for nature swaps have also become more popular, especially in less developed countries. So basically how these work is that a government, generally at the country level, can exchange some of its debt in order to pay for environmental conservation. So the issuer of the bond or the creditor might actually forgive debt if the country says that they will pay for certain conservation efforts. And so it's a way that countries can help to free up some of their existing finance flows in order to pay for climate mitigation or resilience. And right now is a very opportune time because there's a lot of issues that countries are having with paying for their debt, and they're at risk for defaulting on their debt as a result of COVID-19. And so you might have creditors who are getting kind of nervous and antsy about whether or not countries are able to actually pay back their debt. And so there may be an opportunity to kind of act on that and to redirect some of the existing finance flows towards these mitigation and resilience efforts. This approach has not really been explored in the private sector or as much at the sub-country level, but it certainly would make sense that it might become an instrument in the private sector as well. But again, to date, it's been more country-level governments. Next are private equity funds, and these have become a lot more popular in the last 2 years. So private equity funds are essentially venture capital funds that investors will pay into, and they're often associated with a large suite of projects. And we've seen a large shift so far in the market internationally from focusing on investing in equity funds for conventional energy fuels to more renewable energy fuels. So there's definitely been a shift in this direction already. And this is another way that could be good to attract private sector investment into mitigation and resilience projects. It's becoming more common also for resilience-related projects. So Pollination, a company located in the US, and HSBC started I think it was a $1 billion natural capital fund to pay for conservation projects in order to help countries to build resilience to climate change. So this is also a growing instrument in terms of the resilience sector as well. And India is ranked among the top 3 countries most attractive for emerging market destinations for these sort of investments. And so this might be another area ripe with opportunity. Next, carbon markets and carbon offsets are another growing area being used to pay for not only climate mitigation, but also resilience. And so India is currently one of the largest beneficiaries of the total world carbon trade, making up 31% the clean development mechanism. India's carbon market is also one of the fastest growing carbon markets in the world, and has generated around 30 million carbon credits. And this is growing faster than technology, biotechnology, and BPO sectors in India. So again, this is gaining a lot of momentum. And there's an opportunity to capitalize on these investments also to pay for resilience, especially when we start thinking about blue carbon, which is an emerging type of carbon offset. So generally, when we think about carbon offsets, we're talking about maybe investing in forestry or reforestation to help reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. So a lot of terrestrial activities. But we can also restore coastal habitats that will sequester carbon, like seagrass, salt marshes, and mangroves. And a co-benefit of this is that mangroves especially are very good at buffering storm surges, and they can significantly reduce the damage from high energy waves during these storms and help to reduce flooding as well. And so we're starting to see a growth, especially in coastal areas, for blue carbon ecosystems. And one of the great things about carbon markets and carbon offsets is that it's taking a good that usually isn't associated with any form of revenues, and it's creating a cost benefit for companies. So instead of investing in a project and just having these intangible benefits, a lot of companies are able to start claiming these carbon credits towards their sustainability reporting as they try to go net zero. And so this is one of the ways in which countries and local governments and the private sector have really worked to increase those public-private partnerships is through these sort of investments. And lastly, parametric insurance is another emerging approach for paying for climate mitigation and adaptation. So parametric insurance is a type of insurance that pays out at different thresholds. So let's say there's a storm that has a wind speed exceeding 100 knots or 200 knots. That would then trigger a payout for the insurance policy. So instead of filing a claim after a disaster, there are certain triggers that trigger the automatic payout, and it can be within days opposed to within months or a year or two. And so the way that these generally work is they operate more like a fund. So it's highly reliant on the public and the private sector partnering on instituting this policy. So the private sector, let's say hotels in the case that's shown here in the picture, might pay the municipal government to help restore the ecosystem like coral reefs, which help to reduce damages during extreme weather events like coastal storms. And this money, like I said, would go towards restoring that, but also it would pay into a parametric insurance policy. And when an event occurs, it would trigger the community to pay out and pay for repairs and reconstruction for the hotels who paid into the policy, as well as for the coral reef. And the idea is that it's getting companies to help pay for resilience or mitigation projects for the community before the disaster, and kind of creating more co-ownership over the payment approach This has been used in Quintana Roo, Mexico, and currently it's being considered in Hawaii and Florida. But this is still a very new type of climate finance mechanism, and so there's a lot of risk associated with being an early actor. But companies like Willis Towers Watson have done a lot of work to investigate the regulatory frameworks that would be needed, as well as approaches to kind of engaging these different actors in developing this sort of policy. And so it's likely that this will become a lot more common in the next few years. And in India, this could hold a lot of promise based on some of our conversations at Climate Resilience Consulting with some of the companies in India through a virtual trade mission we participated in. It sounds like the extraction industry in India is located largely along the coast. And so it would be possible to leverage this sort of partnership maybe to ensure some natural capital along the coast in order to pay for carbon sequestration as well as resilience. So just wrapping up, I wanted to just kind of give a quick overview just about our firm. So there's two of us basically that are leading most of the work for the firm. So there's Joyce Coffey, who's not with us today, who's the president and founder of Climate Resilience Consulting. She's worked in the climate mitigation and resilience sector for around 25 years now. And I'm the manager of the climate resilience programs. And so we do a lot of work on sustainability analysis and research, performance evaluation and reporting, strategic planning and management. And a lot of our work has been focused on climate strategies to mitigate climate change and build resilience, how to finance resilience, and how to measure it. And then just a quick overview, we have clients and partners both in the US and around the world. And that is all. So I'm happy to field any questions.
Thank you, Sarah. So we have Mr. Gautam Ray, Chairperson, Energy and Environment Committee, and the Vice President of the Chamber, who is also Executive Director, CESA Limited. So Mr. Ray would be moderating the questions, but before that, we would request our next speaker, Mr. Anirban Ghosh, Chief Sustainability Officer of Mahindra. And I would like to quote a headline which featured in the media earlier this month, that Mahindra Group to quantify its social impact as ESG and impact investing impact investing as which is now gaining currency globally. With this, I would request Mr. Ghosh to please share his thoughts, following which we'll get into the interactive session.
Thank you, Angana. We just heard a wonderful presentation from Sarah in a great deal of detail on the subject of climate finance. From the presentation, it was clear that climate needs a lot of money, that some money is flowing, but a lot more is required. That the money can go into mitigation or adaptation. And all of us who have participated in conversations on green finance, we've always talked about the $100 billion Green Climate Fund and how that money was not flowing. So obviously it is worth asking the question that why aren't the promised monies flowing, and why isn't the private sector spending more in this area? Actually, the answer is very obvious. It's something we face every day. Money flows when it makes economic sense. As it makes more and more economic sense to invest in climate, the flow of money increases, which is probably why in areas like renewable energy, in green transportation, in electric storage, in energy storage, we can see significant investments happening because they are either already economically feasible or are well on their way to becoming economically feasible. There's also another pattern. Investments in mitigation give very good returns. So one can expect a lot of private sector finance in the mitigation space. But investments in adaptation typically don't give great economic returns. Those investments are required for the safety of human beings around the space where the investments are being made. So these investments typically can be expected to come from the public sector and over time from insurance organizations as the spread of insurance increases to cover adaptation activities. Interestingly, most mitigation investments are not completely additive to the economy. What I mean by that is if you're investing in renewable energy, it is probably at the cost of investing in, let's say, thermal energy or some other form of energy. If you're investing in clean transportation, if you had not invested in clean transportation, you would have invested in some other form of transportation. There may be an incremental increase and there may not be. But in the case of adaptation, however, the entire investment is GDP accretive. It's a completely new form of investment which did not exist before. So if a nation has to make a push for growth in its economy, it should, in addition to mitigation, definitely focus on adaptation. Now, Sarah mentioned a large number of different forms of finance that is possible in this space. So let's look at them in some sort of detail. Let's take green bonds first. They've been around for some time. They're reasonably large, but they don't seem to catch fire. Well, I can share my perspective with you on why, let's say, the Mahindra Group has neither issued nor subscribed to green bonds. The challenge with green bonds is that there is no benefit in terms of the interest rate that you get on the bond. And while there is no benefit on the interest rate, there is also a stipulation that you can only use it for certain kinds of things. So if you have borrowed $100 million and you don't have green projects to invest these $100 million in, you'll be stuck with the money, you will be paying out interest, but the money will not be giving you any returns at all. So only when there is a large project available and you need money for it, you can go in for a green bond, though it does not give you any financial benefit whatsoever, at least not from any of the bonds that I have come across so far. However, there is a new kind of financing instrument which is very interesting. It is just developing. We've heard of a few transactions that have happened, some of them in India, and they are linked, the interest rate is linked to sustainability performance. The lender says that here is some money, you can use this money in your business, there is no stipulation on what you can do with the money. Here is an interest rate, which is the normal interest rate that you will pay me for the money. But if you achieve certain agreed sustainability goals, you will get a haircut on this interest rate. Now, this makes a lot of sense because not only does it promote the economic growth of the company, it also ensures that the company meets pre-agreed sustainability goals. So the money lent actually enables the cause of the climate and therefore is a very interesting form of climate finance, which one hopes will grow over time. In fact, using this money, one can actually invest into climate technologies which enable mitigation and in some cases adaptation as well. As the chart, the wonderful chart that Sarah shared on mitigation, adaptation and projects which overlap mitigation and adaptation. That was wonderfully presented and that clarity is greatly appreciated. But that Venn diagram also made another thing very clear, that sustainability linked finances are best used for projects which have both a planet benefit and a profit benefit. Now when these two overlap and you make an investment into projects that are in the overlap of planet and profit, we make simultaneously an economic impact as well as a climate impact. And whenever that happens, it is possible to scale. And that is why the belief that these sustainability-linked bonds will actually will gather steam and will grow in much faster than most other forms of climate finance. Then there is the conversation on carbon credits, which actually was very large when the clean development mechanism was in place. There's not much happening in the clean development mechanism space. Article 6 in the Paris Accord has still not got worked out, and it covers all these areas. But right now, there is a very big conversation building on voluntary carbon markets. And the assumption is exactly as how Sarah put it, that organizations who wish to become carbon neutral will not be able to eliminate all their emissions. They will need to offset residual emissions, and a way of offsetting residual emissions are carbon credits. Now, everyone can't generate carbon credits on their own, so there will be a third party who will generate carbon credits. And if you have to buy those credits from the third party, there will obviously be some money involved, and that will then go to finance more and more, a generation of more and more carbon credits. In principle, it's a great idea. But as I participate in these conversations on voluntary carbon markets, a few things become very clear. For one, the cost of the credits are likely to become very high in the period 2030 to 2040, when most companies have said that they will become carbon neutral. And when I say very high, I'm talking of numbers in excess of $100 per credit, and I don't know how much higher it can go. And why is that high? Because organizations who wish to become carbon neutral will probably want to offset in excess of 1 million tons of carbon. So you can just imagine that to offset 1 million tons of carbon at $100 per carbon credit, you're looking at an investment of $100 million per year. That's a lot of money, even for the largest companies in the world. So if the ecosystem continues in this way, then one will have to reinvent the carbon credit ecosystem to make sure that it becomes a viable way to offset emissions and is also economically viable. Because if it is not economically viable, nobody is going to go and set up, do the afforestation projects or the mangrove projects or the very many other kinds of projects, whether they be nature-based or they be hybrid or they be technical, unless they are economically viable. So to my mind, the jury is still out on how the carbon credits market is going to take off. I know the ETS market works in Europe, but the value of, the values of carbon credit there on that market is much lower now. If it were to hit $100 plus, I wonder how that market is going to function. So we will have to see how this develops. But there are some realities which will always be there, that residual emissions will need to be offset. In fact, in some of the discussions, it almost seemed as if a big challenge is going to be on creating demand for credits. And the demand creation of credits may well happen through regulation, whereas the supply of credits may well happen by the private sector or by non-government organizations who have, done what is necessary to create the tradable carbon credits. Of course, another part of the conversation is to ensure that the quality of the carbon credits is great, that there is actually carbon removals associated with the mechanism by which these carbon credits have been generated, and that this is incremental and so on. So the whole conversation can get very complex, but going forward, there will be a need for carbon credits when not just companies but also nations start moving towards becoming carbon neutral. You may have also heard that there is this a lot of ESG mutual funds have started developing. Well, this is more an instrument for investors, a way for investors to look at organizations which, because of their actions in the sustainability space, are likely to be more resilient and are therefore likely to be better investments. Which brings me to the perspective as to which stakeholder can expect to use or get what kind of funds. So if you're a company, as in a company like the one I work in, and you wanted money for mitigation projects, for investment either in energy efficiency or renewable energy, or even in businesses like clean transportation or green buildings or water recycling or whatever it may be, then the sources of funding can be conventional, can be public sector, and so on. And if you were able to access funding which is sustainability linked, then you would get a little better interest rate. In fact, it would be wonderful if development sector funds could be made available to corporations, of course linked with very sharp reductions in emission, and they could well be associated with science-based targets. So if you look at the kind of emissions that a company has to reduce if it has to achieve science-based targets, let me take one or two examples from our group. So our automotive business has to reduce scope 1 and scope 2 emissions by 47% if it has to achieve science-based targets by 2030. And it also has to reduce its scope 3 emissions by 30%. Now, these are very steep emission cuts, and these emission cuts will require investment. The good news is that these emission cuts will actually save the company a lot of money. Therefore, borrowing, if necessary, to implement the projects that will bring about these emission cuts could make sense if you could pay it back through the savings you were making. And for lenders, it could make sense to lend to these projects with a caveat at better interest rates, perhaps even development sector funds, with the caveat that these interest rates are only valid if you cut your emissions and achieve your science-based targets. And if you don't do so, then this money comes to you at regular market rates. If you happen to be an investor, yes, of course, you can look at things like ESG funds. You can even look at investing in businesses which are clean businesses and which are likely to be businesses for the future. This is probably where all the private equity money is going, and this is probably where all the new technologies are getting their money from. We know we need many, many more new technologies if we have to achieve the sharp cuts that are necessary to keep temperature rise below 1.5 degrees centigrade. And lastly, if you're an innovator, who could give you the money? If you're an innovator who's developing technologies, let's say you're developing a new kind of a storage battery, or you're developing flexible solar films, or you are getting clean hydrogen going, or you're getting biofuel going, all the things that we know we will need to halve emissions by 2030 and become net neutral by 2050. Well, no better place to go than private equity investors, impact investors, who are looking at spaces like this because they believe these are the growth businesses and growth technologies for the future. That is a perspective that I wanted to share with you in the place of green finance. I'm glad Sarah set up the conversation very, very nicely in explaining how lots of money is required. There are different ways in which you can get the money, but the money isn't completely flowing, not as much as it is required now. And through our conversation, I hope you've got a sense of why the money is not flowing, what can make it flow, who can get money from where, and what are the reasons why the money could be invested. We believe that in future, climate businesses will be areas for growth investments. And we also know many of the technologies which will be necessary in the future. It's time to move money in that direction. If it is not ready for private sector, maybe there should be public funds to get R&D going so that we reach a stage where private sector finance can then step in and make growth happen. Thank you very much for listening patiently to me.
Angona,
yes, sir.
I convey my thanks to Sarah and Anirban for bringing the right context and points on the question of this funding, the issues of the green funds and how to really make it happen. While Sarah, in all the parameters of what are the available different type of structures are there and in which area such funds can be made available, while she explained in detail, Anirban has mentioned rightly that what are the possibilities of having those funds available and what are the impediments as well as where are the potentials. We also come to know that the fund is not a very small amount. We are speaking of a huge fund, and the strategic locations, for example, India being a country which we feel that, I mean, is a top 3 most attractive energy market, as Sarah has said, rightly. Second, green bond market. So we are discussing the particular topic in a country, in an environment where it has got much of a relevance and context. We talked about the adaptation, mitigation, and leveraging the private sector. Vis-a-vis, we also discussed about the knowledge sharing, capability or capacity building, and risk sharing issues. So definitely this is something, unless we can bring some logical conclusion on it, and some of the menu or some of the packages which can meet the ends from different angle, without such resource availability, there might be much of a planning, there might be very ambitious plan, but it will be difficult to reach. There are some one or two questions came, which I would like you to respond. What are the learnings India may take from the efforts after Kyoto Protocol? Any of you can take it up, please. Anirban, can you?
You're on mute, sir. Yeah.
Yes, I was desperately trying to get my microphone going. Yeah, you know, it's a different world altogether from the time of the Kyoto Protocol. One of the big challenges that we are facing at the COP negotiations from an Indian perspective is how to revive the clean development mechanism in some form, because here in India we have a whole bunch of CDM projects which were in the pipeline and which would have normally got funded through the CDM mechanism had it been continued. However, and this is entirely my personal view, it seems to me, having listened to all sides in the conversation, that we possibly need a new way of looking at this problem of dealing with Article 6, perhaps even saying that, okay, CDM is over, let's forget about it, let's create something new, which is even better. Because the moment we get into CDM, we will also get into questions of, okay, so how good are those credits? And over time, we've learned a lot about how to make great credits happen. And therefore, going forward, keeping the fact that we are all trying to solve the climate problem, we probably should move forward and not worry too much about it. Now, I know this is not a popular view. I also know that our negotiators don't like this position at all. But that's why I said this is my perspective.
Thank you, Anirban. I have another question for Sarah. How valuable would be international engagements for India in terms of carbon credit market?
So, truthfully, I'm new to working with India. We just started this last month. But I think, like the US, there's probably going to be significant challenges with developing a reliable way to actually evaluate the amount of carbon sequestered and getting the regulatory frameworks in place. I think that it holds a lot of potential, though. It's just like any other policy, it's probably going to receive pushback. Especially, it's important to get the private sector's buy-in, because if you have large industries like the natural resource extraction industry in India, they might feel as though it's going to threaten their business if the focus is shifting to climate mitigation. But at the same time, at least in the US, a lot of the companies have started to realize in that industry that they will not be able to operate if they don't find a way to be more sustainable. So I think that it's probably going to be an uphill battle, but it holds a lot more potential. And maybe Anirban can talk a little bit more about the India specific. I'm sorry if that's not super useful. I more know about the mechanisms itself opposed to the financial context of India.
Mr. Ray, if I may, with your permission.
Right.
India has a choice. Actually, every country has a choice, whether it wishes to be a buyer of carbon credits or a supplier of carbon credits. Now, depending on how large a nation you are and the geography and the topography, the question of whether you have the opportunity to be a provider or a seller of carbon credits can be answered. Now, India does have a huge opportunity in trying to become a seller of carbon credits and enable other corporations and countries to become carbon neutral. But while I say that, I am also acutely aware of a few things. We have to do a lot of offsetting ourselves, given the fact that we are unlikely to move away from coal-powered energy in the near future. So whether we become a seller or not is intricately linked to our transition from thermal energy to renewable energy. The second thing that we have to keep in mind is, given the rapid pace of development, I don't think we are actually adding to our wealth of nature-based solutions. I know official numbers say that afforestation, or the amount of land covered by forests, is actually gone up. But if you go a little deeper into that, you will find that the quantum of newly grown trees, or I think it even covers croplands, is way too high and increasing too quickly. So we are losing very, very good forests, and we are losing very, very good nature-based solutions which can absorb carbon in exchange for things which have far less power to absorb carbon. So these are things we have to keep in mind. Our opportunity exists. We would be better off becoming a supplier than buyer. And I do hope, and I know that these apprehensions are there in the mind of the government, which is why, while many governments have gone ahead and said we'll become net neutral, we haven't yet said so. Because only to keep our Paris promise of 2.5 billion to 3 billion tons of incremental carbon sink, we'll probably have to plant in excess of 50 million trees. And that's a lot of incremental trees to plant.
Yeah. In fact, one very interesting question came. Both of you have spoken about the need, the potential for the green finance. Are there any drawback of carbon credit market which are to be concerned about in the long run?
I don't know. What do you think, Sarah? Are there any drawbacks to a carbon credit market?
Any flip side of it?
I guess, as so I've worked in corporate sustainability most of my career so far. And I think one concern that we always had with taking the carbon credit approach was that it kind of allows people to continue to pollute and maybe emit greenhouse gas emissions. And I think the same goes for when you're talking about like water quality or scarcity project credits too. So one classic example, I won't name the company, but there's a company I worked for that was doing a lot of manufacturing in a country that was running out of water, in an area that was running out of water. And they were aware that there was only 15 to 20 years of water left, and yet they were still continuing to expand operations. And they were claiming that they were improving and, oh, we're water conscious, we can come out kind of water neutral or close to it because they were doing watershed restoration projects. But really, they were continuing to operate the same way and continuing to expand their operations. So in a way, it can kind of, first off, it's a Band-Aid fix most of the time, right? Carbon credits are great in a lot of ways, and yes, you are sequestering carbon, but it doesn't mean that the company is changing how they operate. And it might just allow them to continue to emit without actually changing over to a sustainable approach in the long term. So that's my only hesitation when we start thinking about carbon markets and offsets, is that ultimately it's probably not addressing the root cause of the problem. And that's what we need to do in order for long-term sustainability. But it can be a good way to at least kind of balance out the emissions in the interim.
Thank you. Thank you. In fact, the last question I would like to, ask any of you. Can a country be evaluated by ESG? ESG, on the question of investment decision. Is there any such type of, standards or something like this?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Sarah, but I don't think there is a standard. But should there be a standard at all? If you are putting your money into the country, I guess what you would want is a lower country risk. So far, when we've looked at country risk, we've essentially looked at things like political risk, we've looked at social risk, we've looked at the risk of contracts not being honored or a justice system not being present, things like that. I think it's fair to look at climate disaster risks going forward, because maybe climate disasters will affect some geographies more than they will affect others. I think that expectation is fairly valid. So while there is no framework here today, from a ESG perspective, if you were investing in a particular country, any country for that matter, or any region of a country, then factoring in the probabilities or the likelihoods of climate disaster, I suppose is an additional parameter that we must use today.
Yeah, and kind of going off of that, I think at the country level, a lot of countries are reporting along with in line with the Sustainable Development Goals. And that's probably going to be more comprehensive than ESG. But I definitely see the value, and I'm trying to pull up. So our team actually has an approach that we use to ESG that incorporates resilience. So certainly, I think you could still use those criteria, but I'm not sure it would make the most sense. So just to kind of show, this is how we approach doing ESG and resilience. And so we have a service mark on R. So we like to refer to ESG and R. And the companies that we work with, we've increasingly been encouraging to consider resilience as an additional component as its ESG programs, rather than just nesting it in, because it's probably just as important as these other pieces. But I could also see the value in it, because a lot of credit rating agencies have started to incorporate sustainability into resilience, into how they're providing credit ratings like Moody's and so on. So I wouldn't be surprised if maybe eventually there was a shift as we started to see more kind of public-private partnerships. But like Anirban said, I don't know that it will make as much sense because we have such strong frameworks from a sustainability perspective, like the Sustainable Development Goals. But there is definitely a need probably for more resilience measurement on top of that. I don't know if that helps. But,
Sarah, if you don't mind leaving that chart on for a little while. In fact, once again, your chart makes things very clear. What you've got in social and governance is what risk organizations actually look at when they are assessing country risk today. This is a part of their framework. There is more, but this is a part of their framework. If you look at all the things which are listed under E, the problems associated with those threaten resilience. And you've got everything written under R, which enhances resilience. And this is why the thought that occurred to me is, in addition to whatever we look at for country risk, which is covered in most part by what you've got under SNG, one has to also look at the possibility of climate disaster, and that's what you've got under R. So just like your Venn diagram, thank you very much. Your diagram helped explain the point once again.
By Anirban, this you started with E and ultimately plus R. It speaks, I mean, it is a very, very bringing large degree of clarity in the entire process. So we are almost at the close of the session. Thanks again from Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry to Anirban and Sara. And you have basically all of entire discussion has been centering around the green investment, its potential, its structure, its possibilities, its risk. One thing I was thinking at the time when listening to both of you, that while it is true that the investment, any investment has to have a return, and one has to see it very clearly before taking that investment decision, but that decision may not be immediate. That return may not be immediate. That may not be that now. Bringing the futuristic vision in mind, because sometimes from now, I am speaking for the industry also, if they see that the very existence will be at stake, so we may have to go in for some similar investment which may give me the sustainability in the long run. You have spoken about whether some form of regulation or completely it will be market driven. So that balance also we have to do. And of course, return on investment vis-a-vis the social obligation. And another very important aspect came into picture is the technology. Because some of the time we see that the technology brings such a disruptive change that it helps either way. And Anirban has mentioned about, I like the way you have told that we are now going through a transition management phase. So now it is no more a discussion that whether it is possible or not. No more it is a discussion whether it has got a realistic value or not. Now the discussion is going on, we have to reach there, but how to do it. So I mean it is a surely the whole world, country, city, every organization is thinking of that transition management phase. Bengal Chamber also for quite a long, since a few years, we have been continuously working on the sustainability agenda. Recently, we have organized one very good such deliberations on ESG, and we are preparing also the whole, one of the purpose of this 2-day energy and environment conclave is to find out recommendations or suggestions in the form of it for the COP26. So entire 2-day we had various sessions centering around the sustainability. Many eminent speakers have participated in various sessions, and there have been participations from. It has been truly an international conference because of the participation of almost many countries worldwide. So in that way, we have got lot of thoughts and lot of inputs to frame some of the recommendations and some of the suggestions for COP26. So with this, I would like to conclude this session and would like Angana to close the entire deliberation of these 2 days conference on energy and environment conclave, which is a signature event and a flagship event of the chamber. Angana, please.
Thank you, sir, and thanks to Mr. Ghosh and Ms. Sara Dopi. It was a very fascinating session for us as organizers. Also, as Mr. Ray mentioned, that we are working in this space for quite some time, and the dynamics of carbon credit market, ESG, green funding. These are some of the newer dynamics, or the dynamics which are gaining more importance these days. We are focusing on these issues to add value to our members and stakeholders. And coming to this year's conclave, the theme is Journey Towards Net Zero, and we tried to curate the program in a manner that this journey towards net zero is approached by various ways. So, we tried to incorporate various kind of session, starting from engaging with children, say from class 1, 4, and 7, on how they think about their green planet, to, climate resilience for our landscape, vulnerable landscapes, and of course this session, cleaner fuels like natural gas and renewable transitions and business for tomorrow. So we had various kinds of sessions. So I believe that this is an effort from the Bengal Chamber to engage various stakeholders, government, think tanks, of course business, to think about, to collaborate and engage in journey towards net zero. So my special thanks to this session's speakers, Mr. Ghosh and Ms. Sara Dobi, and also to all the other speakers who have been with us for these 2 days. I'm not mentioning separately about Mr. Ray from the Bengal Chamber because he represents Bengal Chamber, but from individuals, on behalf of individually from me and Shujishmita, my colleague, thank you for your guidance and support, for helping us to put up this show. And we have Mr. Arun Mukherjee also here for your mentoring always. So with this, we would conclude this year's conclave. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning and good night.